Hello, Chad. Welcome to day number 5 of the FIDE Grand Swiss. And कल हमने देखा बहुत सारी crazy games, कुछ missed opportunities for some of the Indians like Vidit, Nihal, Pragg. But लेकिन आज वही players come back करने की फिराक में होंगे. मेरे साथ है GM Sahaj Grover. Welcome Sahaj भाई. मतलब day 5 आ चुका है. We are in the action zone of the tournament जहां पे कुछ लोग आगे निकल जाएंगे, कुछ लोग पीछे रह जाएंगे. एंड मुझे लग रहा है आज स्ट्राइक करना ऑलमोस्ट नेसेसरी हो चुका है.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल एब्सोल्युटली एंड आई थिंक पेयरिंग्स आर उतनी क्रेजी नहीं है बिकॉज आई थिंक Matthias Blue Bomb plays against Pragg with the Pragg is with the black pieces, but there is a 100 point difference there, and Arjun plays against Nikita Vitiugov, again a 100 point difference there. And I think this would be the star match. Yeah, Abhimanyu Mishra versus Gukesh, the world's youngest grandmaster, plays the world's youngest world champion. um I think that will be a crazy match, but again वहां पे भी एक रेटिंग डिफरेंस तो है.
भाई आई थिंक अभिमन्यु के डैड ने कहा होगा भाई आज जीत जा बस मैं तो उसके बाद लाइफ सेट है. आई थिंक जस्ट लाइक अ टिपिकल इंडियन पेरेंट. आई थिंक बोथ प्लेयर्स ऑफ कोर्स वेरी वेरी स्ट्रांग, वेरी वेरी एम्बिशियस. बट ओवरऑल चैट मुझे लग रहा है कि आज सारे इंडियंस को जीतना चाहिए बिकॉज आज वो स्लाइटली वीकर प्लेयर से खेल रहे हैं एंड दे शुड सेपरेट देमसेल्व्स from the others. On the other hand, Param Maksudlu plays Richard Rapport, जो white pieces से खेलेंगे तो maybe there could be an upset there and maybe जो भी जीतेगा आज they could catch up with the leaders and maybe we can have the standings on the board एक बार. Would love to see where the Indians lie right now because हमने देखा कि Param Maksudlu again in sole lead at the top. I think first page पे चलते हैं प्रोड्यूसर साहब एक बार. वहां 3.5 पॉइंट के साथ परम मकसूदू बैठे हैं एंड नीचे हमें 3 पॉइंट पे पूरे 13 प्लेयर्स दिख रहे हैं साज भाई. और आज के बाद 14 प्लेयर है T3 पॉइंट्स एंड अबव पे. आई थिंक 3.5 4 पे बहुत कम होंगे. आई थिंक 4 पॉइंट पे इफ यू लुक एट इट दिस वे एट मैक्स आई थिंक विल बी लाइक 5 पीपल जो मुझे लग रहा है एट मैक्स. कुछ तो ड्रॉ होंगे ही
मैक्स.
जितना में, है ना.
या
सो
या
यू
या ऑफ
वांट टू बी ऑन
कोर्स.
द टॉप 5.
ऑफ कोर्स, बट आई थिंक हम टॉप बोर्ड के हिसाब से देखते हैं ना, एक प्लेयर तो 3.5 पे आ ही रहा है फॉर श्योर. सो आई थिंक इफ यू वांट टू
हाँ
हैव सम चांसेस इन दिस टूर्नामेंट, देन आज आज का जीतना इज वेरी 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 इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर the three Indian players. And of course, Leon also is on 2.5. So if he wins, then he also, sort of joins the pack as well. Who is he up against today? Oh, by the way, Nihal plays against Leon today. Crazy.
या सो एग्जैक्टली. सो एक इंडियन तो आज डेफिनेटली वहां बेनिफिट करेगा. लेकिन सी द टॉप बोर्ड पेयरिंग्स ऑन ऑन अबव अस चैट. यहाँ पे ऊपर दिख रहा है आपको. मैं चेस और क्रिकेट का अंपायर नहीं हूं, बस आपको पॉइंट कर रहा हूं वहां पे. इट इज Matthias Blubam versus Praggnanandhaa Ramesh Babu, Arjun Erigasi with the white pieces against Nikita Vitugov, and also Abhimanyu Mishra versus Gukesh Domaraju. So super important games there. अगर ये तीनों स्ट्राइक करते हैं साहज भाई, they will all be in the top 5 एंड ये हमारे क्वालिफिकेशन पाथ के लिए बहुत बड़ा स्टेप होगा.
बिल्कुल सही बोला आपने. सो वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट डे and very important rounds as well. I think amongst all of the rounds, which one do you think is the most challenging in the top, let's say, 10 boards for the Indian players between, let's say, Arjun, Gukesh and Pragg? Which match is the most important to you? Which match is the most crucial for you, Sahil?
Yeah, chat, let us know. I think before I answer, would love to know your opinion, chat. Which game do you think is going to be the star game, the one which could potentially decide the event? साज भाई मुझे लग रहा है I think it might just be Pragg against Matthews Blubam because of multiple reasons. One, I think Pragg जितनी फॉर्म में है, कल की गेम का क्या असर उन पे होगा देखने वाला होगा. दूसरा, I think Pragg of course with the black pieces, so slightly higher chances कि Matthews Blum यहाँ पे draw hold कर देंगे. And of course tie break भी मैंने थोड़ी नजर मारी थी साज भाई. I've already started looking at the tie breaks कि भाई किसका tie break अच्छा है, किसका tie break बेकार है, because starting रखे round से decide करते हैं साज भाई tie breaks, right? So you already get a taste of whose tie break is better and whose tie break is worse. And if you go and check the tie break right now, I'm gonna check it again ताकि मैं बिल्कुल exact point पे हूँ. I don't misquote anything. Yeah, so if you look at it carefully, Pragg ka tie break is worse than Gukesh and Arjun. Very, very interesting. Tie break one is, I think, the player performance, like the rating performance, I think. And wahan pe Gukesh is 2688, Arjun is 2678, and Pragg is 2634. So, uske hisab se, basis what we are seeing right now, Pragg ko shayad in some cases other point extra chahiye hoga. So, he needs to strike today, I think, if he wants to qualify to the candidates.
I think a great point because I mean how I always saw tie breaks is you always check the initial list and of course all of that.
Yeah,
There are only 14 players, yeah. I mean 14th place पे last board है जो 3 point पे है and Pragg is 10th. That just tells you that he's at the bottom half of the leaderboard
yeah,
when it comes to the standing. So that's not the best sign. And you are absolutely right. He will need an extra point. But I think Pragg can also qualify from the FIDE circuit board as well. The circuit points as well. So I think that's also possible.
yeah, yeah.
So not really a big worry for him there.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think Pragg को उतना stress, I think of course from Pragg's perspective, he would love to seal the deal right now. होता है ना कई बार, आपको आपको option दिया जाए कि you have a 99% guarantee or let's say 95% guarantee of getting 1 lakh rupees on 31st December, or you have a let's say 60% guarantee of getting it today. Like it's not an easy choice. Some might choose to get it right now, and Pragg of course wants to do it in this event. And कल का game उनका बहुत बड़ा उनको एक मिस फील हुआ होगा. He was winning against Arjun and Mishra. And chat में कोई कह रहे हैं कि Vidit had actually also missed the win yesterday, right? उन्होंने
Yeah.
इंटरव्यू में बोला कि I had seen both lines. I had seen this line, I had seen that line. I thought both were winning, and I just went for this by probability. And that's just bad luck, of course, but also, of course, a miss in calculation. And Vidit, of course, missing out half a point there as well.
Is it my internet or is it
I don't know.
yours?
I don't know why, but continue. Continue, Saj bhai.
So I'm just quickly switching. Am I audible to you guys?
Yeah, bhai, you're audible.
Perfect, perfect. Okay, I think the game should start in about 3 minutes or so. So we'll get the first moves in very, very quickly. Yeah, I think the tie breaks.
हाँ बोर्ड चला के रिफ्रेश कर देना साज भाई.
Refresh कर दूं. Okay. Just fixing it, chat. Just give me 1 second.
Yeah, yeah. And chat,
There.
meanwhile, as Saj bhai says at the board, I think we'll start with, of course, the Pragg game. Then you move to Gukesh and Arjun as well. But there you see all the boards. It's Vidit against Cheparinov. Cheparinov, a strong grandmaster, I think, from Bulgaria, if I'm not mistaken. And he's, of course, very well versed in opening theory. Vidit ko, I think, come back karna padega. Nihal against Mendonça Leon. I think Sahaj bhai, I would say Nihal also slightly missing that win yesterday. Okay, not a win, but yeah. Pranav against Esipenko, interesting matchup there. We also see Harikrishna against Volokitin, and we see Divya against Vokidov. Divya, do you think she could strike again, Sahas, today?
Ooh, that would be insane. But Vokidov Shamsuddin, right?
Yeah, yeah.
He's a tough player. Yeah, I mean Olympiad players, tough. That's a very tough opponent. But I mean Divya is definitely in form, and she won such a wonderful game yesterday against Doctor. I mean the only doctor, by the way, the only medical doctor that I know of who's also a 2700 player at peak. And what a game it was! Yeah, that Rook sacrifice with Rook takes f5, and conducting that attack with the Queen and the Knight and the Pawn. It was beautiful to witness. So she's definitely feeling the momentum. And she could definitely, I think, score a win today as well.
भाई ये क्या है मैनेजर ऑफ साहिल भी चैट में है साहिल भी चैट में तो मैं कौन हूँ भाई आई डोंट नो बट एनीवेज
Hmm.
आई काइंड ऑफ थिंक साज भाई कि इफ दिव्या सडनली विंस टुडे ना तो भाई वी विल स्टार्ट हैविंग टॉक्स कि मे बी शी कैन एटलीस्ट हैव अ ग्रेट फिनिश सो आई थिंक इट्स टू अर्ली टू से लेट्स होप सो शी कैन विन टुडे विल बी वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग एंड साज भाई ऑन द अदर हैंड आई थिंक वही कट ऑफ भी बनती जा रही है आई थिंक इफ लेट्स से 5 राउंड्स आर ओवर व्हाट डू यू थिंक इज द कट ऑफ जिसके just जिन number of points पे the chances of you qualifying to the candidates are less than 1%. What do you think is that cutoff in number of points out of 5?
Probably 2.5 or maybe 3 as well if I'm pushing it. But I would say 2.5 is you're
Two and a
okay, you're
half, yeah.
done. 2.5, you're done.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
yeah, 3 maybe there is a chance, but 2.5 is you're done.
Yeah,
So
I think I would
not
agree.
not
I would
a
agree.
But top
Hmm.
पे रहना जरूरी है यार because also it's important because as you said player performance is what matters, so that means beating higher rated players benefits your tie break. And this is one of the reasons why I think Abhimanyu Mishra is coming second right now in this event, because he drew to Pragg, and who's a top seed of this event, 2,785 performance, and he also defeated Yu Yang Yi as well, who's a 2,700 player. It's like this is the reason why he has such a better tiebreak here. And the second, and by the way, the third player who's finishing third right now is Erdomas, yeah, because he drew to Gukesh, drew to Vincent Keimer, defeated Aditya Mittal, and so on. By the way, we have first moves. Let's go.
Yeah, D4 by Matthews Bluebam, and on the board, Pragg right now thinking, Chad, we have liftoff on day number 5. It's an exciting day because आज सारे Indians जीतने चाहिए. This is the day जहाँ पे सारे के सारे could win. Of course, Leon Nihal में एक ही जीतेगा, but overall this could be a fantastic day for Indian chess if we get the results we want, and we then of course although सहज भाई कल फिर Indians का आपस में पड़ेगा, वो अलग टेंशन है. Let's get to that tomorrow maybe, yeah.
भाई मतलब गुकेश अर्जुन का तो हो गया ऑलरेडी. अब प्रग किसके चांसेस खराब करेगा? दैट्स द थिंग, बिकॉज प्रग ऑलरेडी हैज
Yeah.
इट मोर और लेस इन द बैग बिकॉज ऑफ द FIDE points, but Prag can also mess it up for someone as well.
Yeah, of course. And chat यहाँ पे as Pragg keeps thinking, maybe we go to the Gukesh game first. Yeah, we have a bunch of moves. Abhimanyu Mishra is blitzing out moves जैसे Shatabdi Express, E4, E5, Knight F3, Knight C6 आया यहाँ पे, and a typical Italian on the board, and he pins the knight with bishop to G5, Sahaj bhai.
Ooh, okay. So this is one of the most like I would say challenging variations for black, because once black plays h6, h6 तो खेलना ही होता है यहाँ पे, because you are asking the question whether you want to keep the bishop on this diagonal or you want to keep it on h4. White usually goes to h4 in these situations, and यहाँ पर ना black को g5 खेलना, like it becomes almost mandatory at some point. Even if it doesn't happen now, it becomes mandatory at some point. By the way, h6 bishop h4 played on the board, and once black plays g5, then the position, the chaos just has begun in this position. Yeah, because first of all, where is black gonna castle? Is it gonna be long side? Is it gonna be short side? Where is white gonna castle? That's also another factor here to consider. So a very fighting choice by the youngest grandmaster in the world.
Yeah, I think he's very well prepared. Sahaj, as somebody who's 100 points, 150 points lower rated, the ideal setup for Arjun Mishra is he gets Gukesh in his preparation. I think so far the pace he's playing at, I think it has worked, and that's why you see Gukesh play this weird move A6 chat. Just to point out, after h6 bishop h4, there were 659 games played in this position. That's a lot of games, and only 23 games was a6 played. So not something that Arjun Mishra might have looked at home.
Yeah, and this also reminds me of that. I think Gukesh played it somewhere. It was bishop c4, knight f6, d3, and then he played a6. It reminds me
Hmm.
of that variation. He did play a6 in some game. I can't remember which game it was. कहाँ पे था ये?
Yeah.
But I it definitely does ring a bell because it was a game by Gukesh, and he ended up. I think he ended up drawing that game, but it was a very good fight. Maybe he's preparing something similar in this setup. Yeah, because a6 you generally play when the bishop is on b5 to kick the bishop back to a4. Then black goes b5. You kick the bishop back to b3, and okay, you have some queenside space, and maybe you can get the bishop out via b7. All of these moves are possible, but a6 against bishop c4 is highly irregular.
Yeah, I think it's all about getting him out of prep. You can already see the pace that Mishra was moving has slowed down. He's now relaxing. He's trying to understand what's the difference. And his thought process is, भाई मैं कैसे अपनी प्रिपरेशन में वापस घुस जाऊं, बोलते हैं ना, मतलब कई बार when you're driving, chat, I know आप लोग सारे अभी 2 साल के हो, but still if you're driving 15 years later, and sometimes you lose track, Google Maps अगर ना हो आपके पास for some reason, your battery is died down, you want to get to a road you're familiar with, even if it is a longer path. Yeah, it's the same thing here. I think he wants to get back to his prep, even though maybe this is not the best move by Gukesh. I think मिश्रा सोची सोच रहे हैं कि भाई क्या चाल खेलूं मैं कि वापस घर की प्रेप पे जाऊं, क्योंकि मैं घर पे इंजन से देख के आया हूं वो.
Exactly, because and probably a4 is what you would generally play in positions like these. But अगर आप prep के बारे में भी सोचो, यहाँ पे let's say Abhimanyu is prepared d6 or he's prepared g5 or he's prepared short castle, whatever. Abhimanyu then has to think about के after a move like a6 and a4, how does his prep differ from the position on the board, right?
Hmm.
Maybe in some cases what black has is access to the a7 square. Maybe that can be an implication. Maybe white has some queenside attack ideas with c3 and b4, and I don't know, just creating something on the queen side. So this is where I think he starts to think, and Yeah, Gukesh probably seems to have won in the opening battle at least. मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है.
Yeah, and I think now, Mishra would love to see a4, as you mentioned, knight d2. Also, I mean, if you castle, then you have to worry about moves like g5. So that's a committal decision from white, right? So he would love to refrain from castling if possible for as long as possible. So very interesting position. Meanwhile, he castles. Let's go,
Wow.
Sahil. Do we see g5 now?
Of course, I mean, Bishop E7 is also possible in this position just to reroute the bishop back and get away from the pin. Once he plays Bishop E7, I would not expect G5. Generally, दो तरह के setups you expect here. You go G5 and D6, keep the bishop on C5 and you have some attacking chances on the king side, or you go Bishop E7 and then you play D6 and थोड़ा फिर slow हो जाता है game. But I would expect G5. Let's go, Gukesh.
But that's also what maybe Mishra must have looked at, right, Sahaj bhai? So maybe Gukesh is like, bro, I wanna get you out of your prep. So maybe he might just opt for Bishop E7. Although he might just even play. Can he play D6 and Jile?
भाई भाई क्या हो रहा है आज आपको आज प्रिडिक्शन पे प्रिडिक्शन
मैं समर करने बैठा हूँ क्या भाई? मुझे पता नहीं है भाई, कोई टेलीपोर्टेशन डिवाइस इन्वेंट हुआ हो,
क्रेजी
मुझे पता ना हो। भाई ये क्या था भाई, बोलते ही खेल दिया।
इंस्टेंटली यार बोलते ही इनसेन तो बट दिस डज मीन ही इज थिंकिंग अबाउट G5 इन दिस पोजीशन या
Yeah.
I think it's going to happen with sooner or later. One small point here that actually I learned from Karthik Venkatraman. I'm sure he's an Indian national senior champion, and he does these sort of these positional decision making things on his Instagram page. Very very informative stuff. And one thing that I learned from there is that when black castles and then black plays G5, it is a bigger risk क्योंकि white can always go knight takes G5.
Hmm.
तो आपको G5 पहले खेलना चाहिए because even if you capture on G5 and you capture back with G5, your king is no longer on G8 and it's no longer in that pressure in that king side pressure anymore. So if Gukesh wants to play G5, it should be before he castles.
Hmm.
Okay, he goes Bishop
True.
A7.
True. Yeah, still not committing to anything. And Saj bhai, I saw कि D6 आया board पे बोलते ही. So I don't know if anybody's God is listening. 10 crores, 10 CR. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Anyways, पहले thank you
Yo.
बोल दिया. But anyways, so like Bishop A7 played. Sahaj bhai, so I think G5 has to come now. I think Bishop इतना दूर जा चुका king side से कि G5 is kind of a move you would expect. And also I think in that position. I don't know why, but the bar is showing like close to equality already. Maybe after a6, whatever gamble Gukesh wanted to go for has kind of worked. Castle wasn't the best move.
Yeah, seems like it. And I'm seeing some crazy lines here. So I'm just going to dig a bit deeper here. If white is supposed to play knight b2, by the way, the best move, still Gukesh doesn't have to play g5. He can still go queen e7. But you can see the bar already starts to like black's position a bit more. You have queen e7, which is a potential plan. Maybe it's a bit slower. Actually, let's start with queen e7. Let's say white plays, what is white going to play? A4 or b4 or something like that. Maybe let's go rook e1. Just a very simple move. There is g5, bishop g3 and then g4, knight h4 and knight h5, and suddenly looks a bit scary for white already.
I agree. And Sahaj bhai, as they calculate, एक बार आप प्रग की पोजीशन पे नजर तो मारो।
Oh ho ho!
भाई
Oh ho ho!
सहज भाई आर यू ओके? सहज भाई आर यू ओके भाई? भाई कोई कोई फील कोई स्ट्रेस तो नहीं हो रहा है भाई? आर यू
भाई
ओके भाई?
देख देख
भाई आर यू
प्रग ने
ओके?
किया है तो बनता है ठीक है प्रग को माफ किया नो वरीज नो वरीज बट या क्रेजी
भाई ये क्या है
क्रेजी
भाई? ये
नो ही
क्या ये
वांट्स
क्या दोगलापन है?
when you have 2785 you can do it उससे थोड़ा कम होता है तो then we start having problems but yes but crazy भाई चौथी चाल पे golden pawn touched insane by the way white has
भाई
to play e4 in this position so some solid prep by Pragg as well.
can we look at the starting moves? How did this happen? I think it didn't start with f5. Yeah.
He plays e6, so c4, bishop b4 check. So this is that kind of a bogo system type of a setup. यहाँ पे white bishop d2 वगैरह भी खेल सकता था, knight d2 भी खेल सकता था, knight c3 is the third option, and probably he was hoping that black will go knight f6 and it transposes into Nimzo Indian, But Pragg had other plans. He says there was a reason why I was keeping the knight on g8, why I was not committing that early on, and that plan is very clear to us now. He takes on c3, pawn takes c3, and then he pushes the golden pawn to f5. And the idea is simple. Once he plays knight f6, it's a positionally a better scenario in comparison, to if the pawn was on f7, because he maintains these kingside attacking chances, and yeah, big problem for Blue Bomb already.
And you know what, Sajba, you mentioned e4, and that is the most common move. I think other moves are also have also been played like knight f3, e3, and so on. But Chad, question for you: what is the best move according to the engines? Because देख के थोड़ा सा मजा आ रहा है मुझे, अगर व्हाइट ने ये खेल दिया सहज भाई, तो बोर्ड पे आग नहीं लगी भाई, पूरी बर्निंग ट्रेन होने वाली है. So chat, what do you think is the best move for white here?
Is it G4? I'm just wondering. It's not G4, right?
Not e4. E4 is second best.
Mm-hmm.
Not f4. Not h4. It is g4. Pawn to g4 is the best move in the position. And if you take it, pawn to h3, bro, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me, Sahaj bhai? And if you take that, knight takes is already plus 1.2 for white.
Okay, but we can be sure that because Pragg is playing so fast that he has looked at G4. I mean, there is no chance that you don't see G4. And the question is, does Blue Bomb know it? Oh, he plays E4. He doesn't play G4.
Oh, but okay, why no G4? But E4 is the common move played. And now 13 games have been played on chess.com. And out of those, 38% games ended in a win for white, 38 ended in a draw, and only 23 ended in a win for black. And now FE4 is the only move right now. And Sahaj bhai, look at this. After F takes E4, chat, do you know what the best moves for white are? Come on, chat, let's go. Best move for white again.
Oh, I know where you're going with this. I know where you're going with this. That is insane. By it's the same principle, chat. You should be able to guess this.
Come on, chat, let's go.
Yes. F3 is one of the. By G4 नहीं यार, G4 तो हो गया अब. G4, there is no point as you're not hitting F5 anymore. But yes, F3. F3 is one of the best moves. There's Queen H5
Yeah.
check as well. There is Queen G4 directly as well. Somehow I like
Sahaj,
Queen
look at
H5
this.
check the
Sahaj, look at
most.
this. Queen h5, g6, and queen to e5. The rook is now hanging. If queen f6, queen e4, white is already winning.
Oh, so you
So
don't play
knight
Queen
f6
F6, yeah?
खेलना है.
Knight
Allowing
F6.
bishop g5. Bro, that is not easy. And now you castle. Oh, that is scary.
Yeah, big risk by Pragg here. I mean, I love it. I love it. He wants to have a fighting game. He's clearly
I
playing for a win here.
and Shah, I wanna continue further. Pawn to h4. White tries to go h5, tries to attack. Pawn to d6, harassing the queen on e5. Queen comes back to g3. I think literally the only square. And now knight to h5, revealing an attack
Wow.
on the queen. Queen आपकी hanging है. White has to attack, right? White cannot trade queen. So queen to e3 आता, and then queen to e8. So this would have been an insane position. But white
Why this
instead,
is Yeah, he plays
huh?
Queen G4. He plays Queen G4.
Wow.
He doesn't play Queen H5, but yeah.
Wait,
But Queen G4
queen
also
e
seems nice, na?
yeah, queen e7 is the only move right now for Pragg.
Yeah, to defend the G7 pawn. Once the G7 pawn falls, I believe it's a big problem for Pragg. ये Arjun से expect करते हैं knight f6 यहाँ पे. Just take the pawn and just have pure chaos on the board. But yeah, Queen e7 only move here.
Bhai, this is insane. And I think Pragg has found some crazy idea, but he has to play only moves. Sahaj bhai, we have to quickly jump 30-second look at the Arjun game, 30-second look at Gukesh game, because वहां पे भी crazy चीजें चल रही हैं. I think games today are insane.
Absolutely. So we started with knight f3, the Reti system, but he plays c4, e6, g3. So going into the Catalan territory, he goes bishop g2, bishop e7, castle, castle. And यहाँ पे दो चालें होती है white के पास. One is b3 and one is d4. But of course d4 is the main Catalan, and that's what he goes for. Transposing into the main variation. Black goes d takes c4, and now he plays knight to e5. I think this is the most popular move here. Okay, no, it's not. No, queen c2 is the most popular, but both of them are basically these days quite famous. But knight e5 is the second most popular move here. Black goes knight c6, bishop takes e6, pawn takes c6, knight takes c6, queen goes to e8. We take the bishop, black takes back, and now we go queen a4. And as far as I remember, this is still mainstream preparation. This is still this is like a very mainstream position.
Taj, I've had this exact position in my game, I think. Exact
Really?
position.
With which color?
Black, and I lost that one.
अरे
I think against an
यार.
IM in France, I played this game. Exact position, I think. And I think I don't know if I played C5 here, and that was a slight error, but I think it was very similar position for sure. But regardless, so Arjun, I think, is in prep chat. Time se pata lag raha hai, 11 minute आगे hai. So all is looking good in the Arjun game. Let's jump to the Gukesh game because G5 aa chuka hai on the board.
Ooh, let's go. Knight b2, g5, bishop g3, and then he goes, what? Knight to h7. भाई ये क्या चेस चल रही है? He wants to play h5, I'm guessing, because he defends the g5 pawn by playing knight h7. But look at the
भाई
variations. Bhai, are you
हाँ
seeing this? d4
हाँ बताओ.
h5.
Wow. And if I take on e5 h4, bhai,
Yes. Knight
look at
h4,
this. हाँ.
gh4, queen
Queen
h.
h5, queen h5, mate in one threatened. And now queen e7, only move for black. You take on h4, and now queen to f8. Bro, this is insane. This is insane. Queen f8. What?
No, it continues. You play e6 and then
What?
knight e5. E takes f7, knight takes f7, queen g6, and the only move for black here is queen g8. The only move, otherwise,
And
black
Sajva,
is
let's go
done.
back 3 moves. Instead of e6, you can also play e takes d6, c
Hmm.
takes d6, and now e5.
अरे
You have
बाप
to
रे.
take with the knight, and now rook
Okay.
fe1. And now black's only move is queen g7, knight f3, rook g8 threatening mate in 1, and bishop g3. And God save me from this position by in my life. Hope I never have it.
Sahil bhai, look. Bishop g3, bishop g4 only move. Bishop takes e5.
What?
मेरी क्वीन मर रही
What?
है. मेरी क्वीन मर रही है. आपकी क्वीन मर रही
And
है. But the best move is.
chat, black to play. If you find this move, chat, by there is nobody stopping you from becoming the next Magnus. By what is the best move for black according to the engines? There are two good moves, but one move is so insane. I think Saj bhai, I think I should retire from chess officially now. ये तो मेरे औकात के बाहर है.
Why a lot of people in the chat are actually guessing this move, and you are absolutely correct. It is long castle. Why? What is this chess? Your queen is under attack, my queen is under attack, but I just castle. How often do you see this? Why? This is world. This could be some
and
very deep prep by Gukesh.
And one of the best moves for white here is knight d4, by the way, if you really want to go further.
अरे भाई, अरे
भाई,
भाई.
ओके ओके, वापस चलो भाई, ट्रॉमा कम
हाँ.
करते हैं भाई चैट का. लेट्स गो बैक टू द करंट पोजीशन. नाइट
So,
h7 प्लेड. हाँ.
we were discussing the move d4 here, and just for everyone, d4 is the only move here that keeps that slight edge for white in this position. Of course I wouldn't call it a slight edge. I'm calling it a 0.3 position, which I'm seeing on my screen. It doesn't look like a slight edge to me because it is so chaotic. किसी भी side से mistake होना is very very likely. And Abhimanyu is around 12 minutes down. Gukesh still very much in prep. Do you think at this point Abhi is regretting this decision of playing Bishop G5?
Absolutely. I think Abhimanyu's opening preparation has really, gone out of the window now. He has he has a clue what's happening, but it's not what he aimed for. It's not what he aimed for. Ab jate ho ki, you visit a friend's house. Even if you miss by a single house, you are in a stranger's home, yeah? You have to hit that goal directly. You cannot change the address even by one digit. And that's exactly what's happened. He's not in home territory anymore. And now he has to figure this stuff out ओवर द बोर्ड. जो हम इंजन से देख रहे हैं वो ओवर द बोर्ड निकालना है. आई वुड एक्सपेक्ट मिश्रा टू थिंक फॉर एटलीस्ट 10 more minutes here, Saj.
बिल्कुल सही बोला आपने, because in this position, like the top move of knight h7 is not considered in the top moves of the engine. So clearly this is Gukesh trying to say कि no more prep on the board, let's play on the board. And queen e7 was possible, bishop g4 was possible. So this is the kind of idea, or this is the type of situations that Abhimanyu is maybe more familiar with. But once the knight goes back to h7, It is pure chaos on the board. So loving it for Gukesh. I think that is very, very good news. By the way, switching back to Pragg's board, because this was the current position. He did end up playing Queen E7. White took the pawn on E4, and Black plays Knight to F6. So Pragg also in, I would say, good hands here.
And Sahaj, why this is also crazy because after queen to h4, I think we can all agree that's the most logical move. You want to play
Yes.
bishop d3, you want to play bishop g5, and just kind of attack on the king side, right? Black has a move e5. And chat, question for you: White's best move in the position. Come on, chat. So what should White play? Not queenside castling, bishop beach में है. So what is White's best move in the position? Come on, chat. कौन है chat के geniuses? अब पता लगेगा. Without engine भाई. Engine देख के नहीं. Engine देख के तो मैं कोई बता दे. जैसे मैं बता रहा हूँ.
True, bhai. This looks insane. King D2. No, bhai. That is
No,
too
no,
much.
not that crazy, bro. Not
Not
that
that
crazy.
crazy.
इतना भी नहीं. Bishop a3 nah. Free bishop नहीं है.
Bishop
Free bishop
A3
तो
is
नहीं
just
देंगे.
a free bishop. Oops.
Knight f3. You're not so far away, but bishop e3, no, not bishop e3. Bishop d3, yes, Arinjay, bishop d3, allowing e takes d4 check. Then you play knight e2, allowing d takes c3, white castles, and white is winning.
Matlab,
Right?
you take two of my pawns and I just castle and I'm just winning. That's chess for you.
Exactly. तो कौन बनना चाहता है जीएम भाई? चैट में कई लोग आते हैं ना सहज भाई की, सहज भाई, आई एम 15 years old, इज इट टू लेट फॉर मी टू बिकम जीएम? अब बताओ भाई, डू यू वांट टू बिकम अ जीएम इज माय क्वेश्चन. Because GMs are supposed to
This
find this
is
over the board.
absolutely. But okay, this is, I think, short castle, very difficult move. Black probably still cannot castle over here. Oh, there's bishop takes h7 check happening immediately. But this didn't happen, by the way. After queen
Yeah.
takes e4 and knight f6, white retreated with queen c2. So he didn't go for the most logical move that we thought, queen h4, keeping that pressure on the queen side or on the king side, sorry. And now the game is maybe a bit more stable because maybe he's planning knight f3, bishop d3 or bishop e2 and just going short castle. There is a lot of imbalances in this position, right? First of all, there is a bishop versus knight. White has this bishop, black has this knight. And then white has this sort of bad pawn structure, I would say, c4 and c3. It can be a problem in the future. However, black doesn't have the f pawn, which is super crucial to which is super crucial for defense in this in any position, I would say, especially when you've castled on the short side. So a lot of imbalances, and I think this is what Pragg was hoping for. So let's see how he continues here. Maybe he didn't look at queen c2 in his home prep. Maybe this is the first time that he's thinking about it. But yeah, let's see.
I agree, Saj. I think Queen C2 is a move you play when you want to be safe and you don't want to be safe against Prague. You want it to be aggressive, and now Queen C2, I think, gives Prague a decent position, at least better than what you would have had after Queen H4, because that was a deadly attacking move. So Prague a bit more stable now. And by the way, as we predicted, no moves by Abhimanyu Mishra. भाई वो सोच रहा है यार, लंदन सिस्टम था मेरे पास लंदन सिस्टम, बट मैंने सोचा नहीं भाई, आज अटैक करें मुकेश को. ऑलरेडी रिग्रेटिंग इट.
भाई लंदन सिस्टम तो फेडोसिव के पास भी था ओलंपियाड में. We saw how that happened. So again, I think against Gukesh, it is basically impossible to have that, game जहाँ पे आप बिल्कुल कुछ, maybe he could have gone for, I mean, but of course he's young as well. He wants to have a game against Gukesh and he's got it. He's absolutely got it.
Yeah. Yeah, agreed. And meanwhile, chat, if we jump to the Arjun game, we have a few moves. The move e5 was played, the best move in the position by Nikita Vitiugov. The pawn was captured, queen takes e5, and now not queen c4. He kind of preempted the move bishop h3 with rook to e1. Interesting choice there, Sahaj.
Yeah, only one game here. So I'm just checking here quickly. 261 games played in this position, and 211 of them white had gone queen c4. Just one game of rook
Wow.
e1 so far. And who is that one game? Oh ho ho! It was actually none other than Hikaru. Hikaru has actually played rook e1 before, the only game registered in the chess.com database in this position.
Oh, wow. Oh, that is very interesting, actually. So, Rook E1, maybe in a title Tuesday game, I don't know, but regardless, Rook E1 played. And now I think my problem was, Sahaj, what if I just defend the pawn with bishop e6? Like that was my worry somehow, that I don't get the pawn back instantly. How do you grab that pawn now?
Maybe I don't need to grab this pawn. I'm thinking about the long-term picture here where I want to exchange these two knights and I want to give my I want to sort of put my bishop on c3 and have some king side attacking chances because the bishop on c3 is quite nice. Yeah, it attacks the g7 pawn. It holds the c4 pawn completely. Basically c7 or c4 को ऐसे hold करके बैठा, so you don't really need to capture the pawn. And once the bishop sits on c3, then it's like you're playing with an extra pawn anyways, right? क्योंकि
Hmm.
black तो कुछ queen side पे कर नहीं सकता मतलब pawns के through. So maybe that's
True.
what he's going for. And we know how much Arjun loves, imbalances. And we have an opposite colored bishop already on the board. Some pawn imbalances on the board as well. So I think he would be comfortable here. And by the way, he's still thinking, hasn't played. However, I should also mention that instead of bishop e6, the best move here is a little weirder. It's actually queen e6.
Maybe you wanna also allow bishop a6, yeah? Maybe that's the idea. I don't know.
Maybe bishop e7, I was thinking.
Ooh,
Maybe like
I
इस
that.
diagonal पे कुछ bishop a6. I feel like this bishop on a6 just feels odd क्योंकि
No,
ये
I
एक
agree.
pawn को
Bishop e7
बचाने
and
के लिए.
queen h3, Saj. Maybe queen h3 then, and that could be
Yes.
just.
भाई, look at this. Like let's say if we go knight c3. Oh, this is a very nice tactic. Bishop b7. Let's say white plays, I don't know, a3 or whatever.
I
Queen
saw it. I
h3,
saw it. I saw it.
f3, black to play chat.
Come on, let's go chat. बोलते हैं ना कई बार गर्मी में ऐसे वो शर्ट उतार के ठंडी लगती है, वैसे ही ऐसे कुछ करना है, कुछ उतारना है भाई यहाँ पे.
Absolutely. Knight g4. Exactly. The perfect combination of queen, knight, and bishop here, attacking the h2 pawn. Once you take fg4, queen g2 is just a simple mate. Right? No one made a mistake here. Everyone found knight g4. Chat, you're awake today. Let's go.
या सो आई थिंक थोड़ा प्रेशर है यहाँ पे. अर्जुन ऑल दो 20-21 मिनट आगे हैं, सो उनके दिमाग में तो 1% स्ट्रेस भी नहीं है, तो ही इज लुकिंग चिल. And meanwhile, Sahaj, maybe it's time to check out the game of Vidit against Cheparinov, because Vidit, of course, coming from that miss yesterday, क्या लग रहा है गेम के बारे में आपको?
So we were just quickly going through it. It was a Catalan once again. So same as Arjun, but Arjun went short castle here and d takes c4 pe he played knight e5. Vidit, however, goes knight c3 in this position, sort of allowing this d takes c4 capture. ये मैं allow इसलिए बोल रहा हूँ क्योंकि knight b1 पे होता तो you can always go knight d2 and you can capture this pawn. Whenever you play knight c3, you are sort of inviting pawn takes c4 here. Anyway, so he goes knight e5, putting pressure here, also opening up the bishop on the b7 pawn. Black plays c5, d takes c5, queen takes d1 check. So we're going straight into the endgame. Knight d1, bishop c5, and now Vidit plays an interesting move. He doesn't capture the pawn. He plays bishop to d2. So keeping that option of taking the pawn on c4 alive. And maybe also he's planning some rook c1, rook c4 type of ideas. Maybe knight e3 as well could be a plan in this future, in the future as well. So yeah, but Vidit did think for quite a bit before he played this move, like 12 minutes before he thought about. So is this preparation?
Yeah, I hope he just plays faster, Sahaj. I think it could be preparation, it could be over the board stuff. But regardless, I think what really made him suffer yesterday, again, to some extent, was the clock, right? If he had more time, maybe he would have found it. He was struggling on the clock yesterday as well, even though he was winning in the game. So let's hope so he plays quickly today. That's my biggest worry. Ivan Chaparinov is a very strong player, but maybe not at his peak. And of course, Vidit Gujarati has to strike if he really wants to maintain his winning chances. 2.5, he needs to go on 3.5. Meanwhile, Saj, we jump to Divya's game, who's already 16 minutes ahead on the clock. And to be honest, I like her position. Yeah, we might see that isolated pawn again, and she might be playing without any risk.
Okay, it's actually her move, and she can take CD5 and go for the isolated pawn immediately, actually. But it's a tough decision, right? Let's maybe
Hmm.
go from from move 3 or something. It was the Nimzo Indian. So knight f3 se Catalan aati hai, knight c3 se Nimzo aati hai. Black plays bishop b4, queen c2, the main move, d6. Usually you have d5, c5, short castle. These are the main moves. D6 is Black again trying to play for a. Generally, when you're trying to play for a win, this is the type of move that you go for. It's a bit slower. And she goes e3, fully prepped. Short castle, bishop d3, setting up this battery over the h7 pawn. Black plays c5, pawn takes pawn, bishop takes pawn, knight f3, and now d5. This is the current position on the board. And as I was mentioning, there are two types of moves here. One is c takes d5, and you say, okay, now you have an isolated queen pawn. And the other move is you play short castle, and she chooses neither. She plays a3.
Wow. Maybe a safer choice. Maybe she wants to keep a similar pawn structure, and that will kind of give a stability to the position. So Divya Deshmukh playing it a bit safer. So let's see what Samshidin does, because he also has to maintain winning chances if he wants to qualify to the candidates. It's a must win for him. As we discussed, 2.5 पे कोई चांस ही नहीं है क्वालिफाई करने का. 3 पॉइंट तो करने पड़ेंगे आज. Meanwhile, Sahaj jumping back to the Gukesh game. His opponent has played. He thought for a long while, but he came up with the best move in the position, pawn to d4, and now only move for Gukesh is that h pawn move to h5 and played. Let's go भाई, sharp game incoming भाई, आग लगने वाली है. And chat, we saw d5, right? d5 h4 is something we saw. H4 is the other option, Sahaj, directly for white. So you stop that h pawn advance, g4, knight e1, e takes d4, and how do you continue the game here? It's crazy.
You have to apparently find knight d3 to gain some activity. Black takes on c3, white goes bc3. And okay, this is the position, very, very messy. Basically, Sahil bhai, I think after a move like h5, any move that white plays, white has to sacrifice something. Like if we just think
Yeah.
about it, whether he plays h4, यहाँ पे g4 के बाद pawn मर रहा है. If he doesn't play h4, if he goes d takes e5, h4 के बाद piece मर रहा है.
True,
So
true, true.
he has to sacrifice something in this position, and I think this is where the imbalance generates here. So great choice by Gukesh. By the way, Chess 24 India Gukesh game in 30 seconds क्यों लिख रही है?
भाई मैंने लिखा भाई, हम वो
अच्छा,
नए
आप
गेम
आप थे
देखे थे
वो?
ना. हाँ
अच्छा
मैंने
अच्छा
लिखा
अच्छा
भाई.
अच्छा
चैट क्रेजी
अच्छा.
होती थी कह के मैंने लिखा था. हाँ, तो बाद में h5 के बाद one good news is कि Arjun Mishra has way low time on the clock. I think already what, a 24-minute difference. That is ridiculous after move 11. Although Asaj bhai, I think looking at white, I think h4 definitely optically feels like the better move, right? Because I sacrifice only a pawn, not a piece. And somehow you don't really have a place to castle. If we go deeper into that variation, h4, g4, knight e1, ed4, as long as I find knight d3, d takes, pawn takes, like my b file is now open. If you castle queenside, and of course I'm already threatening ideas, it just feels like white's position is really nice here. I don't like the black king side placement.
However, I have to say, what if I don't take dc3? Because then you don't have this sort of attack on the queen side as well.
Hmm.
But what if I just go short castle here?
Hmm.
It feels like it's not easy to make moves for it. Like I'm seeing the best move here is bishop b3 for some reason. Who's going to play bishop b3 here? Why would you play bishop b3 here? It makes no
Hmm.
sense,
Maybe knight
right?
f4, attacking h5, yeah?
Ooh, knight f6 perhaps. You attack, I defend.
Yeah. And I want to play f3, but I can't do it because there is this bishop. So could I play king h2, or is that too bad?
It is good.
But
It's
f3,
good.
but I think king h2 के बाद फिर f3 का knight g4 check भी तो आएगा. So maybe king h1 is
हाँ,
better. I don't know.
king h1 probably is better. Okay, king h1. Very, very sharp position. Yeah, knight e5, black can play. You're just inviting cd4. I'll capture back with my bishop. Maybe I have some b5, bishop b7 types of ideas. And yeah, it's basically game on.
Wow. Very sharp, I think. Bishop, if you drop back, then I don't know what do you play now,
b5.
Sahaj? b5, let's say. Am I ready for f3 or no?
But even
Or
if
is
you
it?
play f3, like if I just ignore it, like if you take, can capture back with I can capture back with my bishop also.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
It's
You're
like
right.
I'm not sure f3 खेलने से किसका king weak हो रहा है. It's a nice, I think a strategic question.
Hmm. True. I think black has enough, defensive points on the g4 square, the bishop, the two knights, the pawn, and it really makes it difficult for white to kind of open the f and the g file. So very interesting position, Chad. I think ये game में result तो जरूर आएगा. And imagine Arjun and Mishra sitting there and trying to calculate this while Gukesh has prepared this. Do you think Gukesh is in preparation, Sahaj? That's very important because he played h5 very quickly in 1 minute, while d4 took like a 30 minute thing from Arjun and Mishra.
100%. 100%. He is 142 here. And any time a player has more time than the clock that they more time than they started with, it means that it's prep. Because you are
Hmm.
also by 30 seconds you get with each move, you are seeing the move, you're writing it on the piece of paper, you're getting your thoughts together, and then you make a move, right? So playing all of that under 30 seconds is very unlikely unless you know it's correct.
Hmm. True. And Arjun Mishra is losing seconds by the second, Sahaj bhai.
By the way, going back to Arjun's board, because slight update there in this position, instead of going queen e6, he goes queen to c5.
Oh,
So
that
we
feels a
already
bit
have an inaccuracy.
suspicious.
We already have an inaccuracy.
But bishop e3 is a free tempo. What is queen c5? What?
Trying to make sense of it because he
Queen
clearly.
h5 and now knight g4 attacks the bishop. Is that the plan?
Yeah, yeah, probably. So bishop e3, queen h5, knight d2, knight g4, and you just have to find knight f1, and Arjun is better.
Hmm.
Like very heavy advantage here.
Yeah. Yeah, it just
Points.
feels like
It's
a
actually
yeah.
point 0.7 if he doesn't find queen e5 here.
Yeah, it just feels like a two move trap. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't feel like a strategic decision somehow. Queen c5, allowing a
Hmm.
free tempo on the queen. So maybe a slight error, and Arjun will grind it out. Of course, he's not seen it at home because the engines wouldn't have recommended Queen c5 while he was preparing. So he knows something is wrong about this. क्या होता है ना, कई बार आप किसी से मिलते हो, लगता है यार इस बंदे के बारे में कुछ तो गलत है, समझ नहीं आ रहा है, बट मेरी इंट्यूशन कह रही है, सिक्स सेंस कह रही है, बंदा सही नहीं है. Same cheese Arjun ko. He's realizing something is wrong here and he's trying to figure out what that is.
Yeah, I think correct. Absolutely correct. So bishop e3 and knight c3, two moves. Arjun looking very nice. By the way, should we take a quick look at any other games that might seem interesting to you?
I think I was checking Nihal's game against Leon, but I think there's a Leon is in deep think, has been thinking for like 20 minutes almost. After bishop f4, like Nihal refuses to take that pawn on d4. He's like, भाई अभी नहीं मारूंगा, आराम से मारूंगा.
I mean, Nihal is coming up with some really creative ideas, I would say, especially in the last few months. Really loving his chess in this sense. By the way, the best move here for black is I mean, seems quite weird to me because he has to play e6, which is normal, and you go knight takes d4, and then he has to find g5. That's not an easy move to play.
Wow. I thought bishop d6 कुछ logical सा होगा, but this is not easy at all. But okay, I think
You know,
maybe black is
somehow
fine regardless, yeah?
somehow just basing it off of Nihal's opening prep and his how many creative ideas he's having, मुझे लग रहा है कि जो प्रग का 2024 वाला year था ना, that is what Nihal is going through right now. And I feel like next year he's just going to explode because things are gonna set in place for him, and he's just gonna explode there. You remember even Pragg had that in Tata Steel it was, or somewhere it was, he had that very crazy idea where he played bishop e2 and then he played bishop d3 in the next move. कुछ तो एक line में
Hmm.
था. I think it was Tata Steel if
Hmm.
I'm not mistaken. It's like with Nihal's games, I think I'm seeing so many creative ideas being played, and it takes time for all of that to settle in. I think he will definitely explode very very soon. क्या लगता है
Yeah,
आपको?
yeah, he might explode next year, but I would prefer if he explodes this year, Sahara, because this year में World Championship cycle है.
I think I
So
think he's getting good positions. He's having those moments. Every game I feel like he's the only one putting the pressure. But जो प्रग के साथ 2024 में हो रहा था, I think वो निहाल के साथ अभी हो रहा है.
true. Possible. I think Nihal definitely would still have hopes. I think ढाई point पे है. If he can get out a win here, of course, 3.5 would be very impressive. So, in fact, we only have one player on 3.5 so far. So let's see what happens. Meanwhile, Sahaj bhai, I think with Pragg thought for a long time and then played b6 after a 18-minute think. I kind of get a feeling like that was too much time for this weird opening. Yeah, maybe like Queen C2 was definitely he had no clue about anything up. क्या बोल
Yeah,
रहा हूँ English?
because
He
he
had
only
no
looked
clue
at
about
queen
Bishop B.
h4.
Yeah, Queen C2 was
I
a
mean,
surprise.
but now he knows, I think, the general plan. He wants to play bishop b7. He's keeping the option alive whether he wants to cast a long or short. Maybe he'll see
Hmm.
how white's pieces are developed and then he will make a decision. But yeah, bishop b7 incoming. Maybe this knight can jump to c6 and maybe to a5 to attack c4. Or he can also play this interesting idea like bishop b7. Whatever you do here is okay. I'm just going to make a move by white. Knight f3, for example. Bishop b7 attacking this. So you have to go bishop e2 to defend this. And now bishop e4 looks interesting to me. Attacking the queen, let's say, sidesteps somewhere, let's say to a4, and now knight c6 something I'm liking. Maybe not knight c6 here, maybe c5 and then knight c6. But yeah, this type of a position, and then you go short castle.
Yeah, I think this is very imbalanced. I think Pragg के favor
Hmm.
में तो है, because you can see white has the bishop pair, black doesn't have the bishop pair, but white's pawns are doubled. So ये typical Nimzo Ragozin kind of structure है. And I think यहाँ पे Pragg would love to have a long, long, long game. And I think if Matthews Bluebaum has to win this game, he will need to launch maybe an attack on the king's side, bishop d3 at some point. But as of now, I think b6 is a very flexible move. As you mentioned, after knight f3, bishop e2 खेलना पड़ेगा, which is maybe not the best square for the bishop anyways. So let's see what
Hmm.
happens. Meanwhile, Matthews is thinking, and no moves in the Arjun game, and no moves in the Mishra Gukesh game as well. By Mishra लगता है clock पे हारेगा, already like 33 minutes behind.
I have a question for you and for the chat as well. Between the Indian top three players, किसका game सबसे लंबा चलेगा, you think? Now we have looked at all of these games individually, but किसका game सबसे लंबा चलेगा?
I think Pragg. I think Pragg का चलेगा मुझे लग रहा है.
Okay, I see Arjun. A lot of people saying Pragg. A lot of people saying Arjun. No one saying Gukesh. Yeah, okay. I see one Gukesh. I think I agree with you as well because Gukesh के game में, even though it's a very fighting position, that time difference is a lot.
Hmm.
राइट एंड अब अभिमन्यु के मिस्टेक्स करने के चांसेस काफी हाई हैं यहाँ पे तो इट कुड एंड अर्लियर एज वेल नॉट श्योर व्हाट द रिजल्ट वुड बी बट इट कुड एंड अर्लियर सिंपली बिकॉज there's a very huge time difference but Pragg के game में time is more or less balanced and it's a very it's a game that could go the longest and Arjun I think might finish the fastest here because already दो pieces तो already exchange हो ही गए हैं इस position में and you have this opposite colored bishop एक end game की तरफ बढ़ रहा है ये game I feel this game might end very quickly.
Agreed. Agreed. And I think Arjun, of course, also is a very fast player, right? So he, of course, will like to play quickly. But I think काफी interesting रहेगा यार उनके उनके opponent जो है ना निकिता विटुगो for example I think was 2-7 2-0 2-7 3-0 at one point
Yeah.
like a very strong
Yeah.
player. So I think कई बार ऐसे players अपने level से ऊपर खेल लेते हैं. So he could totally play like a 27-50 player today. So maybe it might not be as easy. Although Queen C5 definitely is a good sign for things to come for Arjun.
I remember of course, I've always known who Nikita Vitiugov was, but he created one of the best like books on French, Rubinstein variation, where you go d takes e4 on move 3. And as a kid, like when I was around 11, 12 years old, I used to मतलब वो book ना मेरे को छपी होती थी मेरे दिमाग में at some point. So I remember his name really well because of that book. And he's a very, very strong player in his own regard. I think he plays for England now. Um, but yeah, it's not an easy match for Arjun, definitely. Vitigo was on 2750, really? 2751. Wow, he was 2751.
Oh wow, so that's even more impressive than I thought, yeah. That's
Hmm.
crazy. Meanwhile, no moves in the Mishra game, no move
Nihal.
Arjun game, no Nihal game में हुए के moves. Oh,
He plays g5 instantly. Look at this move. Bishop takes b8, rook takes b8, and queen takes d4 taken by Nihal.
bhai,
भाई ये
that's
pawn.
very, very ambitious and very risky.
Yeah, so he takes the double bishops, control over the dark squares, and somehow this pawn on a7 looks a bit loose to me. Like
But
if you play
A6, what? Huh?
a6 na, then queen e5 is very strong.
Rook A8?
You've wasted a lot of moves here, I think. So it can backfire because now c4 is dangerous.
C4.
But yeah, very exciting match. I have to say. Bishop G7, only move by the way. Knight C3, short castle. You give the pawn for free. So let's say C takes D5, and now Queen B6 is what Leon has to find. Sacking E7, taking B2 is the way to go.
भाई ये
Oh,
गेम
Mishra
सॉल्व मुझे लग रहा
sacrificed a piece.
है what 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 क्या बात कर रहे हो भाई
Oh, bhai, let's go. Mishra, let's go, bhai.
And let me point out, objectively, that's a question mark. Now, it might give Abhinav Mishra an attack, but it is objectively a question mark. Now, Mikhail Tal would be proud of this piece sacrifice. But हम कहते हैं ना, आजकल कई बार, if Tal was playing in today's era, like he might not be as strong as he was because engines really help you analyze every position to death. So now, H4 is the only move for Gukesh, and he's thinking, Saj. Why is he thinking?
Maybe he's not on the board, but probably he knows this. Yeah, there's the only move to be played, but probably collecting his thoughts. But yeah, H4 ke baad, it's a forced line. Knight H4, GH4 is forced, Queen H5 is forced by white, Queen E7 is forced by black. And now this is where things become tricky, yeah, because here you can go Bishop H4, you can go that E6 line we were talking about earlier. There's also that E takes D6 we were talking about earlier. यहाँ तक सब फोर्स्ड है सो बिशप H4 आई थिंक वी
भाई
विल प्ले एज वेल ये तो लॉजिकली लग रहा है देख के ब्लैक गोज
हाँ
क्वीन F8 एंड ओके दिस इज
हम्म
द ट्रिकी पोजीशन बट डर लग रहा है यार
There is also knight f3 apparently, which is very strong. And
mm-hmm.
then the only move for black is queen g7.
Yeah, I think we looked at this a bit earlier. Queen G7
Not
कुछ
this
रुक
one,
G8
not this one.
not it wasn't
I
this
think this
one.
was a नहीं ये अलग है तीसरा move है. So now
Okay,
e6
wow.
is the only move for white. And chat question for you. What is the only move for black here? Come on, chat, let's go. Black to play. Find the only move for black in this position. साज भाई, I think क्या लग रहा है चेस खेलना वर्थ है कि नहीं है?
That is crazy. This move is crazy. Someone okay, people actually found King F8, yeah? Let's go. King
Yeah,
F8 is the
king
move.
to wow.
And somehow you don't take EF7 or probably because there's Bishop G4 on the board. You're supposed to go Queen F5. I'm not getting this move. And Rook G8 खेलेगा mate in one threat and you don't defend with the bishop like you usually do. You play G3. Why look at this. Queen G6, EF7.
And now Rook G7, bhai.
Wow.
And if you go back, instead of Queen G6, the one of the other moves is F6.
Arre wow.
And now look at this, beautiful. Queen F4, Queen G4, Queen H6 check, Queen G7, Queen F4, Queen G4 draw.
नहीं draw नहीं करना भाई draw नहीं करना I think I'm liking more or less all of the sort of final positions we are getting because it looks like we're going into an end game जहाँ पे white के पास 3 pawn होंगे and black के पास piece होगा and seems like black is the one pushing there unless white के pawns बहुत advanced हो जाते हैं शुरुआत से
साज भाई, आई थिंक आप बहुत ज्यादा पीस कैलकुलेशन कर रहे हो भाई यहाँ पे. दिस गेम इज गोना बी सो क्रेजी. लाइक मटेरियल काउंट करना विल बी काइंड ऑफ यूजलेस आई फील, बिकॉज कोई ना कोई गलती करेगा भाई. आई थिंक कोई ना कोई ऐसी वेरिएशन में गलती करेगा ही, इवन विद मोर टाइम ऑन द क्लॉक. आई थिंक दिस जस्ट लुक्स रियली 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 डेंजरस फॉर ईदर साइड. एंड कोई कहता मैं वॉट क्यों कर रहा हूँ भाई. एक तो मैं रैप गाना लिख ही रहा हूँ वॉट, दूसरा ये भी है बिकॉज यू कैन सी द वेरिएशंस नाउ. White has sacrificed a piece. I mean, in normal circumstances, if you lose a pawn, sometimes GMs resign. This is an entire piece worth 3 points. So White is getting a devastating attack. And now you see Gukesh, even though he was ready to sack the piece, like take the piece, now he's having second thoughts. Why is he not playing H4?
we can't see the cams, but I think I'm almost 99% sure he's meditating and getting his thoughts together. And of course, rightfully so, because the position has become so complex and you need to keep your cool in positions like these. So I think that's maybe why he's not playing immediately. But yeah, H4 is the logic. It's not just a logical choice. It's like blitz होता तो 1 second में खेलता है यहाँ पे. You don't have to think about this more than once क्योंकि और कोई चाल ही नहीं है यहाँ पे.
Agreed, Saj bhai. This looks extremely dangerous, and I expect Ukesh should take like 2 or 3 minutes only. I don't think he'll take longer than that. Otherwise, I think this could be very dangerous. Meanwhile, Arjun has played
Oh, let's go, let's go, let's go. Okay, this is the position, and bishop e3, the best move on the board. Let's go. Amazing.
by Queen H5. Yeah, I think we have to see Queen H5 now. Otherwise, all of this was for nothing.
Yeah, and I think he sees that knight d2, knight f1 करके जो e3 and h2 were being defended. Maybe he sees that now, and Arjun, the first player, I think, having a pretty sizable advantage right out of the opening.
Hmm. Wow, bhai. I think today's games are like today's pairings were not as exciting, but today's games are blowing my mind, Saj. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think some fire on the board by everyone. I
Uh-huh.
mean, सब दोनों black से, I mean, Pragg playing f5, Gukesh playing g5. I mean, Arjun also going into this, opening as well. It is insane. By the way, should we check out Rapport versus Parham as well? Um,
Good point.
that's the top board. By the way, London system was played by Rapport. Let's go. He goes
भाई
c5, e3.
डिंग की आई थिंक वो प्रिपरेशन चल रही है लाइक जो डिंग का लंदन से प्रिपेयर किया था रैपोर्ट ने ही इज यूजिंग दैट प्रेप नाउ आई फील
Yeah, absolutely. So he goes knight b2. By the way, bishop g4 played and c3. Rapport ने यार कोर्स से देखा मेरा. I recommended h3 here as white. But okay, c3 e6, queen b3 he plays. Black goes queen c8. Queen d7 पे नहीं जाता यहाँ पे because knight e5 से कुछ tempo आ सकता है. In fact, I think you are in a very bad position. Okay, bishop b5 first and then knight e5 comes with a tempo. That's why you don't go queen d7 here. So black goes queen c8, h3. Finally played bishop h5, bishop e2, h6. Queen d1 returns, bishop e7, and this is the current position. It looks
भाई
like Parham has equalized, but सारे pieces are board पे, so it's anyone's game.
भाई क्वीन डी1 रिटर्न्स साउंड्स लाइक द रिटर्न ऑफ सम हॉरर मूवी है क्वीन डी1 रिटर्न्स एट अ थिएटर नियर यू
Mhm.
एनीवेज
भाई रैपोर्ट है तो बोलना पड़ता है भाई यू नेवर नो वेयर द अटैक
हाँ
इज गोना कम
हाँ
आई रिमेम्बर अ
हाँ
गेम ऑफ रैपोर्ट वर्सेस आर्यन टारी बाय द वे इट वाज अ वेरी सिमिलर टाइप ऑफ पोजीशन जहाँ पे बिशप d3 पे पड़ा हुआ था एंड ही लॉन्चेस दिस अटैक विद नाइट g5 h4 एंड कुछ तो ब्लैक टेक्स एंड h5 ऐसे खुल जाती है एंड आई रिमेम्बर दिस मूव किंग टू d2 ही प्लेज with the and idea of king d2 was that queen was coming to h1 and it was
हम्म
insane. It was
हम्म
insane. So I mean, Rapport he is a very dangerous player, super creative, the modern Tal as they say. So definitely should not be taken lightly. Um,
शशांक भाई थैंक्स लॉट फॉर द काइंड वर्ड्स आई थिंक मार्केटिंग तो यूट्यूब एल्गोरिथम खुद करता है कई बार आई थिंक दैट्स द ब्यूटी ऑफ द प्लेटफॉर्म यूट्यूब बट आई रियली अप्रिशिएट द काइंड वर्ड्स भाई एंड आई थिंक ऑल्सो जंपिंग बैक सहज भाई मे बी वी कैन चेक आउट द गेम ऑफ ये
Divya,
अर्जुन मे बी बिकॉज क्वीन h5 was played and now f3 on the board by Arjun played literally in a minute so उन्होंने knight g4 और bishop b7 दोनों प्रॉब्लम्स एक ही बार में सॉल्व कर दी and now I think he can always put the bishop back on f2 if need be. And अब c4 pawn be hanging hai. So what is black's move now? Is it bishop b7?
there is only one move apparently here, which is queen e5 to attack the bishop and attack the b2 pawn. And okay, he plays queen e5 instantly on the board, and now white can defend it with queen a3 as well. But supposedly the better move is to go bishop f2, sack the pawn. Let's say bishop f2, queen b2 aata hai, and white should play knight a3 here and capture this pawn on c4. And you might say, okay, temporarily white is a pawn down here, but this pawn is about to be taken, and this c7 pawn is isolated. So I
Hmm.
think this is where the advantage of Arjun comes in this position.
Yeah, I think I like his position, even though bishops opposite color के हैं अगर यहाँ पे queen trade कभी हो गया it will not be easy to win that but Arjun is also playing for two results right I don't see how Arjun can ever lose this for example
Mhm.
if after knight a3 what is the best move Saj bhai I think it's some ridiculous move yeah
A6, whatever this move
I think
means.
c3 पहले I think c3
Uh-huh.
knight c4 and then queen to b7 खेलना है भाई
Rook C1, you just take C3. I mean, it's a very comfortable advantage for Arjun.
yeah वेरी कंफर्टेबल आई थिंक अर्जुन बहुत लंबी गेम खेल सकते हैं यहाँ पे सो दैट मे बी आई एम नॉट सो श्योर नाउ कि प्रग की गेम विल बी द लॉन्गेस्ट वन सा आ जाए बिकॉज दिस कुड टोटली बी इट एज वेल
Absolutely. By the way, Samay bhai, I'm just gonna switch my internet. I'm having some वो थोड़ा अटक रहा है. So I think I would have to share the board again. Just telling you
So
right now.
definitely.
हाँ वो अटके हैं. बोर्ड अभी भी दिख रहा है.
अच्छा, मुझे लगा नेट अटक गया आपका भाई, तो अच्छा वेट का नहीं था,
बोर्ड
ओ माय बैड।
बोर्ड दिख रहा है. Okay, I'm just gonna 1 second. Okay, here we have it. This is the current position on the board. Now the board should be visible. Perfect, perfect.
वो वही क्या पोजीशन है भाई, लेट्स गो। भाई गुकेश अभी भी चल क्यों नहीं रहा यार, डर लग रहा है मुझे।
Okay, going back to Gukesh's board, this is the current position. D takes e5. Yeah, he's having a very deep thought here. I'm not even sure what do you play besides h4 in this position, right? Is he calculating
एवरीथिंग
short castle? No, right? That makes no sense.
भाई, एवरीथिंग एल्स इज लॉस्ट, आई मीन ही
Maybe
हैज टू
chief.
फाइंड h4, otherwise you are basically completely gone. If you play g4 for example, ed6 is apparently winning on the spot.
अरे बाप
E
रे,
takes
gf3.
f3, d takes e7, oh my god, it's over.
Queen e7 and knight f3. Yeah, 3 pawns for a piece once again. And yeah, this is nothing because the king is so weak here. Bishop d6 आ रहा है, bishop d5 आ रहा है.
ओ बाप रे भाई, थोड़ा बहुत डर लगता हुआ चैट यहाँ पे, थोड़ा सा हम कांप रहे हैं, बिकॉज दिस सच अ इम्पोर्टेंट मोमेंट इन द गेम। होता है ना कई बार यू ओनली हैव वन पाथ, आप एक पतली सी उस पे वो, जैसे सर्कस में वो चलता है ना उस पे रोप के ऊपर, लाइक वन स्टेप, 1 इंच टू द लेफ्ट, 1 सेंटीमीटर टू द राइट एंड यू फॉल डाउन एंड इट लुक्स एम्बैरेसिंग। सो the world
Mhm.
champion thinking he needs to find h4. I think he knows it's the move h4. He's trying to go deeper into variations, Sahaj, but if he was not sure, that just tells me कि this is Gukesh's preparation. He knew कि ये खेलना है, but before playing h5 he didn't kind of recall all those variations. And in this case, if he's not able to recall, he'll have to calculate over the board, and that can also backfire sometimes.
True. Also, I think you'd never really expect someone to go d takes c5 here. Yeah, like ये एक ऐसी option होती है which is good to like analyze, good to like know what to play here. But you never truly expect someone to just sack the piece so early on, especially after they've spent so much time. So I think it is a shock for Gukesh in this sense. So you could be right that he hasn't looked at this at least yesterday or today.
Yeah,
It,
I think Gukesh, oh man, I want him to win so badly, but let's see what happens. Meanwhile, Pragg, I think, has a couple of moves. Saj, what you predicted happened. Knight f3 was played, bishop b7, attacking that knight on f3, and now bishop e2, defending the sanctity of his pawn structure. And now bishop e4, as you mentioned, could be a great move, and then maybe queen d1. And black, of course, will then castle, white will castle, and then we have a long, solid position. White maybe will go a4 at some point, whatever. I think I don't know how you try to win this as white though, and even as black looks so solid for both people.
I think it's a proper game. Yeah, I mean, Sida imbalance bishop versus knight, and you play against these two pawns. And bishop e4, I think, is a nice move to play just because you are disrupting all of these attacks that are this possible attacks on the h7 pawn that could happen. So I like this bishop
Hmm.
e4 move quite a lot, and I'm seeing some ideas of knight c6 and e5 as well, to try and provoke white to play d5. Because once you play d5 here, then this pawn structure looks really, really bad because you can put a knight on c5, you can put a knight on a5 and put pressure on the c4 pawn as well. Um, so yeah, I think coming back to the original position, bishop e4 seems quite tempting to me. Even if it's not played right now, I think it should be played at some point, right?
Yeah. I agree. I agree. So Praggnanandhaa, I think, slightly behind on the clock. Hopefully, he can play a bit faster, and that should solve all problems. Meanwhile, no moves by Arjun as well. That's getting me a bit worried. Maybe do you think he could have missed Queen e5 because he did play bishop, this pawn to f3 very quickly.
I doubt it, but I think in this position after queen e5, there are two moves, right? There's bishop f2 and then there is queen a3. So I think both of them give him some advantage, but यहाँ पे positions थोड़ी different आ रही हैं. So for example, if you play bishop f2, we already looked at this, queen b2 पे knight a3, and okay, you are wanting to take this pawn on c4, and you can see, okay, मेरे पास ये c7 pawn का थोड़ा I can put pressure here. I can put pressure on a7 as well. However, if you instead of bishop f2, you play queen a3 and black goes knight d5 attacking this bishop. This is a crucial tempo in this position. White goes bishop f2, for example, rook b8, knight no, attacking the b2 pawn. So you have to play knight c3, takes, and pawn takes. So this is the second position that Arjun has to sort of visualize, yeah, or sort of evaluate. Okay, which position, which situation do I have a better chance to play for a win?
Hmm.
दोनों situations में I think he is comfortable, but he's trying to figure out कि कहाँ पर he can put more pressure. And I think that's where his thought process comes in here. He probably did look at queen e5, but yeah, debating between queen a3 and knight d2. What do you think is more challenging for black here?
Yeah, the second one looks quite drawish to me. I think on knight c3 wala, because you do save the b2 pawn, but then you have these opposite color bishop endgames without the queens, which just feels like a draw to me. Maybe white is a bit better, of course, but yeah, I think this one black will probably hold. Nikita, by the way, is a very solid player, so I really doubt he's going to have much troubles drawing this. So Arjun will need to find maybe the other option is better, Sahaj, than the knight a3 option to give the b2 pawn and kind of go for counterplay.
Yeah, and maybe that's what he goes for. And meanwhile, we're just getting some updates from the chat. Nadir Beck is in a very good position against Erdogmus. On move 18 itself, he has a +1 advantage. It's double bishop versus double knight. This is, I mean, really bad, no, for black.
भाई मतलब यू कैन इमेजिन कि दोनों नाइट्स डेवलप्ड हैं, ठीक है, c6 पे और f6 पे, and I still think the bishop on c1 is doing a better job than those developed knights. Right? It's like I can totally imagine the rook on e2 even being trapped. Yeah, like a3, rook b1, bishop e3, and bishop f3. At some point, I don't know, bishop 1, the
Hmm.
rook is trapped. So I kind of get a feeling कि Nodrbek, look at the time by the way, 1 hour 38 minutes, 2 मिनट भी पूरे यूज नहीं किए. आई थिंक अडॉगमस सीधा नोदरबेग की प्रेप में फंस चुके हैं, एंड नोदरबेग बीइंग द स्ट्रॉन्गर प्लेयर, हैविंग वाइट, हैविंग बेटर पीसेस. I think this could be the number one game to finish today, Sahaj.
Could be, and let's not forget, Nadirbek played that e3 on move one against, Abhimanyu Puranik, and today he decides to bring out his monster prep. Bhai, they're so unpredictable, these players, yeah? They can do anything on any given day.
आई कैन इमेजिन बेचारा अडॉगमस E3 रात को कल प्रिपेयर कर रहा है, भाई E3 पे क्या खेलना है यार. Shit, yeah, that you have to do it, yeah, because
Hmm.
otherwise, if your opponent again plays E3, you look stupid at that point. So you have to waste time preparing against E3, even though you know it's never going to happen again.
Hmm. Hmm. And you don't even know what was his plan with something like e5. अगर वो e4
Yeah,
खेलते थे वहां पे तो भाई that would have been insane.
yeah, true. So, Chad, काफी interesting games. I think Gokesh's game is definitely the most exciting. One look at the Vidit game, maybe Saj, by before you jump to Gokesh.
Sure.
He has grabbed the pawn on c4. Knight d5 was played, and rook c1, rook d8. I think this is the typical advantage you have in these Catalan structures. I think I like with this position, even though it's very solid. For example, the engine says knight to a5 is a very nice move because आपने rook से bishop को attack किया और knight से knight को attack किया. And the move is not so clear to me here, Sahaj. How is black saving everything?
If I go knight
Because
takes a5.
yeah, knight takes a5, rook takes c5, and suddenly, knight c6 back. I kind of like White's position.
Yeah, and then you just go knight e3. This is similar to what we saw in Nodirbek's game, double bishop advantage sort of crushing through once again, having that sizable advantage. And I have to say, in positions like these, I think Vidit is one of the strongest players in the world because positional chess,
Hmm.
not much mess on the board and was squeeze, he's yeah, if he finds knight a5, that is, if he finds knight a5, I would be very confident in his chances here today.
Agreed. And Vidit Gujarati needs that win under his belt. I think his confidence was dented a bit yesterday. So let's hope so he can defeat Ivan Shafarinov. By the way, I was just checking. Sahaj, लगता है हमें अपना लंदन कोर्स अपडेट करना पड़ेगा because if you check and check Rapport versus Parham Maksudlu, pawn is on G4 now somehow.
Okay, so rapport doing rapport thing. So queen वापस आई थी, bishop e7, bishop d3, castle, and he goes g4, g4, bishop g6, and this is the current position. So he can take on g6, or he can play this interesting move, queen b1, inviting black to take. By the way, queen b1 के बाद black की best move पता है क्या है? You will not believe it.
नहीं यार नहीं, that doesn't make any sense. There is
I've
no way
never
यार.
seen I've never seen this before in my life. Like never seen this idea before in my life. That is crazy. The best move is मैं chat को पूछूंगा नहीं because I'm sure you can guess it. It's Queen E8. What is Queen E8? कि भाई I am not gonna take on D3. You take on G6. I capture back with the F1. Yes, my pawn structure is ruptured, but I will open up this F file and maybe some attacking chances on the king side as well. So this only seems to favor black here. No, he
No
takes.
way! Gukesh just blundered the game away! I cannot believe it! Oh my god! It's over! It's completely over!
Wait, what? Is this?
But
Maybe he
I
played.
don't get it. The
Maybe he
point is,
played
even if
h4.
no. But even if you had even if you forget ED6, yeah, knight h4 has to be better for white. There is no way on the planet the knight on h4. Like, why boards are refresh? I can't make sense of this. Oh my
Refresh.
god!
I'm not sure. Okay, this is the position. Back.
I cannot believe this chat. I mean, the
भाई
bar
बोर्ड ही
has
चला गया.
shot up. Bhai,
बोर्ड ही
board
चला गया.
cannot believe it. Board cannot believe it. Oh my god, that's lost.
This
So, आगे
आ
बढ़ेगा
गया.
साज भाई. So first of all, I think the first thing is this knight on h4. Even if you, let's say, win the pawn back without issues, just put the knight takes e5 now, Sahaj bhai, and just bishop b3. I don't see how this is okay for black. Yeah, I mean, you didn't get the ideal setup. And if we go back to the current position, Abhimanyu Mishra is licking his lips right now because e takes d6. Look at that. I mean, I can see a blue arrow there. It's an insane move. You take the knight on f3, d takes c7, attacks the queen on d8. So you have no time for f takes g2. Queen e7 khelna padega. And now simply knight takes f3. This feels like a disaster, Sahaj. You cannot castle kingside because, well, where's the castling? And you cannot castle queenside because there is a pawn in the way. White pawn, not black pawn. Bhai,
Wow.
if you asked me, if you showed me this position, I would say गलती से एक pawn को गलत हमने पेंट कर दिया है भाई. That is a black pawn on c7. गलत कर लगा दिया है. रंग दे मुझे रंग दे, होली खेल के आया है. बॉलीवुड मूवीज बहुत देखी है उस pawn में. There is no way that is a white pawn.
So, just maybe a stupid question, but we know that Gukesh, tends to play moves that are inferior just to have a fighting game on the board. H4 पे fighting chess आ रही थी. But let's just consider for a moment that he didn't like what he was seeing, or maybe he saw some repetition there, whatever. Is there any chance he played G4 knowing it's a bad move on purpose?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so because कहीं ना कहीं पे, I mean, because he was getting sharp positions even in h4, Sahaj bhai. Like if that was dull, then I think your strategy would actually make a lot of sense. But I think g4 mein, I don't see how he's getting more sharp positions with g4. I mean, the h4 square is up for grabs. Like knight, forget ed6, just knight h4. To me, feels so logical. Like if I was playing bullet chess, knight h4, you just pre-move, yeah, almost literally.
Somehow I'm more
तो
comfortable with knight h4, because knight h4, knight e5, bishop e3 के बाद ना I'm seeing this idea of queen f6, knight g5, and okay, maybe I castle on the long side at some point, and maybe I have some, I don't know, knight h3 check, I don't know, so some type of ideas there, but e takes d6 looks deadly to me.
yeah, yeah, that looks really bad actually. And chat, now a question for you. Do you think white will find e takes d6 on the board? Yes or no? Sahaj bhai, what's your take?
I would love to see what he what he does. I think he takes this is very scary. I
भाई yes
think
या नो
he'll
सवाल है
play.
भाई. लाइट टेस्ट है भाई. Yes or no?
I think so, yeah. I think so. Because he was
Oh,
ready to
that is,
sacrifice a piece. He was already ready to sacrifice. He's not gonna go back down now. Ankit ji, I don't think Kasparov said anything like that.
yeah.
That's a completely wrong statement. उसने बिल्कुल भी ऐसा नहीं कहा था.
And chat, I mean, of course, Gukesh doesn't need to win this event in terms of qualifying for the candidates, but he's the world champion. You don't want to finish in 15th place, yeah, in a tournament which is qualifying to play against you, Sahaj. Like it really
Mhm.
dents your confidence, I feel.
True. बिल्कुल true. And also knight h4 की जगह you also have bishop h4,
अरे
which is
बाप
also
रे.
giving white a good advantage here. The more I
अरे
by
बाप रे.
plus after ed6 it's +2 now. लोग बोल रहे हैं क्या
Just
प्रिपरेशन है भाई. प्रिपरेशन तो आई थिंक हमें पता लग गया था डी टेक्स ई फाइव थ्रू हिम ऑफ बिकॉज ही हैड लुक्ड एट समथिंग एल्स हियर फॉर श्योर. बट या g4 क्रेजी.
chat, kahin mat jana, because I think Mishra ki ugly move, might just decide matters. And Saj bhai, I think a question I have to ask you, like kahin na kahin pe, even if Mishra misses this, although there is no way to miss, I think everything is a hit, yeah. मतलब आपके आसपास मक्खी है एंड यू हैव एन इलेक्ट्रिक वो जो होता है ना वो मारने वाला आप घुमा रहे हो कोई ना कोई मक्खी तो लगेगी बट द पॉइंट इज I mean, you will not be happy as Mukesh once you go back and see. Like this is just a disaster, I think, in terms of the evaluation shift.
Someone says, what would Gukesh had calculated, please, Sahaj by just fine. So I think it's not about what he calculated in G4. I think it's about what he didn't like about H4.
Hmm.
So H4 definitely was the first move that he thought about. क्योंकि इसी रीजन की वजह से उसने H5 खेला था. सो वी हैव टू आई मीन there's clearly a line in here which he didn't like for black. And that's why he thought so much and that's why he played g4 here. So यहाँ पे calculation क्या, I mean he probably knows his position is worse. Maybe he doesn't know how bad it is. Maybe he thinks that it is +1 or something like that. It's actually +2. But yeah, it looks super scary. Sahil, what do you think? ED6 will happen or no?
भाई you can see मैं तो
भाई जो आप कह
दो
रहे हो वो सच हो रहा है. बोल दो.
नहीं नहीं मैं तो पता नहीं इससे कुछ गुड लक आता है क्या भाई क्या कर सकते हैं भाई हम लोग भाई कुछ कर सकते हैं क्या भाई सहज भाई it's time to use the year gambit I feel I think if ed6 happens it will be
Too
too late
early. Bhai, it won't be too late.
Sahaj
It's
bhai
still
we
plus
have to
two.
use it now.
I really, really disagree because it's such a long game. On move 12, we used ear gambit. Bhai, imagine if there
भाई
is a.
desperate times calls for call for desperate measures भाई ट्रेन स्टेशन से निकल चुकी है अगर अभी दौड़ नहीं लगाई नहीं पकड़ पाएंगे भाई
यार चैट भी बड़ा बोल रहे. Okay, fine, fine, fine. Let's do it.
चलो भाई हिला दो भाई सब देखो अरे हिलाओ ना भाई हंसना नहीं
This
है
is the 30-year-old ear now, by the way. First time, huh?
हाँ ट्रू ओ नाइस नाइस हिला दिया भाई कान हिला दिया साज भाई ने सो लेट्स सी इफ दैट गिव्स अस सम गुड लक hopefully that works and Mishra blunders Saj bhai do you think the ear gambit will work today
भाई 30 साल की उम्र में तो पहली बार यूज कर रहा हूँ. So we'll have to wait and see. But क्यों नहीं करना चाहिए भाई? It has been working this whole time. कि if
ear
Mishra
gambit never
plays knight
fails
h4, I see that as success. ठीक है. If he plays e takes
uh,
d6, if he plays ed, भाई और क्या चाहते हो आप?
भाई
Like what else?
91 91 चाहता हूँ भाई मैं
91
91 and
थोड़ी ना
Gukesh is
खेलेगा
better
यार. वो क्या बात? There's
91
no chance. There's no chance he goes 91. Yeah, there's no point of 91.
I think bishop h4 would be a success I feel like bishop h4 will be a success
Yeah,
knight
bishop
h4 I mean
h4 on my computer, bishop h4 is a stronger move than knight h4. I'm just telling you.
अरे भाई ले लो मजे लो
Support
लो
everybody.
भाई
Bhai, we are supporting everyone, yeah. We're supporting everyone. But Air Gambit is
Anonymous
a
ji
long-term tradition for Gukesh.
Anonymous bhai I think in general it's chess 24 India Chesscom India so we will support Indian players Abhimanyu is technically Indian born I not Indian born like he is like an क्या बोलते हैं भाई जो इंडिया वाले यूएस जाके रहते हैं क्या बोलते हैं उनको
NRIs?
NRIs, हाँ. So NRIs. NRI है भाई तो we will support Abhimanyu also. But still यार I think गुकेश है वर्ल्ड चैंपियन है वे चाहते हैं कि वो जीते.
भाई also great point, 60 games की unbeaten streak थी उसकी. Now if Gukesh is on that list, that would be insane.
Bhai, certainly the world will take notice of that streak now if he defeats Gukesh. So and
Sahil bhai,
imagine the confidence.
I'll just be right back in like just a minute.
He's used to. I know, bhai, I know, but I think we are supporting Gukesh, but Gukesh has just blundered with this pawn move to G4. वो जो X mark आपको दिख रहा है ना, वो X सुनते ही ना टॉक्सिक फीलिंग्स ही दिमाग में आती है भाई ये क्यों भाई G4 खेला H4 खेलने का था यार. And I think he takes D6. That is a brilliant move for Abhimanyu Mishra. I think knight sack कर सकते हैं because black के पास castle करने के लिए घर ही नहीं है. Don't forget chess का objective materially up होना नहीं है. It is to checkmate the opponent king. And if you can sacrifice material and get your opponent king, that's a great deal. And that's exactly what he's going to do with the white pieces now. Bye. Yep, I think Saj Bhai will go to Pragg's game, but no moves have been played in the Pragg game. I think couple of like white played castles, Pragg played knight d7, no huge developments. So we'll stick to this one for now, chat. Come on, अभिमन्यु भाई गलती करने का टाइम इससे बेटर नहीं हो सकता. वंतिका टाइम देखो भाई वंतिका हर गेम में टाइम पे पीछे होती है सो इट्स नॉट इवन अ शॉकर नाउ फॉर मी बट एज ऑफ नाउ आई एम कंप्लीटली ग्लूड टू द गुकेश गेम बिकॉज दिस कुड आई थिंक इन टर्म्स ऑफ गुकेश फिनिशिंग इन टॉप टू अगर गुकेश हारता है उसके टॉप टू के चांसेस गो डाउन वे मच आई थिंक आई वुड से कि उसके चांसेस विल बी less than 2% of finishing in top two if he loses this one because confidence wise tiebreak wise I think his tiebreak is also not that great so I think बहुत difficult रहेगा फिर.
Right. Sahaj bhai, Abhimanyu, calculating from Gukesh's perspective, does it help? Yes, sometimes it does. In a lot of positions, it does. Actually, many people just get up and go to their opponent's side and just observe the position there. एक अलग perspective मिलता है आपको. You can also read the body language and stuff like that. So yeah, it can.
Oh man,
We are
still
also
shocked.
we are
How
also
can this
shocked. Yeah.
happen? यार दैट्स द पॉइंट आई थिंक इट्स लिटरली मतलब ऐसा लग रहा है कि मतलब गलती से जी पॉन छू दिया भाई लाइक इज इट पॉसिबल ही वांटेड टू पुश द एच पॉन एंड गलती से जी पॉन छू दिया एंड देन ऑफ कोर्स लाइक if you touch the G pawn accidentally, you don't want to show it's a blunder, then you just push it normally. Do you think that's possible in an over the board
No,
game?
no, no. No, never has happened to me. I don't know if it has happened to anybody else, but in a classical game after such a long think, I think this is on purpose.
Like it happened with me once. I think I had 30 seconds and I wanted to take on not d6. I think it was c3. C3. I wanted to take on c3 or something like that with the piece. I had three captures: knight, bishop, and pawn. I was about to take with the pawn, which was the best move, and then I looked at the clock. It was 1 second. 1 second,
Oh.
Sahaj. So I just grabbed with the first piece that came to hand, and that was the
Hmm.
knight. So that meant ki bhai, and the position went from a +2 advantage to equal and in a draw. But that was when I had 1 or 2 seconds on the clock. But this is not the same case, so I'm not really sure what's happening.
You know, it has happened to me once. Now I'm thinking of it, and I was prepared. When I was playing, I used to play e4 and d4 and knight f3 like in the first moves. And match mera tha some. I think it was not a very high rated player, right? So I had prepared e4 push. So 3-4 घंटे I had prepared, and board पे बैठते ही without thinking anything, I played d4. This has actually happened to me once with actually full hour and a half on the clock. So, but okay, that's also like an impulsive decision. In your case, it's also because of time. But Gukesh का impulsive decision नहीं लग रहा है बिल्कुल भी. It feels like it's on purpose.
It does feel that way. It does feel that way. And now, I think Gukesh, of course, is ahead on the clock, but I think it doesn't account for much in this position if Aminu finds E takes D6. And Sajay, if we go deeper, I think let's take on D6 for now. G takes F3, I'm guessing, is the only move. At least you get the knight. D takes C7. What if I take with the queen now? Because I think Queen F7 is also very tempting, right? The Queen E7 and then Queen F3. I bring my queen into the game. Is that
हाँ,
a
okay.
move you would consider?
Here, queen f3.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I,
No,
I
I think
would.
after queen e7, now queen f3.
After this queen f3, I think what I would be thinking about कि black always have this knight e5 type of ideas. अभी तो नहीं आ रहा
Hmm.
because you can take and play queen f7, but this the thought of queen f3 just makes me sorry, the thought of knight
Hmm.
e5 makes me also bishop g4 also happens with the tempo.
Hmm. True, 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 true. Bishop g4 does look quite irritating, yeah?
Yeah.
Hmm.
So knight f3 के बाद I think it seems also like I have bishop d6, which is very dangerous because black's king is basically stuck in the center. You can't castle on either side of the board here anymore.
Sahaj bhai. So after knight f3, black's best move is rook g8. I think that makes a lot of sense.
Hmm.
And now you could play a move like bishop to d5 is one option for white. I think the idea could be just take on c6, maybe then knight comes in. So black has to play rook takes g3, h takes, and
Oh.
queen c7. Like that's how strong that pawn is, that I have to sacrifice the exchange to win that pawn on c7. So I don't even get a material edge.
Hmm. Because it's rook and two
Bye.
pawns, yeah? Three
Yeah.
pawns. It's three pawns. It is rook and three pawns for two minor pieces. So,
And also, if we go back instead of bishop d5, after rook to g8, I think there is
mhm.
bishop d6.
And this is just looking so deadly. Queen d7 he will play, I'm guessing. Queen f6 is apparently very bad for black. This is basically lost. Apparently, king h1, just sidestepping and not allowing some bishop h3 type ideas. Also, a hard move to play over the board. But bishop d5 also seems to be quite good. So basically, black का idea रुक g8 का ये है कि black को रुक g3 मारना है एंड white की पोजीशन इतनी स्ट्रांग है कि white को bishop d6 के लिए बोलना है मुझे नहीं चाहिए आपका रुक.
Tajbhai, after queen f6, you don't even need to play king h1. You can just play e5, I was thinking.
Yeah, queen
After
f.
queen to f5, I think maybe just bishop d5. And I mean, I've never seen a position like this. Like, what does black do? For example, bishop e6, you try to exchange. Now pawn to c4.
If you take, I take back with the pawn, and now there's these pawns looking super dangerous. If you play something like queen g4 to have mate in one ideas, I can just push g3, no problems there. Black के just pawns ही नहीं है position में. अभी चार pawn down है अभी for a piece. So technically you're a piece down, but you have four pawns. Right? So you have more material. Black is plus, white is +1 in this position.
Bro, this is looking like torture, yeah? This is looking like literal torture for Gukesh. And also, I think after e takes d6, g takes f3, knight takes f3, sorry, palace d takes c7, queen f6 direct. Is that an option, Sahaj? Because we played queen f6 in one variation, right? So why can't we directly go to f6 instead? Because bishop d6 to aa hi raha hai.
So knight f3 I play anyways.
And now what do I do?
Knight g5 I guess looks interesting. Oh, knight g5, knight e5. Wow, look at this. Because knight e5, bishop e5, and queen d8 mate हो रही है. If you take.
भाई ये तो डिप्रेशन हो रहा है भाई देख के गेम.
Yeah. But the real question is, does Abhimanyu take on d6 or does he play knight h4? Knight h4, I think I would see as, some, there would be some hope after that.
Yeah, भाई, some hope. But if ED6 happens, I think the center is opening up, and that's just too bad, I think. Oh, wow. This is just a disaster, yeah? Um,
For sure. By the way, just while Gukesh thinks. Wait. He played.
Sahaj,
He played. He played e takes d6. It's on the board. Brilliancy by Abhimanyu Mishra.
Sahaj, bhai, I have a last try for you, okay? So G takes F3 played by Gukesh on the board. Now D takes C7. I play queen to D7. My idea is after knight F3, I will just trade queens. Is that an improvement?
I don't think so. I don't think so. Because, I mean, Black's only hope is to generate some kind of an attack on the king's side, and without the queens, you have no attack. White doesn't need to, create an attack on the king. You आपके पास already 4 pawn है. So technically it's black, no? Who has to not up 3 pawns, it's 4 pawns. D takes E1, that's the third pawn, and F3 is going to be the fourth pawn. White has 8 pawns and black only has 4.
And let's not forget one pawn is on C7, yeah?
Yeah.
So it's not really four, it's 4.5 pawns actually. Bhai, the silence tells you a lot. Bhai, भाई गुकेश ने क्या कर दिया भाई? I think this is going to be torture to watch now. And he
Yes,
played
imagine how Gukesh.
D7 on the board, played
Yeah,
by
yeah, yeah.
Mishra.
That's, I
Did he?
think, obvious. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Now there's queen d7, queen e7, queen f6, 3 moves. तीनों में knight f3 he can take, and Abhimanyu thinks he's better here for sure, but it's winning. White is just winning. So, a question by the chat: queen d7. If you go queen takes f3, na, then the best move by black is to play short castle here, which is also not an easy task.
I'm sorry, you must be kidding, Saj. Bhai. I thought I thought I heard you saying castles. When the h5 pawn is hanging, f7 is attacked. There is no knight on. There is no g pawn. साहब ये क्या मजाक कर रहे हो यार? वैलेंट वो
I'm
अप्रैल फूल
serious.
से थोड़ी है.
The queen h5. Okay, you're also losing d2. So maybe you play bishop d5 and then h4, bishop h4, and queen g7, and okay, you are a piece up, but 4 pawns for white, and
भाई
you
क्या
fight.
पीस अप भाई? अटैक लगा हुआ है भाई. Like even if white is not like even just has no pawns,
अभी
it
तो
will still
knight है
be
ना मेरे पास.
devastating.
Knight पड़ा हुआ है मेरे पास, so I'm safe more or less. Like I don't have bishop f6. I don't have any checks on the g file. No, I don't think there's an attack, but white's just this d5 bishop is so annoying. Siler, what is your prediction for the result?
Why
Do
if
you
an
think
asteroid is headed towards Earth, and I ask you for what is the prediction for the next 24 hours, तो क्या जवाब दोगे आप भाई?
but do you think Gukesh will fight back? Do you think he will
Do you think the Earth will
get
fight
it?
back? Do
That
you
is
think the
that
Earth will?
asteroid? Okay, I have a question. Is that asteroid the C7 pawn here?
नहीं नहीं नहीं, but do you think the Earth will swing ऐसे gravity छोड़ के थोड़ा सा घूम के साइड से आ जाएगी, ऐसा हो जाएगा कुछ?
Hmm.
Why I think this is just gone, yeah.
Hmm.
By the way, Chad, I don't know if there's a silver lining, but Arjun is apparently slightly better now. His opponent made a slight error, so knight takes c4 के बाद. It seems like his opponent might have to, yeah, might be slightly worse, but not a big deal though yet.
Knight C4 पे queen A1 नहीं मर रहा क्या? Oh, look at this.
हाँ,
Queen A1, queen A3, and the queen is trapped.
yeah, wow.
That's cute.
But is it like really good for Arjun, or do you think this is still in the draw zone?
This is good, I think. This position is good. What I'm more afraid of is after bishop d7, knight takes c4, he goes bishop a4, and this probably is maybe easier to hold, I feel. But okay, still a long game.
Hmm. Meanwhile, chat
But
Pragg की game में कुछ moves हैं. I think we can quickly go through. So we jump back to Gukesh's game and resume the trauma. We had, I think, castles, knight d7, bishop e3 was played by white, and then castles by black, knight d2, and e5 break. I think so far so good from both sides. I think एक रुक शायद e1 पे आएगा white का. I don't know which rook. And black, of course, will bring the rook to e8. Yeah, I think. And then they decide what to do.
I think he's hoping for a d5 push here. Once you push d5, yeah, the bishop is blocked, temporarily, but you can break with c6, and these c4, c3 pawns become a problem. That's why he has set up the structure very nicely, ताकि white का c5 उतना easily ना आ सके इस position में, and he's playing
Yeah.
e5 to make it more loose, ताकि white d5 खेलता है तो you can put good pressure on these pawns.
Yeah, yeah. Black is hoping कि white e5 मारे, white is hoping कि black d4 मारे ताकि उसके pawn and double हो जाए. So this will remain as it is, the d4 e5 complex. ये tension ऐसी build up रहेगी until one side genuinely has a clear plan, which they don't right now. So interesting position, but quite solid compared to what we are seeing in the Gukesh game, जहाँ पे his queen is attacked, and I think he's probably realizing the gravity of the situation right now. कि भाई धरती साइड स्टेप नहीं कर सकती. इट्स नॉट पॉसिबल
Hmm.
टू साइड स्टेप दिस अटैक एनीमोर.
And white's moves are so, I mean, they're not very difficult to find, right? Knight f3 is easy, and queen e7 पे पड़े तो bishop d6 is easy, bishop d5 तो आपको खेलना ही होगा. And you can do it this in different orders as well.
आई थिंक ही प्लेस क्वीन f6 इज माय गेस, बिकॉज बिशप d6 देख के ही ना आपको थोड़ा सा वो अंदर से वो ऐसे लगता है कि यार मैं रिजाइन ही कर दूं. सो
Hmm.
आई थिंक इज गोना प्ले क्वीन f6 इज माय गेस, बट
My guess is that Gukesh is not going to lose this. I think there is a lot of. I don't think so. I think Gukesh will fight back here.
भाई साज भाई, आप यूजुअली आई वुड से कि क्या बात कर रहे हो, बट आपने यही चीज कही थी अबाउट द कारुआना वर्सेस नेपो गेम. So I'm gonna respect that and say maybe it's possible, Saj भाई. But अंदर से तो लग रहा है कि भाई ये बहुत मुश्किल है.
Like, I say that because after, analyzing this position with you for such a long time, and what I'm understanding is that White is not winning immediately. Like, White has that, of course, the pawn on c7 and so many active pieces, and Black's king is a bit weak, very weak, I would say. But still, there is a high probability that this knight on h7 joins in, or becomes active with knight g5 at some point, maybe gets h4 at some point, and I feel like he can still fight back here.
Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, yeah. The glass is 150th full, Saj bhai. I agree. I agree. It is. It is. It
Mhm.
is. And maybe there is some hope still. But
Like, I don't think it is lost in that sense. I
hmm.
think there's a lot of fight left here, and Gukesh is not gonna give it up without a fight. Like, for example, if after Queen e7, Knight f3, Rook g8, like if he allows Rook takes g3, I don't think that can be classified as lost. Like, you have to find Bishop d6 here, which is not easy for sure.
Hmm. Let's hope so, bhai. Let's really hope so. Let's hope so. It's not over, and I'm really cheering for that as well. Gokesh, of course, has more time. So what we can ideally hope is that the game just keeps going on. White is not able to land a final blow, and at some point Mishra gets in time pressure, because that is a possibility. He's already used up half his time, and he's only 14 moves in. And if that happens, then maybe Gukesh gets a slight opportunity somewhere. It goes from +2 to +1, then a slight inaccuracy, +1 to +0.5, and then
Hmm.
gradually he can shift battles. I think, not to forget, I think it was +3.5 for Fabiano Caruana against Ukesh in the Olympiad last time, like not this one, the previous one to that in India, and then Ukesh still managed to win that one. So it is possible, but of course it will be a Herculean task. And right now he has a difficult decision. Queen, where do you put the queen there? Is an important question.
E7, F6, maybe G5 to nahi, maybe the knight F3 happens with a tempo, so I'm not going to put it on G5. But yeah, between these squares, and you are right, I think Queen F6 or E7, Queen D7 somehow feels illogical because you're blocking your own bishop here. So E7 or F6. But I think if I choose between E7 or F6, I like F6 more because you're not having bishop D6 with a tempo. So I do agree with you कि Gukesh Queen F6 यहाँ पे खेल सकता है.
पूजा गैम्बिट टाइम, आई थिंक इट्स टू लेट भाई, मुझे लग रहा है.
भाई it's
मतलब
never
उतना
too
वेट.
late, but थोड़ा wait करो I think. अभी मत करो.
हाँ, I agree. I think it's too late to do it now. I think just wait. Maybe there's an opportunity when he has a slight sniff to strike back, then we kind of do it. But for now, Gukesh trying to ponder about his about the placement of his queen, and there doesn't seem to be a comfortable square.
I thought you were gonna say he's thinking about what to eat.
Not yet. I think Mishra also. I mean, वो भी पॉसिबल है, मैं तो वही करता भाई, बिकॉज मैं तो देखता भाई पॉन सीजन पे आ चुका है, आधा रानी बन चुका है, अब क्या ही बचा।
Hmm.
विश्वास मत हारो टिक्कू भाई, अरे भाई विश्वास नहीं हार रहे हम भाई, विश्वास हमें बहुत पसंद है। सो मीनवाइल एक्यूरेसी वाइज 97.3 is Abhimanyu Mishra's accuracy, and 89.1 is Gukesh's accuracy. So फिलहाल के लिए things definitely in White's favor. Let's see if Gukesh can strike back. Saj bhai, is there another game we can go to, which
Maybe
is
with
a
it.
bit less depressing? Yeah, let's go.
Okay, so he did play knight a5. Let's go. Bishop b4 आया board पे. Bishop takes b4. Okay, this was not the best move. Knight c6 was perhaps better. But maybe after knight c6, bishop d2, king d2. He didn't like this king, being in this discovered check idea. So he doesn't go for it. He goes bishop takes b4. Knight b4 आता है board पे, attacking the a2 pawn. He plays a3 and now only move by black and played b6. Knight c4 and knight a6, another only move by Chaparinov. Slight advantage for Vidit maybe, but if black is able to develop his pieces, like आप दो चालें दे दो black को, bishop b7 and rook c8,
हाँ.
then it's equal.
Hmm. I agree, and I think if bishop b7 rook sit आ गया, then white's knight on d1 also looks a bit awkward, to be honest. So maybe you want a castle. I don't know if you want a castle, but you want to develop the knight for sure. Um, yeah, I mean it's on the borderline. Yeah, I would not even say two moves. Even if black's bishop was on b7 here, maybe I think it would be completely equal. So Vidit is playing on a very thin line, and he needs to create some pressure here. Saj, what's the way to create pressure for white?
Apparently, it's e4, hitting the knight away. So knight goes back to e7, and then you bring. Well, you also play b4. Very important to keep this passive knight passive, basically. So your knight c5 is activity na le paए. So you go b4, bishop b7, and knight e3. And okay, this is a slight pressure in the position. Black का rook c8 तो आ रहा है इस position में, but ये knight a6 पे थोड़ा फालतू बैठा हुआ है. Knight e7 पे भी थोड़ा weak है. He can go short castle, bring the rook to d1, and slowly build that pressure on the d6 square, perhaps is my
Hmm.
guess.
Hmm. Hmm. भाई
Checking
आज थोड़ा
if
सा,
हाँ
साज
थोड़ा
भाई
सैड
आज
हो
तो,
गया है.
हाँ आज मुझे लगा था कि यार आज सारे विन करेंगे भाई, थोड़ा सा ये ट्रेन, मतलब जाना था हमें कन्याकुमारी, ये तो भाई पाकिस्तान चल रही ट्रेन, भाई क्या चल रहा है साज भाई, उल्टी ट्रेन चल रही है।
भाई यूएस जा रही है ट्रेंड. Yeah, he didn't play it still. D takes C7 still. No games on the board. No moves on the board. अर्जुन के गेम पे लगा लेते हैं because he did end up playing knight takes C4
हाँ.
here. So he's going for that queen A1 खेलेगा तो queen A3. Very nice move here. So he's ready to sacrifice two rooks for a queen. And yeah, he maintains his chances. Arjun looking very very good I think so far.
Hmm. And as we look at this, I'm also checking other games. If there's a game where,
By the way, Gukesh
oh by the way,
played.
Kukesh, oh Queen E7, best move though. That's a good sign, I guess.
Yeah. But Queen e7 के बाद knight f3 was what we were discussing. If Abhimanyu has calculated all of this, he should play instantly. But maybe he's thinking about queen f3. But I didn't like queen f3 so much, yeah, because of that bishop g4 and आपको queen वापस d3 पे हटाना पड़ेगा. Looks a bit.
Yeah, I agree, Sahaj bhai, yeah, मतलब hmm,
क्या हो गया, क्या देख लिया?
कुछ नहीं भाई, स्ट्रेस हो रहा है भाई मतलब आज थोड़ा हम उम्मीद लेके आए थे, पॉपकॉर्न रेडी था, एंड सडनली, so let's see. Should Gukesh try cat gambit? I don't think Gukesh has a cat, unfortunately. So suddenly ऐसे हवा से कहाँ से पैदा कर लेगा? If Gukesh had a cat, we would know, Sahaj, right? It would be great content for everyone.
Absolutely. सहज भाई कहाँ नहीं रहा था भाई, हो गया भाई. And Abhimanyu played the best move after that, but it's a long game. I still think he has a good chance to bounce back, and it's a very fighting position. The only question is, how does he get his king safe? How does he bring his rook on 8 into the equation? That's the problem here. Knight f3 तो खेलेगा ही ना यहाँ पे वो, I think that's the forced here.
But a good question by, I think, Shivanshu. So let's say White plays knight f3. Why can't you just play bishop b6, Sahaj, and just try to win the pawn? So if, let's say, White just
Bishop d6,
passes the
okay.
move. No,
Yeah,
let's
because
say
you have bishop d6. Oh ho ho. Wait,
yeah,
what?
yeah, yeah. Exactly, Sahaj. Exactly. So, Chad, Bishop d6 is a nice move. But can you see another nice move for white in this position? Come on, Chad.
How
सहज
is
की
it?
शक्ल सहज की शक्ल देखो भाई सहज की शक्ल देखो भाई दिस इज अमेजिंग टू वॉच
But how? How is this possible? हाँ, क्वीन h5 मर रहा है. नो, नॉट क्वीन पीस. ऐसा नहीं होगा भाई. बट
सो Saj bhai, can we show the move now? If bishop b6, there is a crazy idea for white, and that is
bishop takes f7 check. Okay, king f7, I understand you have queen b3 and you capture the b6 bishop.
so
That
queen
I understand.
f7.
Queen f7 pe knight to e5. So you cannot capture here because there is a checkmate. And you are also putting pressure on the h5 pawn and the queen. So queen cannot, keep its control of the h5 pawn basically. So queen has to move somewhere. Let's say at f6. And now queen takes h5 check. King f8. King e7 आ रहा हो तो bishop h4 and you lose the queen. So king f8 is forced. Knight takes knight. Let's assume I'm just going to go pawn takes knight. Nobody likes this move. And just rook d1 and rook d8. Next move. White is two pieces down. But he's winning. Oh, by the way, knight f3 played.
So
Like,
no
okay.
bishop b6 chat basically. Let's
Yeah.
just say no
Please
bishop
don't play bishop
b6.
b6. Although
And
I think bishop b6 is also I would say an illogical move for me. Like I'm gonna think about how to develop my pieces first. Like bishop e6 seems logical to me.
Saj bhai,
And I see it's not a best move here either.
uh, bishop b6, I agree with you. I'm on the same page. Definitely we should develop. But position इतनी खराब है कि bishop b6 is the third preference of the engine. Because there are no logical moves. That's the problem, Saj bhai. Any words?
I have none. I have none. By the way, bishop f7, queen f7 जो आप कह रहे थे, I did show it a bit earlier. The problem is after knight e5, knight e5, there is queen d8 checkmate. That's why you cannot touch this knight on e5. And that's why the h5 pawn is gonna get taken in the next move. But hard move to find, I would say, from the white side. But okay, bishop b6. Please let's not play bishop b6.
Yeah, I think the best move here is rook to g8, Chad. I think that's the only move. And the idea is basically rook takes g3 and queen takes c7. So if you give an exchange, win the c7 pawn, at least you delay the game long enough. But Gukesh plays bishop to g4, the second best move in the position. But Sahaj, now it's even worse. After pawn to h3, it is almost +3 for white.
Baap re. So h3. And supposedly you should play h4 here first, which doesn't make any sense to me.
Oh
But
wow,
let's
look
say
at this. Look at this. Look at this. H4, bishop d6. You attack the queen now. Bishop f3. And you just take with the queen. Give the bishop
nice.
on d6. Because if you take this queen f7, by scholars mate fans say hi in the chat. Come on, queen f7 is checkmate. So you can't even take the bishop. Sahaj bhai, this is disaster on the board.
He has to play knight g5 apparently to attack the knight and defend his pawn on f7. But white can just play queen f4 or queen d3. The queen f4 I think makes more sense. But queen f4 maybe there is this electric. Yeah, rook g8 खेल के आप कुछ knight h3 check का threat दे सकते हो. So apparently queen d3 is stronger for white.
Even queen
Black has to
f5.
play queen f5 पे queen d7 ना maybe. I
But
think.
queen
Is queen f5
g5.
working? Yeah.
Yeah, queen f5.
Queen
Queen
d7 पे
d7, queen
queen f6.
f6. Oh, भाई 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 ये तो मतलब I so I have a question, Sahaj bhai. Do you think Gukesh's king will even get to move before the game ends? I'm not so sure actually.
I mean, I hope it does. I really hope
I
it
mean,
does, but
I don't mean like getting into the box after the game is not a move, Sahaj bhai, I'm hoping.
it will
Yeah.
Gukesh save this? I think there is a chance that he can save this. The position is still quite complicated.
Sahaj bhai, can I become a GM? Like, because if Gukesh can save this, I can hope to become a GM someday, bhai.
Really, you
Like,
think it's that unlikely?
why that unlikely? Legit. Why it's not like the actual evaluation because optically it just feels, oh my god, it's just crazy lost.
This is insane. Uh, Pooja Gambit, I think उसका time आ रहा है. But let's wait a bit more. Let's see how the position unfolds because थोड़ा सा time और रुकना चाहिए, I think.
Uh, Although there is one thing, I think if Abhinandan doesn't play h3, what else can he play? So let's say I play a normal
G7.
move, right? So rook to e1. I'm not
Okay.
doing anything hanky panky. Now knight g5, and suddenly queen b3 is the only move for Arjun Mishra, which is not easy. It is not easy to play this move.
पर गुकेश को भी यहाँ पे शॉर्ट कासल खेला है.
Okay, that I think you understand. Yeah, I mean, what else?
क्वीन इधर है
b7
तो
मतलब.
क्वीन किंग को उधर रख दो टाइप्स एंड यू आर सेफ फॉर अ
Uh,
लिटिल बिट. And
like
maybe we have knight a5 ideas also.
Yeah, and at least the game goes on for the next 5 to 10 moves. Yeah, so Mishra should find h3 if he wants a quick finish. Otherwise, I think Gukesh at least will drag the game a bit longer.
I insane. So h3 best move +2 का advantage already. I'm pretty sure if you leave it long enough, it's gonna be +3 as well.
Yeah, chat राकेश भाई आज कहते हैं कि आज थोड़ा आज आई कैन जॉइन फॉर कमेंट्री तो मैं कितने बजे आऊँ मैंने बोला आई थिंक 7 p.m. इज नाइस बिकॉज 7 to 9 p.m. यूजुअली लाइक वी हैव एडिशनल टाइम तो थोड़ा सा डल हो जाता है वी लव टू हैव योर
Hmm.
एनर्जी कमिंग इन साज भाई आई एम नॉट श्योर वी विल रीच 7 p.m. टुडे.
भाई प्रग का लगा लेते हैं. प्रग का लगा लेते हैं
Bhai,
भाई.
it's like the ostrich sticking his head in the sand, yeah.
या
Pragg का
भाई
game लगा लेते हैं.
प्रग
I
का
think
गेम
we
लगा
need a
लेते हैं भाई.
meme.
सब ठीक
We
है
need a
चैट, सब
meme.
बढ़िया. लुक एट दिस रुक ई वन किंग एच एट हुआ बोर्ड पे.
Woo!
बिशप d1 रुक e8. भाई प्रग इज फाइटिंग, लेट्स गो. कुछ खराब है ही
I
नहीं
think
भाई.
I think we need a meme on Sahaj Bhai's Instagram जहाँ पे the ostrich head is inside the sand and ऊपर text लिखा हुआ है भाई प्रग का गेम लगा लेते हैं.
बहुत बढ़िया लग रहा है यार ये पोजीशन देख, कितना अच्छा लग रहा है नहीं? कितना
By
कितना
the way,
कितना
in the
सेफ लग रहा है.
Arjun game Queen A3 happened. So he has won his opponent's queen already. So good chances for at least Arjun to convert here, Saj. And to be honest, he needs the win the most out of Gukesh, Pragg, and Arjun, all three of them.
Hmm. Because this is where he qualifies for the candidates if he finishes top two and he's 3 out of 4 playing against Nikita, okay, who's maybe not at the prime of his career, because he was 2750 peak. And I think it's a good opponent to have. It's a good position to have. Queen versus two rooks and opposite colored bishops. I would try to not take this pawn on purpose because I don't want you to get another open file. So maybe I will just keep this pawn for a long time. Maybe I'll play e4, put the bishop on c3, king on f2, and slowly I'll try to build some pressure on the king side. Specific, I think the g7 pawn because that's where the bishop is looking.
Hmm.
Um, and I think and I think Arjun looks good to me.
I agree with you. I think King Side पे टक लगाना बहुत जरूरी है because that's where the queen's potential comes in.
अरे यार.
And chat and Sahaj bhai, I have bad news because Ayuvanyu Mishra I think आज mood में आए हैं. He has played pawn to h3 and इसका मतलब गुकेश की position अब बहुत बहुत खराब.
विरित की गेम पे चले.
भाई 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 ऑप्शन क्या है by the way? Because if you move the bishop back to e6, the next question is why did we come to g4? The other option is bishop takes f3. Like that's the only other option I see apart from h4 directly. Now queen takes f3, I'm assuming.
Hmm.
Um, Knight g5 maybe attacking the queen, and now queen f5 threatening c8 queens. Hello, c8 queens are and then knight e6 is the only move, and then just simple rook a d1. White is +4. Sahaj bhai,
You
plus
cannot
four.
even You cannot even think about taking this one. There's probably like 1,000 ways to win here as white. Like there's bishop d6, bishop h4. I mean, rook e1 is completely winning for black. So ये pawn तो अब छोड़ ही दो. Apparently, you have to find rook h6 in this move, which position which makes no sense to me. And rook g8 is also rook g8 looks more logical for sure. I'm trying to find that
I
trick. I'm trying to find something in this position that keeps the game going, but it's looking difficult.
I think h4 yeah, bhai. I think h4 is, even though it was really bad, I think that's still gonna stick the evaluation to like +3. Anything else? Maybe bishop e6 is the other option, but I don't know then why did he come to g4? Not really sure how h3 helps. Why?
Maybe some rook
You know,
g8, rook g3 बाद में, and you cannot capture back with the h pawn. That could be a plan.
true, true, true. That is true. But then that's also even more incentive for white to move the bishop away, Saj bhai. Then I'm
Hmm.
not gonna let you take the bishop now. Earlier I might have forgotten about
Hmm.
it. Now I'm not gonna
That's a
give you
good
that
point.
chance.
Bishop e6 by the way वो खेलता है तो you can play bishop d5 which is perfectly fine. Bishop takes e6 is even stronger here. The queen
Queen
takes e6 and
e6.
just knight h4 followed by knight f5. And the knight आ रहा है भाई d6 पे.
भाई कैसे मिस कर दिया गुकेश ने यार like it's very hard to understand because like you would never see Magnus make this mistake um or Fabi for that matter actually, so quite a mysterious mistake there by Gukesh.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, Magnus did. I think the only time I saw Magnus do something like this is against Gukesh. Yeah, but that also happened because of time pressure. It
Yeah,
wasn't because of anything else.
time pressure I
फाबी
think we've seen worse stuff
फाबी ने
happen
भी
like
विनिंग पोजीशन ड्रॉ तो करी थी ना कैंडिडेट्स में
हाँ, I think time
अगेंस्ट
pressure में
नेपर.
कुछ भी possible है. I think in time pressure anything is possible, but without time pressure, starting के ही 10-15 move में especially like I can't imagine like a top player blundering, and that was a complete shocker to me. E takes
Hmm.
d6 miss करना. I think something went astray. Maybe he actually intended to touch the H pawn. I don't know. I'm still kind of hell bent on that hypothesis. I still don't know what happened though.
Would love to get his views on this. I mean, कोई ना कोई इंटरव्यू तो होगा बाद में, and I think someone will ask him for sure what was the point of G4. Yeah, it's a mystery.
Yeah, one Sherlock Holmes will fail to solve. Ear spam for Gukesh. Ear हमने हिला भी दिया भाई. तब भी he made that. तब भी his opponent found the best move. World Rapid is different, Devashish. I think Rapid and Blitz and time pressure situations are much different. We've seen these people blunder queens in those situations, but classical chess with more than an hour on the clock is the problem. Also, h4, the move we saw, I think is still the best chance. In
Hmm.
fact, I think after h4, white can even just take on h4, Sahaj, bishop h4, queen h4, knight h4, bishop d1, rook a d1, and even that is close to winning for white. So there is no
You have
respite.
5 pawns in this position.
Oh God.
I mean, fourth pawn क्योंकि ये pawn तो मर जाएगा, but still 4 pawns, yeah. This is, I think, here he can fight back because यहाँ पे mate नहीं हो रही है फटाफट.
Hmm.
This I think is more fighting for Gukesh, but Bishop D6 खेल दिया उसने तो it's बाप रे.
It's going to end in a draw for sure. देवशीष भाई आपके मुंह में घी शक्कर भाई, जो आपको खाना पीना पसंद है सबके मुंह में. फिलहाल के लिए पूजा गैम्बिट कह रहे हैं भाई. एक पूजा की भी एक लिमिट होती है भाई, लाइक if you have $10 in the bank, you can't pray for 1 million. I think you need at
But
least a
that's when
hundred
you pray
thousand.
for 1 million, no? अगर आपके पास 1 million है फिर क्यों pray
But
करोगे
that's
आप?
why you don't get it, no, bhai. Like if you are 100,000, I think God has some evidence you've done it before, and maybe He'll help you to get to 1 million.
गॉड एविडेंस देख के थोड़ी ना हेल्प करता
Why
है.
evidence dekhi? Why He will only give to people who deserve it, yeah. And I think in this game, unfortunately, Ukesh doesn't deserve that despite. I think he just got crushed, unfortunately.
Still the game is on though, but I'm expecting some crazy some fight here from Gukesh. कुछ ना कुछ
Yeah,
तो निकालेगा वो. He's not gonna give up without a fight.
let's hope so. Yeah, still cheering for him. I think I really hope there's a twist in the tail here somewhere.
Me too. He played this variation intentionally, but I think he underestimated this. That's of course I think the right opinion here. But I mean, एक misunderstand करना and this is very different. Yeah, I've never seen something like this from Gukesh before. So
Wow. Oh wow, I saw a crazy tweet by Chessbase India. Every in quotes, that's what CBI said. Every victory is $10,000, all expenses included. Hans Niemann shares his plan to track Hikaru's whereabouts and pay grandmasters to play in the tournaments he's playing in, as Anish Giri and Levon join in. What? Really? Is he serious?
Really?
Really? Is he serious? That can't be true. That can't be true. Is he paying Grandmasters ki Hikaru ko harao और $10,000?
I mean, it's a good incentive, no, for the
साहस
players.
भाई,
Why? This
साहस
is
भाई,
content. Let's go.
कितने की फ्लाइट है भाई देख लो. भाई,
Hans,
साहस भाई,
भाई
साहस भाई,
मैं
do you
मैं तो
want to
चला
be
जाऊंगा
state
भाई.
champion? Do you want to be state champion?
Louisiana State Championship. Let's go. No, I think it's mainly for American players, no, because they cannot play. They cannot have, I think, people outside of the US. रह गया यार.
Damn.
पर भाई हंस कंटेंट तो बनाता है यार. बढ़िया कंटेंट बनाता है.
Content to crazy. I think you need like Mr. Beast type of money for this, but still he has
Hmm.
content on his cards. Why? Kya crazy hai. Anyway, so that was another update because games was exciting update thi. H3 के बाद still no bishop move. Gukesh realizing the gravity of the situation.
Do you like this time control, which was in Norway chess, more, or this type of control for classical?
Why?
I think Norway chess for sure as a commentator, but I think अगर आप candidates की qualification को consider करते हो and then world championship के match को consider करते हो, then this format makes more sense. Although for commentators and for I think viewers, it can be a bit long, but this is pure classical chess at the end of the day. World championship में भी तो यही time control होता है, तो this is logical,
You
yeah.
know, I think I'm in the Magnus boat here. So if you look at FIFA, I don't know ki World Cup mein if they have like penalty shootouts for every game or not. But in general, I think you do solve football matches by penalty shootouts, and there too, I think draw is a high probability, right? Like maybe not
Mhm.
as high as chess, but it is a high probability. So you solve it by penalty shootouts, and even though that is not representative of how football is, like you're only including the shootout part, no defenders whatsoever. So I think I kind of like the novices format. Like if that was the world championship, like whenever you have a draw in the classical, you go into rapid and blitz. I would be a big fan of that format. So I like the novices format. I think that's the best classical format I have seen so far. This I think that 15 minutes agar hum hata dena, then maybe this is also good. But I think this right now I'm not a big fan of.
भाई 50 मिनट्स के बाद 15 मिनट्स और भी हैं. So
Ha.
that feels unnecessarily long, but I think if this is the time control they use in world championships, then it makes sense. But I mean, I'm also not liking it though, of course, because it feels too long. It's like game इतने crazy हो जाते हैं, मतलब इतना fast खेलते हैं, we see a bunch of mistakes, and then 50 minutes once more, it feels like a new classical
And
game.
and we think 50 minutes, it's actually 100 minutes, Sahaj bhai. Dono players go 50. So it's like you
Hmm.
get almost 2 hours added into the game. And बाद में आधा घंटा और जो 15 minute each. So it's like 130 minutes. So 2 hour 10 minutes get added into the game. That's more than
Hmm.
the original time they had. Like that's like no, I think it's too much, I feel. It's
Yeah, it
just too
is.
much.
It is. अरे 8 marks का question था. It should be for WCC only. Norway Chess was the best event in the last. Hey, Norway Chess का time control, I think वो पूरा, I think that playoffs also is a great thing as well. I really like it because वहाँ पे जब increment नहीं होता ना top players के पास, then we see some real chess, sort of coming in. But World Championship में यही होता है. तो World Championship अगर ये होता तो फिर makes sense.
Yeah, yeah. Actually, of World Champs only, Novice Chess was the best event in the last 5 years. I agree. Classical chess, may at least, Novice Chess was the best format. I absolutely love it. I think Chennai GM was a second for me. I think no extra time, so games ended very quickly. But even for the World Championship, I think we can have 15 extra minutes, maybe just that's it. Maybe 30 minutes max, but not 50 plus 15. I think that's too much. But okay, for now, I think इस गेम में एटलीस्ट डजंट मैटर व्हाट टाइम कंट्रोल इट इज साज भाई. दैट्स द प्रॉब्लम भाई. तुम 50 मिनट दो या 500 भाई, इसमें तो कुछ नहीं होना. ये गेम तो बहुत ही लाइक दिस इज जस्ट गॉन.
Feels like it, but पर नहीं, दिल अभी भी कह रहा है कि गुकेश कुछ निकालेगा यहाँ पे. He's gonna find some crazy way to,
भाई
try and
वो
save this
पेन
position.
निकालेगा और साइन ना करनी पड़े स्कोर शीट. Just kidding, chat. I'm also hoping, of course, कि Gukesh strikes back, but the current move is very important. I think bishop, I would say only three moves: bishop f3, bishop e6, or h4. One of these moves will happen, and all of these three lead to different situations. But as you saw, bishop f3 seems like a very bad move to me. I think h4 is the best practical chance, and bishop e6, well, maybe also holding for the next five moves. Let's see what happens.
H4 seems like the best chance. You're right. H4, bishop
Yeah.
d6, and queen f. Oh, sorry, not queen f6. Sorry, bishop f3, queen f3, knight g5, and then you play queen f6 in the next move. Why, but crazy.
Yeah, yeah. And also, I think if we have a look at the Pragg game, because somehow Sahaj भाई आज तो आपका थोड़ा सा मूड खराब हो जाएगा और देख के भाई.
ये तो भाई, और वो तो गुकेश के बाद देख के मूड खराब तो हो ही गया है. बट कमिंग बैक टू दिस, ही प्लेज f4, सो टच इज द गोल्डन पॉन. ब्लैक गोज ef4 एंड बिशप f4 के बाद मेरे पास क्वीन e1 है क्या? आई थिंक आई हैव इट,
हाँ,
नो?
that's a, yeah, you have it. So I think rook f4 मारना पड़ेगा
Hmm.
उसको.
Queen e1, and I think black is winning here basically. So rook f4 only move here. And okay, again, I mean this imbalance is sorted, but ये pawns जो c4 c3 पे पड़े हैं, they're still looking a bit weak to me.
Yeah.
कितना अच्छा लग रहा है ना प्रग की पोजीशन देख के.
ऐसे दिमाग कॉम्प्रिहेंड कर पा रहा है, इट्स लाइक okay, simple. Okay, h3,
ओ
king
सिंपल, आराम आराम
h1,
से खेलो
rook
a5.
f1, a3, a6, a4, a5. And chill around for a while.
Yeah, long term
But
weaknesses.
uh, maybe 20 moves later, Sahaj bhai, they might be a +2 plus advantage for Pragg. Yeah, ऐसी बातें कर रहे हैं. और वहां पे भाई देखो भाई, आग लगी हुई है भाई.
क्रेजी. Okay, Arjun का गेम लगा देता हूँ एक बार very quickly. He
हम्म.
did play bishop b5 in this position, so putting a pin on the knight. Knight हटते ही e2 का pawn मर रहा है. So the next move for Arjun is super crucial. Basically, there are three sort of logical moves. One is queen c5, one is queen c3, and one is queen c1. All defend the
हम्म.
c4 knight, but only one, which is queen c5, gives white a pretty good advantage. Queen c3 में भी equal हो रही है, queen c1 में भी equal हो रही है. But makes sense actually.
Yeah, makes sense. I think you attack the bishop, you attack the pawn, you have queen g5 ideas after bishop c3. So it's definitely humanly as well the best move, optically as well. So Arjun should be able to find it. I think Arjun is the only one who seems to have some winning chances, and I would say with his better chess skills, momentum, form, I think he should be able to win this. Sahaj, like how much percentage chances would you give Arjun to win this game?
I'd say like 30-40%,
Yeah, I agree. I think I
30,
agree there. That
something
makes
like
a lot
that.
of sense. Yeah, yeah.
By the way, switching quickly to Divya's game, because this was the position, and his and her opponent actually made a mistake with going bishop a7, bishop e7 पे रखना था most likely, and bishop a7, bishop d3 आता है, knight bd7, bishop b2, b5, and she plays knight to g5, attacking the h7 pawn, and opponent ने h6 खेला. And I can guarantee you, दिव्या के दिमाग में h4 है यहाँ पे. I can
100%, man.
guarantee you this. Oh, like she's thinking about it right now, this move.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Whether it's a good move or
Definitely.
not, I don't know, but you have to think about it, right? ये तो mandatory है, basically.
Also, knight h7, Sahaj, is a possibility. Because if you
Knight
take,
h7.
yeah, I
Okay.
take with check, king h8, and now bishop e4. And you can't play bishop b7, the move you really want to play.
Okay, रुक b8 आता है. Somehow feel हो रहा है यार, मतलब गुकेश का गेम देख के लॉन्ग कासल करो, just बढ़ा दो pawns and let's just go completely. I
हाँ,
mean,
एक
feels
हारे तो
good.
सारे सब में हार जाए साथ में. लेट्स गो भाई.
नहीं
ये क्या
यार,
था
अब
भाई?
वो जोश बन गया है, just let's just go.
लेट्स जस्ट गो होम. कुछ.
खाना खाने चलते हैं. But yeah, h4, how bad is h4 actually? It wasn't the best move. Okay, you cannot take hg5. It's not, actually not that bad.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, it's actually not that bad. It's minus point 0.3 right now. Black has to find bishop b7. Okay, not that difficult move. And
Oh,
followed
nice
kya?
and played. She plays
Right.
knight h7.
Lovely.
Wow. But okay, there's Rookie 8 also, which is kind of a party pooper.
या लॉजिकल मूव आई वुड से, क्योंकि बिशप ई4 आप अलाउ नहीं कर रहा आपको। अंशुल भाई कह रहे 30-40% कम हुआ ना सहज भाई, 50-50 तो तब होता है जब इक्वल होती है। यार 30-40% जीतने का चांस, फिर उसके बाद लाइक देयर इज अ ड्रॉ का चांस, फिर उसके बाद हारने का चांस, राइट? उसमें 30-40%, तो देन इट मेक सेंस नो। लाइक आई वुडंट
Hmm.
से इट्स लाइक विनिंग। साहिल भाई, हैव यू सीन विटी एलियन? आई डिड सी इट yesterday actually, विटी एलियन का
Hmm.
फेयरवेल, इट इज वेरी सैड एक्चुअली, वेरी
Hmm.
वेरी सैड।
Actually, I think it's just unfortunate. I think I would say if you're an Indian creator, if you've tried to create content, you will realize कि India में और बुरी हालत है because the CPMs are low. I think he talked about like $1,000 a month. I mean, I don't think anybody would make $1,000 a month in India, even remotely close to it because of CPMs. I think it's just very hard to be a creator and make money. By let's just put it that way, because you will either make nothing or you will make something like Levy. In between, I think you're always struggling. It's just a harsh reality, I think. Um,
But I think it was more about his health as well, no? Because he was
yeah. I
doing
think the
those
thing is,
30-hour streams and stuff like
I'll give you an
that.
example. Yeah, like when I think when I started streaming, I think I was 24/7 live. So if there was an opportunity, I think I would be live. For example, the first time I got a boost in viewership, I think I used to have 50 viewers, was
Mm-hmm.
when Samay was streaming Bullet Chess Championship, if you remember, the first one.
Mm-hmm.
And उसने
Mm-hmm.
कुशा कपिला का नंबर लीक कर दिया था. I don't know if
अच्छा,
you
हाँ.
remember this.
No, I don't
Okay.
know. I don't know this.
And I had decided I will stream every day for X numbers of hours, and I was streaming that live.
Mm-hmm.
And then he leaked Kusha's number. He made his stream private, and suddenly my viewership went from 50 to 400. But that only happened
Watch.
because I had been streaming every day for the past few months. Yeah,
Mm.
uh, and you have to be ready always. It's tough, bhai. It's tough. It's really tough.
Right,
मेरा
right,
कैमरा भी
right.
गया भाई देख लो भाई कितना टफ है भाई कैमरा भी गया भाई इससे टफ नहीं हो सकता भाई
कैमरे की बैटरी भाई, आई थिंक sadistic Tushi is very powerful. Actually, Satyam bhai, I met him like in person. He was playing it. Actually, Sahil bhai, you will not believe it, but I have played Tushar before in an actual chess match, like classical match before. He's from Delhi,
Hmm.
like he has played, and we actually played a tournament. This some Takshila Grand Prix it was, and we actually had a match there. It was crazy. But yeah, I actually saw him in very recently, like some 3-4 weeks back or something. I saw him. Very very nice guy.
Yeah, I think he lives in Hong Kong now, though, right?
No, not anymore. Actually, he moved back to Delhi.
Oh wow, really? Oh, I thought he
Yeah,
was in
yeah,
Hong
yeah.
Kong actually. I
He's
didn't
in
know.
Delhi. Bhai, collaborations. Let's go.
भाई मैं खुद मुंबई आ गया भाई अब
अच्छा.
आपको ही करना पड़ेगा कोलैबोरेट
Saj, why are you guys saying Gukesh is not playing well? He just defeated Carlsen many times. Right? It was once he defeated, and I mean we are just commenting on this specific game. Yeah, we're not talking about Gukesh's overall performance. I mean, if you look at the first 4 rounds, I think Gukesh's games were the most convincing. So nobody is saying that he is a um, you know, he's a bad player. Just today's game, this one specific decision of playing G4, just going quickly very back this in this moment playing G4. I mean, that was a huge mistake by the world champion. Not something that we expect. Yeah.
yeah
तेज भाई, अब
what is
अभी
this
दिल्ली में हो रहे मृणाल भाई, व्हाट्सअप? नहीं यार, I have come back to Budapest. Basically for this event, I had to prepone my flight. So I did that, and I'm now back in Budapest. But hopefully I'll be back again in November, December time. But we'll see.
yeah that will be a crazy matchup World Cup in India bhai that's gonna be insane Saj bhai honestly
Let's go Goa में भाई. Let's go.
will be insane
Arjun has a
Arjun has a
point.
plus ooh
Yeah, yeah.
how
So this was the position Queen C5 खेला उसने. The best move. Black plays Rook A B8, and yeah, the advantage is increasing. There's Bishop C3, King F2. Some okay. Maybe you don't want to play E4 because probably you want to protect your second rank. But maybe you can push
hmm
G4, G5 or something, and have some ideas like that on the king side. Yeah, he looks pretty good to me, but the problem is कि one bad move and the position equalizes. So अर्जुन को careful होना पड़ेगा.
Yeah, I agree. And bishop c3, I think, is the obvious move. You really want to capture on f6 if allowed to. I would love to do that. Open, and he played on the board. I think makes a lot of sense. And that's a great point, Sahas. The fact that you mentioned he e4 push karna, it feels very logical. But also you open up your king to a lot of checks on the second and the first rank. So you want to keep the e pawn a2 until you absolutely have to push it.
Hmm. So maybe like you can play g4 and then kabhi check padi bhi to you can go king g3 and
Yeah.
then you continue the pressure on the king side. So yeah, he's playing the best move. Bishop c3 I think was once again the best. Accuracy kya bhai? 99.3 for Arjun. Insane.
Wow. By the way, Gukesh
Yeah.
has put the bishop back on e6 after a 21-minute thought. 21-minute think and bishop e6 back. So maybe that was the plan. Rook g8 and rook takes g3. But now white has an important decision. Does he take on e6? Does he play bishop d5? Does he put the bishop back on b3? Something he has to do with the bishop because it's under attack.
Queen b3 bhi hai bhai.
Ooh, queen b3
Queen
is
b3
also
putting pressure on
dangerous.
b7, yeah.
Also dangerous.
So the best move here for white is to take on e6, queen takes e6, and
Hmm.
as soon as the light square bishop is traded, this square on f5 becomes weak and knights belong on outpost. So simple move knight d4 or knight h4 with the idea of putting the knight on f5 in some way. So both of these moves are working well for Abhimanyu here. So knight d4, let's just say. ये मार तो सकते नहीं आप, right? If you take this, I mean, look at these
Hmm.
pawns. सारे pawns connected है, एक c7 पे बैठा है. I mean, this is a resignable
Yeah.
position, I would
Yeah.
say, or very close to
Yeah.
it. So you will not take, you will go queen g6 perhaps, and the knight goes to f5. It also defends the g3 bishop, ताकि queen g3 ये जो pin लगा हुआ है, it's no longer possible. And maybe black castles, and okay, the game goes on. He's not, I mean, कोई एक direct move नहीं है white के पास जिससे कुछ एकदम crazy हो रहा है.
Yeah. Yeah. By the way, is there any possibility Mishra makes a mistake? There's always a possibility, I think. It won't happen in one move, but gradually over time, like two, three mistakes might help Gukesh save this game. Sadly, Gukesh, will he play in the World Cup? I think he will because it's in India. He played the Grand Swiss. Looking at that, he will definitely play the World Cup, I feel. He would love to win in his home country. I think it's very, very logical. But of course, I think winning the world, playing is one thing and, winning is the other, right? साज भाई
Of course. But यार यहाँ पे जीत जाते हैं तो that confidence is there. But yeah, at home turf it will be challenging. But yeah, we do expect an Indian to win for sure. I mean Magnus also did it, in the past
do you
in
think Magnus
2023.
plays? I don't think so, right?
No, 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 no.
है
I
ना?
mean announce हो गया होता ना अब तक.
No, I think he will not announce it. Huh? He's not liable to announce it. He can plan it last minute. Like he's qualified, he could show
Hmm.
up, but he won it last time. I think if he had not won it last time, maybe he might play. But now I think
अभी
it's
opponents नहीं आए ना, like
opponents.
players list, like जो
नहीं नहीं
round
अभी नहीं
one
अभी
के
नहीं
जो
है नहीं
usually
नहीं
they
नहीं
announce it like 3-4 months before, as far as I remember. But I think because probably
yeah
हमें पता नहीं था कि दिल्ली में होगा कि गोवा में होगा, maybe that's why it's a bit postponed.
yeah
But it
but
should
we'll
it
know it
should
I think.
happen, I think, before Grand Swiss finishes. That would be my guess because I think players also need the time to prepare against a specific opponent, right? अगर I mean imagine World Cup में आप पहले राउंड के अंदर ही आप 2650 के साथ खेल सकते हो. There's a very big possibility.
Yeah, but I think maybe they will take a bit longer also. Maybe they will try to wait for Magnus. I don't know. They'll try to wait for other players. Some other players might also decide later because of how the candidate situation is, right? So, Hikaru, if he loses a couple of games to some hand sponsored GMs, then he might show up at the World Cup also, Saj bhai.
क्रेजी भाई, हंस भी यार क्या बंदा है. आई लव इट.
अलग ही है भाई अलग ही है लिटरली अलग
आई
बंदा है
लव इट.
भाई ही इज लाइक मतलब एक ही इज ओपनली लाइक ऐसे अगेंस्ट हिकारू ही इज लाइक भाई हिकारू को हराओ 10 और लो भाई मतलब
Any criteria to play the World Cup? I mean, there's a lot. I mean, every player is selected. I think India के लिए अगर आप nationals जीतते हो तो I think the top three spots get to the World Cup. साहिल भाई, maybe
यस
just
टॉप
correct
थ्री
me if I'm wrong. Yeah,
टॉप थ्री
top three spots, and then Asian individual होता है, Asian continental होता है, वहाँ से भी selections होते हैं. And then rating criteria भी होता है. अगर if you're the highest active player, then that's another criteria. फिर उसके बाद और मतलब और भी होते हैं, मतलब there are a bunch of different ways to sort of get it done. And I think last year or the year before that, Arjun was the wild card entry by FIDE, if I remember correctly. in the previous World Cup. So that's you can also enter via a wild card as well.
या आई थिंक लोकल कंट्री को कुछ वाइल्ड कार्ड्स तो डेफिनेटली मिलेंगे. ग्रैंड स्विस में भी आई थिंक देयर आर बंच ऑफ यंग उज्बेकिस्तान प्लेयर्स
तो
प्लेइंग
साहिल
सो.
भाई, अगर वो वाइल्ड कार्ड आपको मिलता है तो यू अंडरस्टैंड आपका फर्स्ट मैच प्रग से हो सकता है.
अगर मुझे वो वाइल्ड कार्ड मिलता है आई थिंक इंडियन चेस इज गोइंग इन द रॉन्ग डायरेक्शन साज भाई. सो मतलब आई थिंक फिर हमारा आई थिंक फिर बहुत कम साल बचे हैं हमारे
बट यू गेट टू प्ले
इंडियन चेस.
प्रग. विल यू से नो? अगर आपको फिर अगर आपको नॉमिनेट करती है.
नहीं, ऑफ कोर्स आई विल प्ले बिकॉज़ एनीवेज आई गेट नॉकड आउट इन राउंड 1 तो राउंड 2 से कमेंट्री.
Oh, Bishop d6, by the way, on the board. He doesn't take on e6, so not the best move by Abhimanyu here, but it is still a very good one. Now Gukesh has to find queen d7 or he is dead lost, basically. He plays
वाह.
queen f6, it's over. +4 ka advantage after e5. So queen d7 mein still there is some hope.
And queen d6 are very interesting, Sahaj. White has to take on e6. If he doesn't, Gukesh is absolutely back in the game.
Oh, lovely. Okay, okay, that's
Oh,
good. But also another thing is you can probably capture back with a pawn now as well.
that is true actually. But okay, e5, the bishop is also quite. Um, यार ये बिशप को थोड़ी कोई वो सुपारी दो बिशप की कोई यार कोई हटने को रेडी नहीं है. बट ओके, डू यू थिंक मिश्रा कुड मेक अ मिस्टेक Sahaj here after queen d7 if we have it on the board? Do you think
No,
he
no,
could
no.
potentially not find bishop e6?
I'll tell you why not. Because if you don't, let's say, I mean, first of all, you don't have a safe place to put the bishop anymore. आप bishop d5 पहले खेल रहे थे, but अब queen d6 मर रहा है. Since the bishop is on e6, you no longer have those discovered check ideas with bishop f7. So bishop d5 not possible. I mean, bishop e2, though, first of all, it you will never play bishop e2 in a
Yeah,
position like this.
yeah,
Secondly, also bishop takes
that's
h3 is
already
a
equal.
ever looming threat.
साज भाई.
हाँ जी,
साज भाई. अच्छा.
can you hear me?
सॉरी, मेरा नेट होगा शायद. आई डोंट नो, आई लॉस्ट
अच्छा
योर.
अच्छा. What I'm saying is this bishop takes h3 का जो threat है ना, this is also very dangerous to me because gh3 queen h3 and suddenly the
क्वीन
rook
डी7 प्लेड.
rook.
क्वीन डी7 प्लेड. ओ कम ऑन मिश्रा जी, एक गलती कर दो भाई.
I want to
ओके,
get
जस्ट
FIDE
किडिंग.
rating in India. Can you please explain the process? Do we have to pay to play in tournaments? Yes, you do. But it's not a very big payment, I think. In a lot of the open events, I think 9 round के अंदर आपको आपकी rating मिल जानी चाहिए, provided that you play enough rated players and you perform decent against them. But yeah, it's not a very difficult process to get a rating.
By the way, Chad, I think we must admire how well Abhimanyu Mishra is playing. Like you're playing a world champion. Regardless, I think you will feel pressure. You know the world is watching you right now. The entire chess world, if not more. And he's also, his kind of his family must be Indian. So कहीं ना कहीं पे वो भी है expectations. We know how कैसी होती हैं parents की. This is a golden opportunity for him. If he defeats Gukesh, that's again a life-changing moment for a player like Abhimanyu Mishra, who has the record for the youngest grandmaster ever. Sahaj, like that's an insane record to have, to be honest. Like आज तक human history में कोई आपसे पहले GM नहीं बना. Like imagine having that record.
I mean, of course, that is at the age of 12, it is completely unheard of. But you know, the way that these youngsters are coming up these days, I mean, I would not be surprised if it goes to 11, if it goes to 10. But
Yeah.
yes, it is still an insane thing to achieve for anyone, I think. And yeah, at the age of 12, you're definitely a prodigy. I mean, या बाय द वे एक इंटरेस्टिंग क्वेश्चन था चैट में. किसी ने बोला ये जो जहाँ पे गुकेश ने ब्लंडर किया डी टेक सी5 के बाद, दे सेड h4 के बाद नाइट h4 gh4 क्वीन h5 क्वीन e7 Bishop h4, queen f8, knight f3, and queen g7. Yeah, we did look at this.
Yeah, we saw
It's
this. Yeah.
possible. It's possible that he missed this, but I think that likelihood of him missing it is less. I think the likelihood of him sort of misevaluating is more. उसको दोनों पोजीशन सेम लग रही होंगी कि एक में मतलब 19-20 का फर्क है, यहाँ पे मेरा जीतने का चांस थोड़ा ज्यादा. मे बी ही मिस इवेल्युएटेड कि पोजीशन कितनी खराब है. आई डोंट थिंक ही वुड हैव मिस अ स्पेसिफिक मूव दो.
Yeah. And now, Chad, he's still under pressure, and this is the moment where things could turn around. 33 minutes, by the way, for Abhimanyu Mishra to play 23 moves. So we are reaching that phase of the game. जहाँ पे if he either he needs to play good moves very quickly or he needs to play best moves. Then time maybe does not matter as much, because अगर यहाँ पे उन्होंने एक गलती कर दी, suddenly he uses 10 more minutes, then he has to play 20, 22 moves in 23 minutes, then suddenly Gukesh could totally strike back, and then Sahaj, your prediction of the game not being completely over would be like a fortune teller kind of, making an insane prediction. So I think
I I I think we are headed towards that direction because bishop e6 fe6 के बाद भी, like, I don't know why this is so bad. I mean, I get it. ठीक है, आपके पास e5,
oh,
I
he
can see this
takes.
as well. He takes.
He takes. Yeah, he found the
Okay.
best move. I
Now this is the moment of truth. I don't want Gukesh to go queen e6 here. I would prefer fe6 to not give up this f5 square, because once queen e6 and knight h4 happens and knight f5 is, on the board, I feel this is very risky. So I would prefer fe6 just as a
Sadhbhai,
preference.
so let's say fe6, and then white just plays e5 to
Why he
cement
played
that
queen
bishop.
e6?
Ooh.
Yeah, I don't like this because now knight h4 looks very scary. Knight f5.
Apparently, c4 is even stronger. I don't understand the point of c4. What is c4, Sahaj?
Here.
Yeah, it's a very
What?
strong move. Yeah, I don't know. What's c4?
Acha, c5 खेल के just block this bishop as well, or what? Or queen d5 maybe. I mean, c4 just makes no sense. This is
Yeah.
computer saying कि भाई white कुछ भी खेल सकता है और white still better है यहाँ पे.
Hmm.
Like a king h1 is winning for white.
Chat, I'm going to ask you a question, ठीक है? थोड़ा दिल दिमाग दोनों से सोचना. Do you think Gukesh, the world champion, will defend this game? So we must point out Gukesh had a better position. He made one mistake, but it was a big one, right? And suddenly Arjun Mishra is playing like a freaking genius, and now he's cruising to a victory. Do you think Gukesh will strike back, or do you think Mishra will just win it? Yeah. Yes, no, yes, no. He's lost. Yes, no, yes, easily. So Sahaj bhai, I think it's like 80-20, yeah, in favor of Mishra kind of just cruising through. So 20%, maybe 15% people saying that Mukesh can strike back.
पोल लगा दो मेरे हिसाब से तो.
Oh, that's a good question. That's a good question. Will Gukesh hold? Yes or no, chat? Come on, bhai. बोलते
I
ना.
know what I'm voting by. I know where my Maggies are.
Ooh. You want to bet Maggie Sajwai on this? Oh,
On
E5
what?
played the best move played by Abhimanyu Mishra. One of the best moves, not the best one, but one of the best moves. He cements that bishop. अब ये bishop d6 ना ऐसे होता है ना, वो जैसे वो जैसे डॉन कभी किसी के ऐसे कोई किसी से हफ्ता मांगने आता है, ऐसे आता है भाई, ऐसे हाँ भाई कहाँ है तेरा हफ्ता, लाइक ऐसे वो बैठ गया बिशप, अब वो नहीं हिलने वाला यहाँ से, कोई नहीं हिला सकता उसको. एंड माई क्वेश्चन टू यू Sahaj is, the black king is like basically stuck on e8 for the rest of the game. It cannot move. I mean, I know that
Maybe,
that huh.
maybe I can go bishop b6, rook c8, and take on c7, and then I will exchange this bishop, and then I can breathe. अभी तो सांस नहीं आ रही लेकिन.
Sadhbhai, so let's look at this variation. So let's say bishop b6. And
Mm-hmm.
now I think I can make sense of that c4 move. Idea is c5. So you have to play rook c8 right now.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, it was all for nothing. And now there's the move queen to b3. And after bishop c7, queen b7, I'm threatening the knight, I'm threatening a lot of stuff. Bishop d6, and now simply ed6, and guess what? The e file is opened up.
Short castle and then c5, right?
Yeah, and now c4 makes a lot of sense. But
Gukesh
not
saves
an
this,
easy
I
move
think.
to see. Not an
I
easy
think
move to
Gukesh
see,
will
though.
save this. I think he will save it. I think he saves this.
Wow. Wow.
I'm still pretty confident. क्योंकि ये गेम लंबा चलेगा, आई थिंक ही विल, गुकेश विल ट्राई टू पुट हिम इन पोजीशंस वेयर ही हैज टू फाइंड ओनली मूव्स, एंड maybe he doesn't play the best move, maybe plays the second or the third, and slowly the evaluation goes down. But Gukesh is not going to make it easy for him.
Hmm.
फाइटर है यार वो.
भाई फाइटर तो है देखो, he did become world champion. He kept fighting in that last game against Ding in that drawn position and found that win. So he will offer tough tough options to Gukesh-Mishra, who might make a mistake. And bishop b6 is one of those moves, Sahaj, it's a forcing move. It really forces your hand. You need to find something clean, otherwise bishop b6, rook c8. If I grab the c7 pawn, maybe I'm back in the game.
I also, I'm seeing a very crazy move, which is now the top move according to my comp here. This king
No,
d7.
no, no. नहीं सहज भाई, I mean, come on यार, come on, king d7.
I mean, idea तो same ही है ना. Like I want to put my king on c8 and then I want to take this pawn. Idea तो same ही है ना.
I thought the idea is rook a g8 and king c8.
That's another plan, but I'm just afraid of bishop c5. Some checks there. I'm just afraid of that. But yeah, king c8 immediately भी तो जा सकते हो आप.
Why bishop c5 is a blunder actually. King c8 and black is actually back. So
You
king
mean
d7.
I was talking after rook g8 or something in those
Okay,
positions,
okay.
not
Like
like
king
here.
d7 is a huge rage bait, yeah. King d7. Oh no, I am under check. Oh no.
The
Like,
position demands this, right? The position demands you to play crazy moves. Otherwise, you're not gonna survive.
wow. My king d7, if Gukesh plays, would be a freaky move. I have to admit, looks quite exciting to see it, especially because I think e file can open up, as we saw in some variations. After bishop b6, e file khul rahi hai. So the king
Mhm.
might as well be on c8 at that point.
Exactly. And also another point I want to mention, which is in Gukesh's favor, is Abhimanyu's time is getting low.
Hmm.
He has to make 21 moves in 32 minutes. Okay,
Yeah.
not a big worry right now, but for me personally, whenever I see the clock below the that 30-minute mark, I start to panic. Like मेरे लिए तो
Hmm.
30 minutes पे ही वो panic शुरू हो जाता है. Like whenever I see 30 on my clock, I start to panic.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that could also play a part here.
And Chad, I must say, ki the reason why we are fixed on this game is one, of course, the gravity of the situation itself. Like Gukesh is losing, completely losing. And also, I think all the other games are roughly balanced, yeah. Not even like a plus point 0.5 advantage anywhere. Richard Rapport, Paramaksulu, dead equal. Divya, Samshidin, dead equal. Nihal, Leon, of course, there are dynamics in the game, but bar-wise, dead equal. Arjun is slightly better, as we saw, but it's going to be a long, long game there. So we are focused on this because of that particular reason. So quite an interesting. Even Pragg's game is dead equal right now. So let's stick here. Saj
Mm.
bhai, I like your point that there's limited time available for I think Gukesh's opponent, and maybe there is some hope that he makes a mistake.
True, and I see a question from the chat. Says why can Stockfish hold in this position? That depends, I think. Is Stockfish playing from white as well? Then I mean, objectively, no. I think +2 it should be winning for white. Objectively speaking, unless कोई crazy सा fortress position पे आ रहा है, which Stockfish can create. But अगर Alpha Zero खेल रहा है, for example, from the white side, I don't think Stockfish saves this. For no, like for sure not. Like objectively, it is lost, but I think there's a
I
lot
think
of mess on the board.
I think what he means, if maybe if let's say Stockfish is playing black against Abhimanyu Mishra, I think it will hold this game. Yeah, would you agree with
Of
that,
course,
Saj?
yes. Stockfish
Yeah.
would probably win this. अगर of course, come on.
Okay,
Come on,
possible.
I
Actually,
mean, it's Stockfish.
actually possible. Actually possible.
There have been those practice rounds. Like a lot of grandmasters in the past have played Stockfish while having an extra piece on the board, and they still lose. Like
Wow.
free piece for nothing, and they still lose.
Wow.
Was
Oh
D
man.
takes e5 not in Gukesh's preparation? Probably not, or maybe he misremembered something.
You guys are underestimating Stockfish. No, nobody. Don't worry. We are not.
Nobody
3600
ever
yellow
under
ko.
no
Yeah.
nobody ever underestimates Stockfish.
3600 ELO by Magnus ke piche we go gaga on a daily basis. So and he's 2850. Imagine being 800 points above Magnus Carlsen. Let's just highlight how ridiculous that is. Like That's comparing a 2000 rated player to Magnus. जितना
No, no, it's
डिफरेंस
more.
उनमें है
It's
उतना
more. It's more.
डिफरेंस, हाँ उससे ज्यादा मे बी, बट ओके लेट्स जस्ट गो विद दैट, उससे
Mhm.
ज्यादा डिफरेंस मैग्नस और स्टॉकफिश में भाई. लाइक मेरे और मैग्नस में 600 पॉइंट का डिफरेंस है बाय द वे. जस्ट पुटिंग दैट इनटू पर्सपेक्टिव कि भाई
And of
दैट्स
course,
हाउ मच
those
स्ट्रॉन्गर.
points matter more. Yeah, that the higher you go, the
या
harder
या
it is
या
to gain rating. So you have to include that as well. So
या
that difference is much bigger. Stockfish is like insane. Have I ever tried
या
this? No, 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 no. Of course not, because I like my peace. I don't want to. I don't want to be depressed. So I have never tried it. There should be separate ratings for HS engines. There are actually. It's called CCRL lists. वहीं पे Stockfish की rating set होती है because he plays against other computers. There's computer championships happening all across, and he plays against other sort of engines, and then that's how the rating is decided.
एंड चैट, डू लाइक दिस स्ट्रीम, लेट्स गेट टू 500 लाइक्स. डू नॉट फॉरगेट एक मेंबरशिप आपके पास रेडी है 500 लाइक पे ऑन द अदर एंड. सो लेट्स गेट टू 500 likes. Fabio is not able to beat Leela with an extra night. Exactly, I think he mentioned it in one of his podcasts. And right now, Gukesh thinking he has 38 minutes on the clock. King D7, bro, bhai, what a move played by Gukesh! Wow.
Beautiful, beautiful. I think this is a sign. I think that he's there to fight. He's not gonna give up. And maybe that Rook G8, King C8 could be played very very soon. I don't know. Optically, it doesn't look this. I mean, computer बहुत मतलब बहुत direct चीज बोल रहा है, but which I just don't understand. Why is it so bad?
Chat, I have a question. I think referencing to what Sahaj Bhai is saying, what do you think is White's best move? So you now understand Gukesh's plan. You also understand कि भाई अगर मैं बिशप डायरेक्टली कहीं पे मूव करके डिस्कवर चेक दूंगा, दैट्स नॉट रियली अ बिग डील बिकॉज ब्लैक मेरा C7 पॉन मार देगा. सो ये चेक देना बेट है जो मुझे नहीं लेना चाहिए. सो व्हाट डू यू थिंक इज White's बेस्ट मूव इन दिस पोजीशन? White's बेस्ट प्लान, chat. Come on. What do you think?
B4, you're close.
Yeah, I think B4, A4, one of these moves is the best idea, Sahaj bhai. And Rahul Dravid B4 bol raha hai, attacking move. That to me is even crazier.
Mhm.
But B4 indeed, you're basically saying, I know you're gonna play King to C8, and I'm already going to blow open the Queen side. So if Mishra doesn't find A4 or B4, let's say, Sahaj, what could be a normal move that is not A4 or B4?
Like rookie one, I guess.
Yeah, rookie one, suddenly it's only plus 0.3. Why? Ruke
This is what I was
G8
telling
is
you.
it's it's plus 0.3 now. Plus 0.4, whatever.
And if he doesn't find B4, I think he's in trouble. He has to see this idea of B5. And Queen B3 जैसी चालें भी, I mean, look logical, but I don't believe in them because if you go into the end game, then Gukesh can push there as well.
Bhai, this is epic to watch. If Gukesh wins this, bhai, this would. I think this is gonna make the world go crazy if he somehow wins this game. That would be. Bhai, I think मैं तो Gukesh would tattoo करा लूंगा भाई अपनी at least shirt की Gukesh OP की shirt तो लानी पड़ेगी भाई, something like that for
टैटू बोला है
sure.
भाई, टैटू। गुकेश जीता है तो साहिल भाई टैटू कराएंगे
भाई नहीं
मेरे
यार,
को ही।
मैं थोड़ा
गुकेश ओपी।
सेंसिटिव हूँ भाई, दर्द होता है मुझे, बट आई थिंक शर्ट में जरूर ले आऊंगा, शर्ट में जरूर ले आऊंगा. How can you
The
say
big
he wins this? By कुछ भी possible है, कुछ भी possible है. Once the thing is, once things start going in the other direction ना, White starts losing his mind, and then you start thinking, अरे बाप रे, ये तो winning था, क्या हो गया भाई, कैसे attack आ गया, how did I miss this? And then suddenly you over push, and that's when you start losing. And also ऐसी position में, like black is not going to sit tight. Like black is going to play rook a g8, threaten queen h3, knight g5 could happen. So black is going to attack. So the only way forward is to attack. So white has to attack here. Otherwise, if
अब
black is given 2-3 moves, like black could be better.
yeah, और गुकेश की next two moves are simple, right? Rook G8 and King C8 is, it feels simple enough. That's why he played King D7. So हमारी दो moves तो गई, अब now the ball is in Abhimanyu's court.
Yeah,
Does he
Sarkar is saying
find
correct.
B4?
Correctly saying, don't extra cigarette guys, at the end you're gonna bring नहीं नहीं भाई, shame वेम नहीं होगा, don't worry. I think rook g8 आने वाला है बहुत जल्दी, and then king c8 होगा. Everything is gonna be fine for Mukesh, unless Abhimanyu Mishra realizes कि भाई मेरे पास समय बिल्कुल भी नहीं है because he lives in India. So he has to
Hmm.
go A4 and B4 instantly. That's the only way.
Or B, yeah, like even I'm seeing King H1 as a potential move which keeps the advantage as well. Rook G8 के बाद I think you still have to play this A4 or B4. If you don't find
Yeah.
this plan, then Gukesh is basically back.
Yeah. Basically आपने किंग एच पहले खेल दिया जो आपको अगली चाल में खेला था रुक जी तो
Hmm.
यू काइंड ऑफ चेंज द मूव ऑर्डर बट B4 A4 खेलना ही पड़ेगा.
He also has knight
Uh,
h4. Knight h4 is no longer possible because he's committed e5. That was, I think, a slight error by Abhimanyu there. Because if he didn't
yeah.
play e5 and even knight h4, knight f5, then this was very scary to me, this position. But e5, king d7 के बाद I feel अब light squares पे थोड़ी सांस मिल गई है at least गुकेश को.
भाई मैं तो पढ़ रहा था जो लिखा हुआ था भाई. मैं तो सिर्फ पढ़ रहा था जो लिखा हुआ है. बाय द वे फिलहाल के लिए 27 minutes भाई. इट्स 27 minutes for 21 moves. Hello sir, that's not easy.
So the crucial moment is now. Because we were expecting this, yeah. Gukesh will play. He will try to put him in situations where he has to find the only plan ahead, and this is the first one right here.
Yeah, I this is so exciting to watch. I mean, वो बाजीगर वाला वो बार बार बजता है दिमाग में, बाजीगर और बाजीगर हारी हुई बाजी को जीतने वाले को ही बाजीगर कहते हैं. लाइक वो फीलिंग आ रही है भाई. बट ऑफ
वो तो
कोर्स आई थिंक
हार
इट
कर
वाज काइंड
जीतने
ऑफ
वाला था भाई, हारना
हाँ
थोड़ी है.
हार कर जीतने वाले को. सॉरी सॉरी हाँ. वही वही
हारना नहीं
लाइक
है
वही मेरा
भाई.
पॉइंट है. वही पॉइंट है लाइक बट ऑफ कोर्स वी आर काइंड ऑफ गोइंग अहेड अ बिट. आई थिंक A4 B4 आ गया तो फिर से हम लोग चेयर में स्लंप होके बैठ जाएंगे. सो लेट्स सी व्हाट
नहीं,
हैपेंस.
फिर भी चांस है. आई मीन लाइक do you want to actually look at it? A4 for example.
हाँ लेट्स
Rook
गो B4 में
G8.
भी. लेट्स गो
Okay,
B4 में भी.
B4. Okay, sure, no problem. I'll
हाँ
go Rook
ओके G8
G8, King
and now king
H1.
H1 obviously and now king
I'll
C8
go King C8. ठीक है.
and now
A4.
A4.
I'm thinking knight E7. भाई बहुत चाले हैं यार. C4
uh,
C5 भी आ रहा है.
yeah, C4 looks actually quite deadly. एक बार वो bishop A7 लॉक हो गया ना, that's not even about the attack. Yeah,
Just wait. I'm not gonna play knight E7. I'll play like F6 or something. Or I should have played F6 earlier. What
B5
happens if B5 knight E5 मरने पे क्या हो रहा है?
BA6 मार दूंगा मैं.
Okay, imagine this with a time pressure. Is this easy?
ना BA6 रुक B1 भाई खत्म. Yeah, it's over I think.
Rook G2,
What? ये कहाँ से आ गया भाई?
King G2 मारोगे तो Rook check, King H2 पे Knight F3 check. You have to take this and I take on D6 with a check. I didn't accomplish much, but yeah, it's still lost.
भाई मेरी तो सेकंड स्क्रीन ही ऑफ हो गई भाई. आई डोंट नो व्हाट जस्ट हैपेंड.
Hmm. Okay, going back, going back. This is the position, King D7. Yeah, this B4, A4, B5 is very, very strong. But I think he will be a bit afraid of this Rook G2 type ideas in this position. And this is probably why he's thinking so much here. 19 moves, 21 moves to make still. We can see a very probable time pressure here from Abhimanyu. You're underestimating Abhimanyu. We are not underestimating. We're talking about the position, not the player.
भाई आई बॉट अ न्यू स्क्रीन एंड नाउ इट गॉट स्विच्ड ऑफ. शुड आई रिटर्न इट? भाई भाई आजकल कुछ भी ऑर्डर करो ऑनलाइन भाई दे सेंड क्रैप ऑलवेज. क्या चल रहा है भाई? भाई व्हाई डू पीपल ट्राई टू स्कैम यू भाई? आजकल क्या ही चल रहा है भाई? भाई एसर के प्रोडक्ट्स मत लो भाई, बहुत ही घटिया कंपनी है अपेरेंटली. बाय द वे किंग डी संख्या नो मूव्स यार बाय मिश्रा. 24 मिनट्स रिमेनिंग.
Hmm. Don't really see any strategy for white except b4 or a4. And maybe there's c4, c5 because you want to block this bishop on a7. That is another plan, but it kind of joins with the b4, a4 plan as well. Because king side पे कुछ कर नहीं सकते. But I do understand your point. Like I'm not knight d4 कोई suggest कर रहा था by the way chat में, but then you can go bishop takes d4, c d4 and just queen d5. And here I think Gukesh maintains a good. I mean, even though white is better here, I think light squares पे Gukesh has good chances. This is not losing anymore.
हम्म. ट्रू ट्रू ट्रू. साज भाई आई थिंक जितना टाइम मिश्रा ले रहा है उतना यहाँ पे गुकेश के चांसेस बढ़ते हुए। सो कोई कह रहा है बायस कमेंट्री भाई,
Oh,
ऑफ
knight
कोर्स।
d4
ओ
played.
लेट्स गो भाई, गुकेश इज बैक। दैट्स अ बिग ब्लंडर, नॉट अ बिग वन बट डेफिनेटली अ ब्लंडर देयर यार।
No, it's a mistake for sure. And now bishop takes d4, cd4, queen d5. Literally, we were just talking about this. And queen d5. I like Gukesh's chances here. I think Gukesh can even pull a win here.
भाई बट ही हैज टू टेक विद द बिशप यार, वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट आई थिंक।
Yeah, yeah, but okay. Once you think about knight d4, cd4, what is this bishop really doing on a7? So you will take with the bishop, right?
या
The
ट्रू
cams नहीं है
ट्रू
हमारे पास,
ट्रू।
but I can sort of envision Gukesh sort of doing this, you know? Okay, ठीक है भाई. Let's go.
सही में सही में सही में, एंड आई थिंक दिस इज द अपॉर्चुनिटी वी हैव बीन वेटिंग फॉर। चैट एक मौका चाहिए होता है कई बार यार, वन अपॉर्चुनिटी, गानों में
Hmm.
सुना होगा। And let's go deeper. So bishop d4, pawn takes obviously, and now queen d5. So I've basically taken up that square, and white के पास कोई piece नहीं है जो वो queen को वहां से हटा सकता है। The
Hmm.
only piece is the queen, but you can't trade queens. If you trade queens, I think already black is perfectly fine. So
Black
what
might
does
even play
white
for a
play?
win. Black might even
Yeah.
play for a
So
win.
so what does white do now, Sahaj? Like what is white's plan here to put pressure?
I maybe rook c1 and rook c5 I'm thinking, but black is in time to play rook g8 and take on d4 with a check.
Ooh. Rook hg8 only move, and now there's mate in one. So wow, f3 only move or black is winning. Ay sahab,
Queen d4, queen d4, knight d4. Yeah,
you can't go rook
biased.
fb1. There
एक
is
सेकंड एक सेकंड किसी ने लिखा
हाँ
biased commentary the panel should support the younger one. भाई वो भी biased नहीं होगा.
हाँ भाई, ये क्या है भाई? भाई आई एम
ये
32
कैसा
years old
पॉइंट है?
भाई। ये
तुम
कैसे
बायस कर
बायस है
रहे हो,
भाई?
बट तुम
भाई
उसको
ओल्डीज के
फाइव
अगेंस्ट गोल्डीज।
उसको फेवर नहीं कर रहा है जिसको मैं फेवर कर रहा हूँ, तो उसको करो फिर बायस्ड हो सकते हो तुम. ये कैसा लॉजिक है भाई?
What about the oldies,
ये
bro?
सही है.
What about the oldies?
But yeah, knight d4, that's I think a big mistake by Abhi. Maybe a time pressure effect as well.
Definitely a time pressure effect. I think you can see the clock ticking down. You know कि अभी the complications have not ended. You don't find the best idea. And also, it doesn't feel like the black king is committed to c8 just yet, right? So maybe he hesitated to play b4, a4. He thought, let it go to c8 first and then I'll do it. And he's trying to open the c5, right? So it does look like a logical move. Knight takes d4, c takes d4. For example, the ideal setup, like you are trying to play rook c1 and open the c file. So it makes sense, this move.
Knight d4, you mean?
Yeah, if knight d4, cd4, then white's plan worked because c file open हो गई.
Yeah, but if you take with the bishop, तब भी c5 है, but yeah, this knight does a wonderful job because I think
Yeah,
Gukesh is only playing on the light squares here. कि dark
yeah.
squares तो पूरे white ने dominate कर रखे हैं, but light squares
Hmm.
पे थोड़ी hope है अभी भी.
Yeah, yeah. So 35 minutes for Gukesh. Take the knight with bishop. Come on, Guki, keh rahe Rajesh. Yeah, I think we're all cheering for the same. By the way, no crazy updates in the other game chats. So similar evaluations, similar positions. So I think we stick with this, maybe, Saj bhai.
Yeah, sure, sure, sure. I think Pragg थोड़ा अच्छा लग रहा है देख के.
Oh, nice.
Position अच्छी लग रही है देख के उसकी. He feels like he has good chances. But yeah, would love to see how this position unfolds.
Yeah, yeah. Also, Nodirbek is no longer completely winning against a Dogmas. So, everybody is striking back.
Hmm. Not winning, but yeah, he has very, very good chances. Is it how? What is the evaluation in that game in Nadirбек?
I think it was similar to what we have here. Very similar now.
Acha, okay.
Blunder. I can't see players, bro. Neither can I. Where are the players, Saj bhai? We can't see them.
अरे हमको देख रहे हो ना, वी आर प्लेयर्स. ये देखो, ये गुकेश की शक्ल दिख रही है यहाँ पे.
ओके सर क्या कंसंट्रेशन से बैठा है ना, ही इज नॉट इवन ब्लिंकिंग साज भाई।
हम्म।
एंड मिश्रा भाई ये शर्ट पहन के टाई पहन के क्यों आए हैं?
और भाई और
टाइम इज टिकिंग, टाइम इज टिकिंग। On Gukesh, bishop takes d4, bishop takes d4.
he is not the world champion, still he has managed to the margin till the last move. That's why you should have favor अभी rather than क्योंकि अभी तो आप कह रहे थे बायस नहीं करना चाहिए और अब कह रहे हो इस पर प्लेयर को फेवर करो। ये तो गलत बात हुई ना भाई।
भाई टक्सीडो में हारेगा। बाय द वे नाइट e5 इज नॉट पॉसिबल। आप इफ यू फॉरगॉटन कि हमारी रानी पे भी अटैक है e6 पे,
हम्म।
सो नाइट e5 जस्ट नाइट e6 एंड गुड बाय गेम।
सहज whenever I do positive comments you don't see, only look at negative comments। देखो अभी मैंने न्यूट्रल कमेंट भी पढ़ा आपका, तो ये गलत बात है।
बट उस कमेंट में नेगेटिव लिखा हुआ था, मे बी दैट्स व्हाई साज भाई।
हाँ, जहाँ नेगेटिव लिखा एक काम करो पॉजिटिव कमेंट लिखो फिर नीचे उसके नेगेटिव लिख दो फिर मैं पढ़ लूंगा।
हाँ।
फिर नाइट d4, कम ऑन, बिशप टेक्स d4।
स्टिल नो मूव, स्टिल नो मूव्स।
पुरानिक विनिंग क्या? टेकिंग, चेकिंग इट आउट, नो नो इज
हम्म।
नॉट विनिंग। इज ही विनिंग क्या?
आई एम चेकिंग।
सो अगेंस्ट फेडरर लुक्स इक्वल।
Oh, he's completely winning actually. Just blundered,
रियली?
I think.
लेट मी
Yeah,
टेक
yeah,
अ
yeah.
क्विक लुक।
F takes E5 apparently is very strong, but it's not just,
ओह,
over though, I think.
क्या बात है, अभिमन्यु स्ट्राइकिंग बैक, लेट्स गो।
Fitosi not having the best of events, I think, so far. So hard luck to him.
Okay, going back to the Gukesh game. By the way, bishop takes d4 taken by Gukesh. cd4 on the board.
Wow!
Wonderful. Queen d5 now only move, I think, because you otherwise you just allowed d5.
Sahaj Bhai, Arjun has given a pawn for free. Do you want to have a 30-second look there? I think he wants to take on F6, maybe that's why, huh?
Oh, free थोड़ी ना, तो gf6 मारने के बाद it's a lot of compensation there. You play g4, king g3, queen और knight का combination, some knight d5 plans. So एक ना एक pawn तो
Hmm.
मर ही जाएगा ना, a7 c7 f6 में से एक pawn तो मर जाएगा
Hmm.
बाद में।
True, true, true. I think it's a practical bet. Makes a lot of sense. So Arjun's still pushing it. Going back to the cage game, what happens, Sajmai? Take us through.
This is the current position. Queen d5 is what we are expecting here from Gukesh. Otherwise, d5 is a huge threat. I think you can just resign there. So yeah, Queen d5 is what.
Hmm.
Sahaj bhai, thank you for the super chat. Sahaj bhai, you have good debate skills and intellect. भाई दिल्ली से हो ना, तो
भाई
इंटेलेक्ट
जीएम ऐसे थोड़ी ना होता
इंटेलेक्ट
है।
इंटेलेक्ट बाद में आई थोड़ी, बट लेकिन डिबेट स्किल्स हमेशा से थे।
If you
बट
think
थैंक यू
about
सो
it,
मच।
chess calculation is also like a debate, right? So you're debating, okay, do I play queen g5? Your opponent is also kind of, you're not debating with each other, but you're debating the same stuff technically. So
क्वीन d5 प्लेड, लेट्स गो।
let's go by. Come on. And now how do you do it? Yeah, rook c1 as we saw, I think, is the move. rook c1 के अलावा भाई वो h5 पॉन मर रहा है, बट मेरी रूह कांप रही है भाई वो पॉन मारने से पहले।
Queen, maybe you go queen h5, कुछ knight f6 forced है by the way. My plan is queen f5 check. Queen e6 and I wanted to take on e6 and just by end game आ गई। ये white हारेगा तो नहीं, I think। बहुत सारे pawns हैं। But yeah, it maybe fizzles out into a draw, or maybe Gukesh, I don't know, finds something here, but not much to do here। I think at this point, after queen d5 specifically, I feel Abhimanyu realizes that something went wrong।
हम्म। बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग पोजीशन एक्चुअली, बिकॉज ये even after all of this, I think white still has a lot of pawns. Yeah, that pawn on c7 is a monster. So any end
Four
game
pawns
as
up।
well, white. Yeah, but in any endgame, I think white has enough pawns to kind of put pressure. So not out of the woods just yet.
Well, thank you so much, Yogesh bhai. Thank you so much. Nice words.
Crazy that a4 b4 doesn't work. Yeah, now of course I think we already have the open c file, so a4 b4 will not be as strong. And also black is about to play rook g8, so it's going to be a mate in one threat.
I mean, doesn't matter which rook. I mean, you also wanna put your king back to c8. Mukesh would be comfortable here, I think now.
Hmm.
22 minutes, by the way, for Abhimanyu. जीतेगा तो
Hopefully,
अगला मैच किससे होगा गुकेश का? मोस्ट लाइकली परहम, या मतलब इट डिपेंड्स ऑन अ लॉट ऑफ अदर रिजल्ट्स, बट परहम प्रग रैपोर्ट में से एक हो सकता है. गुड चांस. अब्दुसत्तरोव इज ऑल्सो पॉसिबल.
टिकू टिक टिक मत करो. ओके ब्रो. ओके राकेश भाई 7 बजे आएंगे. So तब तक I think Gukesh might have completely equalized and he doesn't have to go through the trauma we went through, Saj bhai.
अर्जुन भाई की क्रेजी पोजीशन है. यस, क्वीन फॉर टू रुक्स, वी जस्ट टुक अ लुक एट दैट. बट ये पोजीशन अब थोड़ी स्टेबल लग रही है, नहीं पहले से? पहले बहुत
Hmm.
ज्यादा क्रेजी थी. बिशप के मरते हैं, इट फील्स ओके. जान में जान वापस आई.
Hmm. मुकेश ने फिर से कम बैक कर दिया. वाओ कह रहे हैं मुकुल भाई. अरे बिल्कुल भाई. आई थिंक I mean that king d7 move was just beautiful. I think that kind of really ticked off his opponent. Yeah, you see that move. If you've not seen it, you kind of are shocked. You are like, "Bhai, ye kya khel diya isne?" Suddenly you're unable to find the best move. I think that was a fabulous idea. I think.
So queen
And you
h5,
know,
king
Rakesh
h1,
bhai,
rook c1.
king h1. By the way, what's the idea of king h1? I mean, I get it. I think you wanna um, get out of the g file, but
Yeah, just prophylactic move, but highly unlikely. I will expect queen h5 from Abhimanyu, I think. Or maybe he
ah.
doesn't like knight d4 or something. Is that possible? Queen h5, knight d4? It's not possible. It's very bad for Gukesh, but I'm trying to understand why. Okay, queen g4 check. Okay, because if you go knight e6, na, because queen e6 पे तो queen d4 मर रहा है. So if you go knight
Hmm.
e6, then just rook d1, and you
Hmm.
have this discovered check on the king, and कुछ ना कुछ हो जाएगा यहाँ पे.
Yeah, I think Queen is almost trapped also, by the
Taken.
way. Oh, wow. And now, Shad, I think if you don't play knight f6, I think again Gukesh is in trouble. So because Queen f5 check is coming regardless. So knight
Hmm.
f6 check kind of blocks these white pawns from moving forward. And but I think Gukesh will find it. Yeah, not many choices there.
Yeah, I think knight f6 should be good. Even rook g8 looks decent to me, क्योंकि तब knight g5 भी खेल सकते हो. Maybe if white doesn't play queen f5 check. But yeah, Guki should offer a draw. I completely disagree. Because in a worse position, if you offer a draw at this level, you are already telling your opponent that my position is worse, and their confidence doubles.
Hmm.
So that affects the rest of the game.
And also, I think you can't offer a draw also till I think the 30th or the 40th move. So it's not even allowed. You can repeat moves, but I think, of course, White's not going to repeat right now.
Sahaj, how to be good at pre-moves? By ask Hikaru. He's the master of pre-moves.
I think maybe it comes with experience, right? So the more games you play, the more you
Hmm.
understand how humans react in those time crunch situations. I remember that Nihal game against Anish Giri, yeah? He literally pre-moved King H5. Like, I mean,
Oh
that was
yes,
insane. That
against
was insane.
the
Watch
queen
that
down.
game. I
Yeah.
think Chesscom India पे वो वीडियो है निहाल against Anish. You can check it out. Insane understanding of how humans play in time pressure.
By the way, after Queen H5, we were looking at someone also mentioned in the chat. I think it was Design Wind, if I'm not mistaken. Knight F6, Queen F5 check, Queen E6 के बाद. I don't have to take on E6 also. I can play Queen F3, but this is my objective opinion that I feel as white, you should trade queens here because at least you're sure end game may only white can push. But if you keep the queens on the board, I genuinely feel Gukesh will have a chance here. Somehow that's the
Hmm.
feeling I'm getting here. I don't know why. So I don't
Hmm.
like him keeping the queens. I think he should trade and try to push in the end game.
Yeah, yeah. But I think maybe white could also have some attacking chances. Has why I think rook c1, maybe b4, b5, maybe rook c6 if king c8. Like maybe white could also attack.
Hmm. Exactly. But just queen और knight का combination बहुत dangerous लगता है ना, I mean सोच के.
Hmm.
That's why I guess that's where it's coming from. By the way, taking a very quick look at Prague's board, this is the current position. I think not much has happened except for the rook trade. जहाँ पे दो rooks जो बने हुए थे, all of them have been traded. Now, Blue Bomb has a double bishop advantage still, and Pragg has two knights, but he has these c4, c3 pawns which he can put pressure on. But it feels like that advantage may not be there, or the game just lasts very, very long, and then he can, do something like he did against Gelfand, for example. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree. I agree for sure. Um, Although I think knowing Pragg, Gelfand just आपने बोला like how he kind of squeezed that win, but he also missed that win yesterday. So I'm not sure what's going on in his mind right now. Like how is he feeling about his play? Because वैसा fortress miss करना like it can traumatize you as well sometimes. What do you feel?
I feel like that's unlucky, no? Because Fortress, I mean, आ सकता है कभी you underestimate the power of it, but I guess it's still it's like something that doesn't happen very often. I think it was a bit unlucky for Prague that कि वो आया
Hmm.
board पे, but I think overall his play was good.
True. And of course, Gukesh right now was be thinking Pragg भाई हरा दिया तो मैं भी नहीं हार रहा था अभी. Uh,
Mhm.
but yeah, let's
Yep,
see.
Queen h5. This is the position on the board. Still the same one. Knight f6 is the best move for Gukesh. परहम का बोर्ड पे बाय द वे परहम के बोर्ड पे कुछ chaos चल रहा है. Can we take a very quick look because Rapport is under time pressure. He just played a brilliancy with knight to d4. Look at this move.
Bhai, it just feels like a draw,
Repetition,
yeah?
yeah. Is
Yeah,
there a
it's gonna be
repetition?
a
So
draw.
ed4 check is forced. King h8. इस चेक पे तो किंग h7 है मेरे पास. फिर ये चेक पे किंग g7 है मेरे पास. देन यू हैव नो चेक. सो यू आर सपोज टू गो रुक e1 क्वीन d7 एंड प्ले क्वीन f6 चेक एंड किंग h7 पे मेरे पास रुक e6 रहेगा एंड दैट्स विनिंग फॉर वाइट. सो यू हैव टू गो
Hmm.
किंग g8 and then queen g6 king h8 queen f6 king g8 is a draw.
And is there a way for black to avoid a draw after knight d4? I don't see it.
Maybe
Maybe
knight
knight
d6.
d6. Yeah.
Yeah, you defend this pawn, attack white's queen on e4 as well. But it kind of allows queen e5, bishop takes e5, and now black is a pawn down temporarily. तो black को ही बचाने के लिए खेलना पड़ेगा. I mean, even if you win the pawn, still you'll have equal pawns. So maybe it's in his best interest to sort of take the piece and just accept the repetition. And Rapport के पास time भी बहुत कम है लेकिन तो things looking
And
good for
also,
Parham.
yeah, and I think that
Oh,
draw
but
is क्या हुआ?
knight f6 played. Knight f6
By
played by
Gukesh, yeah?
Gukesh. Yeah,
Oh, let's
on the
go,
board.
bhai. Nice. And now Queen f5 is literally the only move, I think. It's the most obvious one, of course. He will play it. But you can see how the tide has changed. Yeah. I mean, White has to now find only moves to even maintain any advantage whatsoever.
True. And queen e6 के बाद comes the difficult decision of whether you trade the queens or not. And Abhimanyu hitting that, 19-minute mark right there with 18 moves to be played. So looks a bit scary.
Oof. I think we have 18 more moves to go, as you mentioned, and Abhimanyu Mishra and Gukesh, both very strong players. But you have to admit, in time pressure, maybe Gukesh might play the better chess, and this might go downhill for Mishra. But Queen f5 check, extremely dangerous. Meanwhile, Arjun's opponent has still not played. I think we can stick to this game for now. And also, Puranik has blundered, so I think that game is also equal. So Sahaj, I think it's very hard to judge. Yeah, you might think somebody's winning. We saw with Vidit yesterday, Nihal yesterday. I mean, so many Pragg yesterday. You think somebody's winning, and then at the last you have a twist, and the game completely changes.
Hmm.
एक
Exactly.
आखिरी का आधा एक घंटा ही है बस जो मेन चीज डिसाइड करता है सब कुछ.
ऐसे तो मत बोलो यार, आई मीन ये तो पहले एक घंटे में ही इट वाज क्रेजी, बट नाउ इट लुक्स मच बेटर. यस, बाय द वे, विद इट विनिंग, लोग कह रहे हैं चैट पे, इज दैट ट्रू?
I'm gonna check that. Meanwhile, Queen F5 check on the board, and Queen 6 played.
Yeah, queen e6, and now the difficult decision whether you take or whether you play queen f3. I vote for take, because although it's not an easy decision, because I think both situations you think you're worse here as white.
Chat, I would
I,
disagree with it. This winning. I think it's slightly better. Is also not so sure. I think it's roughly balanced. So I think let's take here. Yeah.
so I'll be right back in like
Hmm,
just a minute,
hmm,
just getting some water.
hmm. Gonna check Queen F5 के बाद Gukesh opponent Abhimanyu is now again thinking. Um, I think Queen e6, as Saja mentioned, would make a lot of sense if he wants to play it safe. I can't imagine Gukesh winning that one with 4 pawns, 4 extra pawns. Just count the number of pawns that Black has a7, b7, a6, b7, and f7, 3 pawns. White has a2, b2, c7, d4, e5, f2, g2, h3. भाई पूरे 8 पॉन है क्या? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 पॉन है भाई वाइट के पास. ब्लैक के पास 3. सो it's hard to imagine that a piece would be enough to counter for all those. Black will win like 1 or 2 pawns back, of course, but white के पास pass pawns रहेंगे. So उसकी वजह से I think maybe for white, if he wants a safe advantage, FD के बराबर, then I think queen e6 would be the best move. If he really feels कि भाई नहीं, मुझे जीतना है, I'm ready to take some risks along the way, then he should play queen f3. And anything else apart from queen f3 or queen e6, Gukesh is already equalized. So half, मतलब half effort नहीं डालना है यहाँ पे. He has to go full in with a safe approach, queen e6, or he has to go full in with the attack, queen f3. He cannot half as it. Let's see. एक बात तो बोलनी पड़ेगी, is not dominating in tournaments in the same way we want him to. I think it's also very difficult to dominate every event. I think Pragg has been doing so in this year at least. I think usually you have one player in the year who does that. Of course, we want Gukesh to do well, but जितना उसने 24 में dominate किया उतना तो मैग्नस भी नहीं किया यार. So it's hard to replicate what he did in 2024. Like Arjun, wait, what? Arjun में क्या हुआ भाई? साज भाई कहाँ हो? साज भाई तुसी किधर हो भाई? जल्दी से आओ. Arjun is winning a blunder by his opponents. Can we go? Yeah, thank you. Amazing. Rook b5 played by his opponent. A big blunder. I think he did not want to see bishop f6, but now white can just chop off a pawn like queen a7, for example. And what's the deal? Black का
Wait,
idea
what
क्या है? I
happened?
think can we go to Arjun's game Sahaja quickly because his opponent has blundered.
Oh wow, rook b5. Yep, that's a blunder on the board, but
Now
difficult move,
let's say
I
I
think.
take
He didn't want
let's say I
bishop
take on
f6.
a7, right? I take on a7.
Mm-hmm.
What's the plan?
Knight d5, I guess.
Knight d5. Oh, oh. So if you take on d5, black is actually better suddenly, Sahaj, because now your king is rather weak.
Hmm.
So
Like
going
bishop
back,
b5, rook e2
yeah.
checks. So after knight
So
d5, maybe queen d4, yeah?
that's the only move. And the idea is you can't take on e3 because queen g7 is mate. So that's the premise. You will have to take on c3. Queen takes c3, and then suddenly you have the good knight. And it's good knight for Nikita Vitiugov as well, yeah?
Yeah, for sure. I think it's a very good example of why knights are such good defenders. Like same position में अगर white के पास bishop होता तो white की खराब है, but अगर knight है तो white is basically winning.
Yeah, true. Wow,
Oh,
Arjun
now
is playing
that
fabulous
poll,
chess.
वो जो पोल हमने लगाया था, will Gukesh hold this? It was actually sitting at like 45%, but now it's 60. Let's go.
Nice, nice. And Gukesh, sorry, Arjun
But
ki accuracy, by the way, 99% in this game. So he's doing very well. All he has to
by the
do
way,
is pick up. Ah,
Abhimanyu played Queen E6, Fe6
ooh.
on the board.
So he went for your choice, yeah? He went for the safer choice. He didn't want to risk it all in that
Yeah.
middle game. Wow.
You need to push your pawns now. Like I would still take ef6 here and just start pushing the pawns because otherwise the knight can capture d4, it can capture c7, and suddenly it starts to looks very comfortable for black. So if white starts to maybe set some pawns on g5 and f6 and maybe f4 as well, then he has that pressure.
And it's very interesting, Saj. So if you take on f6, let's say king d6, white's only move for an advantage is actually g4,
Oh,
which at
h3.
first glance, yeah, s3 is falling. So I'm not sure Mishra finds g4 in this position.
It's a difficult move for sure. Yeah.
Extremely difficult. So maybe he, apart from ef6, he can always, bring the rook into the game. But as you mentioned, I think it makes it difficult to push white pawns anyways. So Gukesh, okay, Sajbhai, I'm going to ask you a question. So let's say you distribute again the percentage chances of white winning, draw, and black winning. What are those percentages? Basically, I'm trying to understand if Gukesh can potentially confuse Mishra and still win this.
I think here the stress is on white. The bar likes white's position, but it really comes down to whether he finds g4, g5, and if he can fix the pawn on g5 and f6, then I think it's a good chance that that Abhimanyu can win this still, because Gukesh फिर भी जीतने के लिए खेलेगा. But if he doesn't find g4, g5, then I think Gukesh के जीतने के chances बहुत ज़्यादा बढ़ जाते हैं यहाँ पे, because the knight is too strong. It will capture a bunch of pawns, and then you're looking at some long drawn out endgame जहाँ पे it's hard for white to hold, knowing that it was completely winning. I mean, he knows something went wrong in this game. He knew he was much better before. So there's that psychological aspect here as well.
Yeah. And Spassing saying is Magnus did dominate last year. The point is, yeah, I think the gravity of the tournament matters, right? So, by the way, pawn to f4 played by Mishra. And Gukesh, well, has only one move, that is knight to d5, but it is close to equality now.
Oh, but 95 is very logical. It's an
Yeah.
outpost. Knights belong on outpost. You can also take on c7 at the right moment. I think Mishra's point is he wants to play f4 and f5 and to create some open file for this rook. So let's actually go a bit deeper. So knight d5 में मैं f5 खेलता हूँ. You shouldn't allow f6, of course. So
Yeah.
you have to take on ef5, rook f5, knight d4. Do I take this? Do I need to
I
take
think you
it?
can. I think you can because rook f7, king e6. I don't have the f6 and the e7 squares. So until I have the knight on d5, I think I can be a
Hmm.
bit more, open with my king, let's say.
Very nicely pointed. Because if you give a check, I'll go king e6, and there is no rook e7 or rook f6 check possible. The knight very nicely guards both. Another example of why knights are such great defenders. And yeah, these two pawns seem like, I mean, though extra pawn hai, but they should be a bit further for there to be
Yeah,
any chances.
yeah, yeah. So still, I think likely a draw, but I think Gukesh is out of the that depressing position, at least the one we saw like 5-7 moves back. And now I think knight d5 should kind of give him some chances.
Okay, we are fine now.
By
I
the way,
think 13 minutes for Abhimanyu as well. Yeah, yeah.
I think Arjun found his move. Chat was saying, if we can have a look,
Queen takes
he found
a7.
queen a7. Yeah, on the board.
Knight d5 and queen d4 is what we were discussing. If you don't play knight d5, then bishop f6 hangs. Also, the e2 bishop is currently under attack as well. Wait a second. If you go bishop f3, king f3, knight e4, I have to play bishop a1 here. That makes no sense. This makes no sense.
Bishop, bishop d4 maybe also.
The bishop d4 maybe is afraid of c5, I guess, yeah? But okay, it's winning.
Ah,
It's winning for sure. But it's
hmm,
such a weird choice by the engine to play bishop f3. Didn't make much sense.
yeah. Pragg is slightly better. Maybe let's have a look at the Pragg game as well. I think good to do a roundup of all the three important games. And it does feel that way, Saj. Somehow White has been forced to play d5, which is I mean, what is d5 by Matthews Bluebum?
Maybe he wanted to stop the bishop's activity, but it's a very long term. This pawn on c4, like you were mentioning, becomes something to deal with. And I think it's safe to say that Pragg is playing for two results here now.
Yeah,
Because if
I
he
think.
didn't commit
uh,
d5, then he always had the chance to play c5, which I think was the better choice here.
hmm. And now the knight is tied down to defending that pawn. The bishop on d1 anyway has no great squares. Um, Yeah, I mean, knight coming to e5 potentially at some point, knight coming to c5 potentially at some point. It just black's knights have great squares long term, and the bishop on d1 looks stupid right now. So yeah, black's
ये
pawn pair is
नाइट को
perfectly placed.
उठा के कहीं c6 e6 पे रख दो तो it has some hope, but it's not happening because the knight is tied
Yeah,
to defend this. And even if you play bishop e2, okay, I can move my knight before, then knight e5 looks a bit risky to me. Also queen c2 is being allowed here as well, so has to be a bit
yeah,
careful.
things looking great for the Indian players gradually. At first, we were scared, but maybe it was just paranoia. Meanwhile, no moves in the Arjun game.
Shall we switch back to Gukesh? Okay, he's still thinking.
By the way, 13 minutes for Abhimanyu now to play 15 moves. It's less than a minute a move now.
But my spidey sense still says कि यहाँ पे Gukesh will try to do something, like try to mess up the position again and try to play for a win again. So he might not play the most straightforward line. So he might go something like, I don't know, Rook G8, allowing EF6 or something like that.
भाई यार नहीं, पहले ड्रॉप पकड़ लो. आई थिंक उसके बाद अगर मौका मिले तो सही है. आई डोंट वांट
Hmm.
टू गेट अ वर्स पोजीशन अगेन बिकॉज वो ट्रॉमा दोबारा नहीं सहना. Pragg blundered. नहीं यार, Pragg is not blundered. Pragg is absolutely fine.
Gukesh should take the draw and go home. He doesn't do that though. He plays for a win in every position. He knows the position is equal now. And he has more time on the clock. He has an extra piece in an end game जहाँ पे white के pawns उतने advanced नहीं है तो practically he does seem to have more chances. Knight e4 is a possibility someone mentioned in the chat, but oh, that's actually quite nice because you can play rook d1, knight takes d6. Look at this, Sahil bhai. You played d5.
Oh wow.
That's
Yeah.
an insane move.
Both knights attacked, yeah, and d-file is
Hmm.
opening up by force. So I think you cannot allow the rooks to get to the king basically. King को थोड़ा सा जब तक black के pieces सारे develop ना हो, king को थोड़ा safe रखना है. And knight d5 is a great move because d5 ही block हो गई, f6 e7 squares cover हो गए. So there are no checks, deadly checks at least.
But maybe he doesn't like f5 के बाद position थोड़ी ज़्यादा equal हो रही है. That's just my guess here. And maybe he goes
भाई
90. I don't know. Tough to
भाई
say.
दो रोटी दाल मिल रही है, खा लो भाई. हर दिन पिज्जा छोड़ दो भाई. चलेगा भाई. अर्जुन गेम.
But I mean, that's how he became a world champion, right? He kept pushing for the win against Ding again and again and again and again, and that's what worked at the end.
By the way, Arjun's opponent has played bishop d3. So now only move for Arjun, bishop f6, but I think I mean, should be an automatic move.
Mm-hmm.
And once you take,
Pawn
rook
takes.
b2, rook b2 आ रहा है, so queen d4 maybe, only move actually.
Yep, defending b2, attacking d3. The only hope I think that Vitiugov has here is holding some kind of a fortress. That's the only hope. So for example, if I played bishop f5, I'm seeing this move knight d5 a lot. Rook takes d5, queen d5, bishop e6. And question is this a fortress?
Maybe not, because I can see. Because I thought I have queen f5 um, to stop you taking that pawn.
Rook b8, attacking this. So I have rook b2 check.
Maybe
See,
a4. I don't know.
in an ideal situation, what I'm hoping is that maybe I will go rook b2 and I will take on h2, for example. Just humor me here. And let's say you put the pawn on a7 or something. I play bishop d5, and when you promote, I sacrifice the bishop. And with queen and rook, I try to create some, fortress in the position.
Possible.
Possible तो है
Actually
ना ये?
possible. Actually possible. Actually possible. Because दो pawn hai and black has that extra pawn. Lots of fortresses possible with queen against rook. So but I think Arjun will be extra tuned in, right? Because that's exactly what happened to Pragg. I'm sure he's looked at that game. They must have gone back, seen the games, what happened in the other games as well. So मुझे लग रहा है कहीं ना कहीं पे they might be extra focused right now to avoid fortresses. So he will notice such a possibility. By the way, taken on f6,
Mm-hmm.
and now queen d4 played on the move.
I see bishop f5 as one of the main moves here, but I fail to understand why can I not play bishop g6?
I think knight g4 maybe is the problem.
Ah, okay, because you still don't have a check and knight f6 becomes a problem. That's why bishop f5 is important because you don't allow knight g4 ताकि bishop g4 मर जाएगा उधर. And knight d5 आता है तो you have to go rook d5 and you have to go for that. Maybe we'll see a fortress here.
Yeah, possible. Oof. I...
Sahaj bhai, what about knight e8 in Gukesh's game? Okay, taking a quick look. It seems passive, knight e8. I'm guessing it's the same as knight e4, na? Because you'll take on d6 and I'll play d5. So knight e8, rook d1, I'm guessing. Or d5 is simple. Sida. E d5 and rook d1 and white is once again winning. Like if you take on d6, then I have rook takes d5 and then I have these four pawns जिसका कोई solution नहीं है आपके पास. So he can go wrong.
Is time a concern for Abhimanyu? It definitely is. By the way, knight d5 on the board. So that's the best move and the only move. Gukesh is still zoned in perfectly. And now it's a critical moment for Abhimanyu. Does he want to play f5? I think that was the idea behind f4. Um, if he doesn't play f5, I think he could play something normal. I don't know, rook f, no, not rook f3, there's knight d4. Maybe rook a d1, rook a d1,
Okay, d1 पे
there's
knight e3
knight,
नहीं है मेरे
knight
पास.
e3, yeah.
But
So I'm
it
not
seems
sure
to be
what.
the best move. Knight e3 and f5. What?
Rook d1? No, sorry, knight d1?
Rook d1 just. पूरा रुक डाउन है अभी हम. f6 is incoming.
And apparently the only move is knight e7 now, Sahaj bhai.
Like, yeah, 97 and f6 to hai, but like if you go ef5 then d5 and suddenly these three pawns become monsters. But okay, very difficult to play this over the board.
Yeah, not gonna happen in a million years. Um, Maybe f5 is the most logical move, I think. I think that's what he planned originally, and he's not gonna change for any reason. Played on the board.
Hmm. So ef5 तो forced ही यहाँ पे you cannot allow f6 because the bishop controls the f8 square. तो यहाँ पे promotion करना बहुत easy होगा. So he has to take ef5. ईयर गैम्बिट की थी क्या शायद? बिल्कुल करी थी भाई.
Hmm.
Works against
Taken.
Sukesh. ef5 played. Let's go.
Obviously, rook f5, only move. You have to grab the pawn. Oh, Arjun is completely winning. What just happened?
Oh, he played
Oh,
bishop
bishop
g6.
g6 was played.
मैंने बोला था आपको ये यही लॉजिकल
By
लगता है.
Arjun is gonna take lead in the event chat. This is going to be lead because Paramaksudlu was not winning last we checked. And iska matlab any case Arjun will join him on 4.5.
Wow. Knight
On 4,
g4
sorry.
is the key move. And then you want to take on f6. Basically, that's your plan. But I mean, this is a big miss by Nikita. But okay, it wasn't easy to give up the rook for the knight and play for the fortress.
And Sahaj, I think, for example, in terms of fortresses, let's say rook f5 now, you have, or rook b6, I don't know which one you want to choose.
Rook
Knight
f5 and knight h6
f6.
check hai mere paas, so I'm not liking it so much. But rook b6, knight h6 is the same.
Huh.
Rook
So
f6, queen
takes,
f6.
takes, takes. I think this is much more different because I have the h pawn now.
Yeah.
And I mean,
Yeah,
this
because I
is
can
this,
put this pawn on h6.
yeah,
Up
this
because
is
the
just,
previous position you are getting the same thing with the pawn on f6, so you had more chances to hold.
yeah. And also, there was no h2 pawn, by the way, very important. So now there is an
Hmm.
h2 pawn, and I think black will just resign this position if in a couple of moves.
You think so?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, there's nothing to do. What will he do now?
By the way, ef5, rook f5 played in Abhimanyu Gukesh game, so rook f5 on the board. I think Abhimanyu is now going for that equality. Now the question is, does Gukesh play knight d4 or does he go something else like rook g8 or keeping these pawns for a later stage? Because once you take the pawn, then it's easy to attack the knight. नहीं तो इस knight को कोई attack करने वाला है नहीं अभी.
Hmm.
It's not out of the woods yet. Still a difficult game.
By the way, I don't know if it's a crazy update, but Hari Krishna has drawn his game. So that's the first Indian result today. It's been a while actually.
Nice. And Levon also drew against Sargisian. With it slightly better. And Nihal is a bit worse against Leon.
Wow. So Ajbhai, I think maybe let's go back to the Arjun game. I think because does can he miss knight g4? Is that a possibility?
I mean, I think so. Yeah, knight d. Maybe he's debating between knight g4 and knight d5, but I would go knight g4. But knight g4 के बाद if I go rook e6 or whatever, knight f6 check, and if I don't take, if I go king f8, what's the catch?
Maybe just knight d5, threatening knight
Oh, yeah.
c7 and queen h8.
Hmm. And this queen is doing a wonderful job of not allowing the rooks to give any checks. Yeah, no checks on b2 or
Hmm.
e2, anything like that. So you can play freely here.
Hmm. I think Arjun has played knight d5. So no knight g4. So he won't get the f6 pawn, Saj. He will only get the rook. It should still be winning though. I find it hard to believe it's not winning.
It should be because I think the bishop is placed badly on g6. It should be on e6, where in case the pawn goes to a7, the bishop can defend via d5. There must be something like that. That's why the evaluation jumped so much. बिशप
Yeah.
जी6 पे कुछ कर नहीं रहा ना यहाँ पे यही यही पॉन तो प्रॉब्लम है यहाँ पे ये पॉन ना होता तो ये डेड ड्रॉ है राइट यू कैन जस्ट होल्ड अ फोर्ट्रेस हियर
Hmm. Interesting. Do you agree Magnus became the GOAT because he mastered endgames and potential play? He didn't. I think Vishy sir mentioned this well in that Pragg podcast. I think he focused on games जहाँ पे other players were not focusing on, and he used to play very well in those end games, and that's what exactly nowadays many people try. But he was the first one, and he became very strong at those end games. Never give up वाला attitude था. By the way, yeah, I think Nihal had blundered the game in one move, and Leon did not notice at all. So both players missed it, apparently.
oh that's interesting
By the way, Gukesh has also played knight takes d4 on the board. I'm expecting rook f7 check. I think that should be obvious. Then king e6, and then maybe you, I don't know,
now
double up rooks or something.
so knight takes d4 played yeah rook f7 check पे तो king e6 है मेरे पास maybe you can go rook f1 and you have something there you can
Hmm.
try to save the c7 pawn essentially.
So Sahaj, which pawns do I, if I let's say win the c7 and e5 pawns both? Does
Mm-hmm.
that give black winning chances? Because I
Some
think those are the only
chances.
ones I can grab, right? I will not get to G2, H3 or A2, B2.
Yeah, but those pawns will come at some concession. Like कुछ
Hmm.
activity मिलेगी white को वहाँ पे. But if you can
Hmm.
magically remove them, then I don't think even then black is completely winning here yet.
Hmm.
But it's harder for white to play.
Hmm.
Sehajwai, is this 100% equal now? It is, yes. But okay, nothing is 100%, yeah?
Wait, what just happened? After knight d5, black didn't take on d5. He blundered again with rook a8. And
Kiss,
now it's
well,
even
oh,
worse.
oh, in Arjun's game.
Ar-
So rook a8,
yeah.
knight f6, king f8, and just a4. Is this a resignation?
So where does the
Wow.
rook go, first of all?
a5?
A5 and now knight d5. Yeah, same plan.
But can I not take on? Okay. So rook a5. Oh, he by the way played. I'll go knight d5, and if you go rook d5, then queen h8 check, and then I take this rook. Because my point is that after rook d5, if I take this rook, then you'll get the a4 pawn, and
Yeah,
maybe you can hold a fortress. But yeah, I'll take the a8 rook.
yeah. Or I can, why not knight d7 and knight c5 as well? Also feels logical, right? I just saved the pawn and your rooks are now like kind of stuck.
Yeah, and then you advance on the king side maybe. I like knight d5 more though. Because queen h8 mate in one का threat है. You're winning something. You're also winning c7 perhaps as well.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, I got it. Well, knight d5 played. Knight d5 played. I think we'll switch to
Mhm.
Vantika soon, but knight d5 played. So queen h8 checkmate in one is threatened. King e8 would be knight c7 at the very least. And king g8. Saj, what do we do at king g8?
Knight e7 and knight c6. So check here,
Knight
check, king f8 and
e7.
knight c6 attacking the rook, and
Oh,
still there is mate in
nice.
one.
Nice, nice, nice. And you can't save the rook on a5. So I think this is about to end, I think. Unless black just sits down and thinks for 6 minutes, I think it's time to resign.
Yeah, I would agree. By the way, rook f7 check was played in Gukesh's game, and he played king e6. But is this a resignation incoming, Sailbite? Do you think this
I
game?
think the first player to reach 4 points will be Arjun Erigesi, yeah, in the standings.
Nice.
That will
Uh,
be a nice feeling to see him up on top because do not forget, chat, he's the one who needs it the most. If you look at Gukesh, he's already world champion. Pragg has almost qualified through the FIDE circuit. So Arjun has only two opportunities. I think rating spot is now out of the question. Hikaru has really gained a bunch of points. So either the World Cup or the Grand Slam. The World Cup will be the last opportunity. It's going to be much tougher. So this one, if he wins, finishes in top two, would give him that important candidate spot. And he missed it last time by one step, right? Saj bhai, very, very close. So
one
lost
it
to Plug in the
until
tiebreak.
the
So
very end. Until the very end, he was at
yeah,
the top of the leaderboard, and then Fabi took over.
yeah, and I think he was the only one who's not played the candidates yet among the Indian Olympiad teams. So if you look at Vidit, he played it. Arjun, sorry, Pragg played it. Gukesh played it. He's still not qualified, so it will be his first time.
Absolutely. Okay, so Abhimanyu gave me some updates. Rook F1 was played. Just switching very quickly. The Rook F7, King E6, and Rook F1.
Yeah. Ooh. Apparently, the valuation is changing in all games. Nihal is now slightly better, chat. So
Hmm.
Nihal is better. Vidit is equal. Abhimanyu is better. Arjun is winning. Gukesh is equal. Parag is better. I think results looking great. By the Rook D5 played by Arjun's game, Arjun's opponent.
Okay, Rook takes
Yeah,
D5.
yeah, Sajbhai. Yes, yes, yes. Queen H8 check, and you're going to put the
Badhiya,
rook on
King
A8.
E7. Queen takes 8. Let's go. Okay. Then you just push, 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 push. And that's it.
भाई जिस दिन मैं कैंडिडेट्स खेलूंगा उस दिन शायद आई थिंक मुझे कंट्री स्विच मारना पड़ेगा भाई अपने अगर बर्थडे वाली कंट्री से खेलूंगा, मे बी देयर इज अ चांस, बट अनलाइकली. ओके, rook d2,
Rook
Saj.
d2
Now,
check.
do you give the h2 pawn or do you just save that as well?
I don't think it has any relevance. This is the pawn that matters, so I'll just push it all the way.
Hmm.
I'll play king e3. Why not? Rook d3 check पे just king e2. और if king e3 rook h2 then कोई ना कोई check तो
Rook
होगी मेरे पास.
h2,
और
a5, rook a2,
king
a6.
e3 played.
Wow. Gukesh should take advantage of time and not lose much time. Of course, I think he's going to put Abhimanyu in time pressure if possible. Uh, the only question is it even possible for Abhimanyu to lose? I think that's the question.
Hmm.
So let's see. Mm.
Rook h2 or rook d3 check is what we're expecting here. And we just push a5, maybe rook a2. I'm just gonna have these moves on the board. Rook a2. You can also push a6. Nothing is basically stopping you from this. You push a7, move the queen away, and push a8. By the way, rook d3 check he plays. Okay, king e2 now.
Chess की चार चाल में. Sajai, please explain fortress in chess. पूछ रहे हैं अनमोल सिंह.
It's just like, I mean, a fortress is something that cannot be. It's unbreakable. Yeah, I mean, but in chess it can be broken in with certain different elements. The most simple fortress in chess is when you have a king and queen, and your opponent has, let's say, king, this rook, and this pawn exactly in this position. बाकी कुछ नहीं है. Black puts the rook on d6 and plays rook b6, rook d6, rook b6, rook d6, rook b6, rook d. King को d7 पे रख दो ताकि कुछ हो ना. And now the argument is that के because the rook is defended on both squares, कोई queen की जो भी check होगी वो सिर्फ king को ही check करेगी, तो king can just move away and black can just shuffle the rook around. And ये जो fortress आपने 6th rank पे बनाया, the king cannot penetrate. It cannot go further into the position, and that's a fortress.
Saj
But
bhai,
of
by
course, a
the way,
fortress can be broken as well.
I think fortress can be maybe a best way to look at it is, let's imagine old kings fighting and you build up a castle above like some elevation or whatever, and जितना भी दूसरा enemy try कर ले, they cannot break through the walls of your kingdom. Then that basically would be a physical representation of a fortress. जितना भी मिल जाए resources, they cannot break through. But also, Sajbhai, I think as Arjun is winning, I think Divya has just, I wouldn't say it's a blunder, but she sacked a pawn. A very interesting sacrifice, I think. She just played f4, allowing bishop takes e3, and she's trying to open up that bishop on b2's diagonal.
It's how am I not winning e5 here? Bishop d4. Don't I have rook d4?
I think bishop e4, queen e4, and bishop d4,
Ah,
according to these
bishop
numbers.
e4, queen e4, and then bishop d4. Rook d4? अच्छा नहीं, उससे कुछ हो नहीं रहा.
Hmm.
No, strange move by Divya. Maybe under time pressure, yeah? 4 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, and also, by the way, Arjun's game rook a3 has been played, so I think it's time to push that pawn all the way. बोर्ड हैंग क्यों
Arjun.
हो रहा है? हैंग हो रहा है क्या? Really?
Abhimanyu also still lag हो रहा है अभी भी.
अभिमन्यु मिश्रा, घर का दिया गिविंग लाइट टू नेबर्स हाउस. व्हाट? इसका क्या मतलब है यार?
दिव्या इज
व्हाट इज,
ओवररेटेड भाई. एक दिन तो दिया करो प्लेयर्स को यार. अभी कल उसने 2700 का रहा है, तब तो कोई कुछ नहीं बोला.
आई एम स्टिल स्टक ऑन द दिया कन्वर्सेशन भाई. ये क्या था भाई? आई डिडंट गेट इट. बाय द वे, निहाल इज बेटर, अभिमन्यु मिश्रा नहीं तो पुरानिक इज बेटर. मिश्रा गेम में, बाय द वे, साज भाई, रुक एफ7 चेक वाज प्लेड इन द गुकेश गेम. किंग e6, rook f1, and
Yours.
rook hg8. Not the best move by Gukesh, but a decent one.
So should we start pushing these pawns as well? Like I'm guessing g4, king h2, king g3, and then you push h4, h5 like that.
Yeah,
You have to push
yeah.
quickly here. Okay, g4 played. Let's go.
Why it's still not clear. I think Mishra is
Well,
still trying to push.
Arjun makes a move. Some updates here. Queen c6 खेला उसने attacking the c7 pawn. I'm guessing we should see a resignation very soon here.
You have to feel for Nikita Vitiugov also, right? I mean, he was, as we saw, 2751 at one point, and now he's falling below 2650. That's why chess is so hard. Like you can be the world top, among the world top 10, and then suddenly, youngsters show up and they start beating you. And as we saw in the standings yesterday, जितने भी लोग 3 point और ऊपर पे थे, apart from I think one exception, everybody was younger than 23, 24. So, and even the exception was 29. So I think chess is becoming more and more a young man's game. And right now, Queen C5 check is a big threat.
He
You
goes
will
rook
have a
a2.
couple of checks. Yeah, King E3 maybe, and I will sit my king on F4 and it should be over soon.
Yep. So let's watch this. Should expect a resignation very soon here.
Oh,
Lovely. So Vaishali has drawn her game, so she's on 4 out of 5 against Katrina Lagno. So she shares the lead. Um, for now.
with with two others so far. So not a bad place to be in. With zero losses, I think that's very important.
Mm-hmm.
Pragg inaccuracy, really? Uh, I mean,
Not really.
yeah, I mean there was a slightly better move Queen C2, but I mean we can't be so harsh, yeah. कि इंजन की
Mhm.
first preference नहीं खेली हर चाल में तो it's a mistake.
By the way, in Divya's game, she has recovered the pawn back. It's a rook end game. We can touch up on that, I think, soon as this game finishes, but she would have to defend for quite some time here.
Hmm. I think it's just game over by the way for Nikita. I think you can't even save the rook. How do you save the rook now?
He goes king
Where do you put
d1.
the Yeah, there is no square for the rook, I think.
So rook a1 check. What is he planning? Why not go king e3? I don't understand.
Mhm.
Divya's game enters endgame. Yeah, yeah. It's a rook endgame. Pretty nice one, I think, but still Divya would have to defend that for a little bit. दिव्या के एंड गेम स्किल्स एकदम टेस्ट हो रहे हैं यहाँ पे हाँ बिकॉज ही शी हैड दैट रुक बिशप वर्सेस रुक ओह ही जस्ट रिजाइंस अर्जुन
Yeah, let's go. I think Erigasi Arjun has that win. And look, can we go to the open section standings for a second? So I would love to see those standings right now, looking pretty awesome. Stop the count maybe right now. I think Indian fans would be very happy. Arjun, by the way, with 3 wins and 2 draws, is topping the open section standings with 4 points. I think tomorrow he will likely have a very tough game and he will have the black pieces, but I think that's for another day. For today, Arjun is in lead at the FIDE Grand Swiss after 5 rounds. So let's see who joins him because we should jump to the Gukesh game and see कि वहां पे क्या चल रहा है. जल्दी से साज भाई.
g4 भाई no updates 10 more moves to be
Ooh.
played Gukesh on 6 minutes Abhimanyu on 7 minutes
Oh, by the way, Vidit is repeating. Can we head to that game quickly because they are repeating moves that's going to end in a draw. Vidit versus Cheparinov is going to be a draw in just about 30 seconds, I'm guessing.
this is the repetition knight d7 rook c6 knight d5 and then rook c5 and now yeah no side can make an improvement so not the best start for Vidit there.
Yeah, I mean, but there wasn't a moment, I think, where he had clear chances. I think yesterday would probably hurt a lot more. today he tried his best. And there were a couple of inaccuracies from both sides, but nothing major. And Cheparinov, as we know, is a pretty solid player. So Vidit takes home a draw, goes to 3 point, right? I think he
Mm-hmm.
maintains his chances. As we discussed, I think 2.5 was the cutoff, right? At the start of the day, Sahaj. Like two and a
Yeah,
half, I think your chances after 5 rounds are less than 1%. So three, I think Vidit is above that cutoff, so still maintains his chances.
it's a good point. And by the way, अब उससे याद आया, Parham actually is in a much better position again against Richard Rapport.
Hmm.
So there is a chance that he might go at 4.5 out of 5. He plays against Rapport Richard. This is the position. I'm just going to go to the final position. By the way, mistake in the final moment. He played Rook
Wow.
C8 and he could have played King G8 instead. And
Ah,
okay, still it's equalish.
okay, King G8, I mean, yeah, not gonna
King
happen. I
G7
agree
आ
with
नहीं रहा
that.
ना क्योंकि कुछ some maybe I'm guessing some Rook
Uh,
E5 और Rook E5 मर रहा है क्या? हाँ Rook E5 मर रहा है. Yeah, Rook E5 मर रहा है इधर.
Salve,
It's a
who's your
nice
favorite
tactic.
between Gukesh, Arjun, and Pragg? Yeah, I wish Nihal was also part of that conversation, but I think Gukesh, Arjun, Pragg depends. I would say, in terms of favorite chess player, you have to say Gukesh for now. I think it's because he's given us so many positive memories as fans, as commentators, as just somebody who's hooked into the game of chess. I think he's given all of us a memory to remember for our lifetimes. कि भाई एक Indian world champion था at the age of 18. So I would have to say Gukesh. And also I think because वो Carlsen की rivalry है, that's always fun to watch.
Hmm. It's a good answer.
Mhm.
Oh, Pranav defeating Andrei Esipenko. Big blunder in the last move uh, by Esipenko here. Queen B2 was played. He's just winning, yeah, completely winning. So him and no, he has more points than with it now, Pranav. 3.5.
Oh, wow. Actually, he'll be in tight second place then. I mean, that's really impressive. Wow, Pranav, I think is just going on a roll. I think he played. I think. Wait, he was first at Chennai, right? No.
Pranav?
What was his rank at Chennai?
Uh, first ही तो था, I think.
No,
You
no.
caught me. I'm not exactly sure. Chat आप बताओ यार. I was there and I still
भाई
don't remember.
भाई स्टैंडिंग्स में वो कितना कितना मुश्किल है यार. But I think he played very well there.
Was second
Then he
apparently.
also played
Last.
very well in that tournament जहाँ पे he won. And now he's playing very well here. Like he's just kind of cruising
Pranesh
through
जीता था,
rating
right?
wise.
Pranesh was the
हाँ
first.
प्रणेश
Pranesh
या
was
या
the winner. I remember that, yes.
ये
वो
बड़ा
एक बंदा लिख
कंफ्यूजन
रहा
आया
है
है
चेन्नई तो
यार.
अरविंद जीता था भाई, वो लास्ट ईयर की बात कर रहे हैं, हम इस साल की बात कर रहे हैं जो भी हुआ था.
Yeah, he played very well in that event. So he's playing very well. And Queen B2 is a horrific blunder. Now, Rook A5, I think, is a. What happens on Rook
Apparently,
C3?
this is a nice tactic here. Rook c3, queen g4. Or not queen g4, actually queen e4 apparently. Oh, rook b3 and rook takes g5. GG. If you take, then bishop d4 check, and then I take
Oh,
this.
wow. Wow.
Okay,
And no
not still not
fortress here as
easy.
well.
By the way, some updates in the Gukesh board. He did play knight b5, and now rook h7 was played by Abhimanyu Mishra. I think he's planning for some checks to get the king away so he can push e6 as well, perhaps. Oh, is this a repetition? Salve, is this a repetition? Rook h8,
Uh,
rook g7, rook g8, rook h7 is a repetition, no?
unless you go Rook FF7.
You mean after rook h8 here in this position?
Yeah. Yeah.
Takes. Yeah, takes, and king takes. I'm not really sure if I want to play this as white. कि
Oof.
ये pawn तो मर ही रहा
That's
है
a
ना?
that's a tough position. So knight C7, H4. Who do you think has more winning chances in that end game?
Black for sure. The pawns need to be a bit far ahead for this to be good.
Hmm. By the way, I think Divya is completely lost chat career.
Oh, wait! Gukesh makes a blunder.
What?
Rook g6. I think this is another example of Gukesh trying to play for a win because he doesn't want to play rook h8 and go for equality. He plays rook g6, continues the game.
Hi, Gokesh. Yeah, we were so close. So close, yeah, Saj bhai. So close, but yet so far.
I think it's a calculated decision. Like it's 4 minutes each, and apparently rook c1 is what the engine recommends. But then I can just play rook c8, and for some reason I need to keep my rook on d1. I think it's because after knight d6, I have e d6, king d6, and rook h5. Ah, okay. Maybe he missed the idea of rook d1, yeah?
Yeah,
Because
very
Gukesh
likely
thinks, yeah, I
actually.
can go knight d6, take stakes, and I can capture the c7 pawn. But if you keep the rook on d1, then you can never take on d6.
Sahaj bhai, we are so close, bhai. We are so close. I think this is here gambit दो बार नहीं होती यार. And I think maybe he doesn't find it. Maybe he goes king h2. I mean, it's possible. Abhimanyu just goes king h2.
And he does have 3 minutes on the clock, and rook d1 seems like it doesn't seem practical. Because
Yeah,
rook is on an open file, you don't
but
all of that
maybe rook
stuff.
c1 is more practical, Sahaj. I think rook c1
But rook c1 knight
maybe.
a7 के बाद और rook c1 rook c8 के बाद still you have to play rook d1.
True. Oh, rook f7 played. He doesn't find it. He doesn't find it, bhai.
Blunder.
भाई लेट्स गो बच गए भाई भाई ये वाला आई थिंक definitely wasn't easy. I think this wasn't
Hmm.
easy with 3 minutes on the clock. And now okay should just chop that bishop off भाई इससे पहले it becomes more deadly. Just take that bishop. बहुत हो गया भाई बहुत हो गया. बहुत देख लिया उस bishop को d6 बैठे बैठे. खत्म करो यार काम.
बट गुकेश नहीं करेगा.
भाई करना है यार. कम ऑन मुकेश. वी कांट बिस्किट एनी मोर. दुख दर्द और पीड़ा तीनों खत्म करो हमारी.
Saja, do you think taking unnecessarily dangerous risk is good? I mean, it unnecessarily only gets defined after the game, not before the game or while it's happening. अगर वो काम करता है तो people say yes it works, but नहीं काम करता तो फिर वो unnecessary बन जाता है. But it's necessary. I think it is a good way to continue the game and keep your opponent under a lot of psychological pressure, which does seem to work for Gukesh.
Also, chat. I think as Gukesh and Abhimanyu think, I think Pragg's game is looking quite simplified. Maybe it's not just a draw yet, but the queens have been traded off, and it feels like that objectively should end in a draw. Unless Sahaj, you think there are some chances, but looks like a draw as of now.
He's a pawn up right now, but that pawn on a7 might get
Yeah,
taken.
yeah,
Yeah, this
likely a
pawn will
draw.
get taken. Likely a draw, yeah.
So maybe Arjun will be the only one on 4 points among the Indians. Meanwhile, no moves by
By the way, let's
Gukesh.
stick to Gukesh's game because they have
Uh,
3 minutes. Like Gukesh has 2 minutes and Abhimanyu has 3 minutes on the clock.
tough, tough, tough. And also, just an update, Rapport has taken a huge risk by trying to reach the seventh rank, and apparently Maqsoodlu is now better. But Rapport has
Ooh.
his rook on the seventh rank, so that game also sharpening up. Not a draw at all.
Ooh. That looks scary. पूजा गैम्बिट टाइम बोल रहा है भाई. पूजा गैम्बिट की जरूरत नहीं. आई थिंक यहाँ पे तो ऑलरेडी बच रही है
Yeah.
पोजीशन. Magnus has been accurate in his assessment where Gukesh really lacks in his intuition, position understanding, an area where Magnus excels. I mean, he's more of he likes to calculate more. He's more of a calculator, but वहाँ पर I think Gukesh excels and others don't. So yeah, as of now, who two do you think have the best chance of qualifying to candidates through Grand Swiss? Parham and Arjun. in that order, I think. Parham, I think, is performing spectacular. By the way, Rook C8 he plays. I told you
Yeah.
he's not going to take on D6. Because he's
What
trying to continue the game as much as possible.
what happens on rook d7 now?
Rook G8 वापस लेके जाएगा वो, ताकि Rook D8 ना आए.
अरे बाप रे भाई. That is playing too close to comfort. It's too close for comfort actually. I don't see. Gukesh really has nerves of steel, man. It's very hard to play. He's 1.5 minutes. Don't forget, they still have to play 8 more moves. If I was Gukesh, I would chop that bishop off before you could see it, yeah? Because
Hmm.
it's such limited time. I mean, he's hoping Mishra makes a mistake, but it's very hard for Mishra to make a mistake. Even if he blunders a pawn somewhere, it might still not be winning. But if Gukesh blunders, I think it's game over. So गेम थ्योरी याद आ रही है साज भाई कहीं ना कहीं पे कि आई थिंक द ऑड्स आर नॉट इन योर फेवर.
Hmm. But he tries regardless. King G2 be possible, by the way. You just sack this, you give up this as well, and you focus on these two pawns. But apparently that's equal. Rook D7 is maybe slight edge for Abhimanyu, but difficult still.
By the way, Ronak has drawn an
Rook
update there.
D7 played. Why Rook
So
D7 played?
played क्या? Oh wow.
Yes. Gukesh has now a minute on the clock and 7 moves to make.
चैट कम ऑन भाई, लेट्स गेट टू 500 लाइक्स जहां पे आपको डायमंड मेंबरशिप मिलेगी. जल्दी से भाई लोग, लेट्स गेट टू 500 लाइक्स बिकॉज गुकेश खेल रहे हैं फाइटिंग इट आउट भाई. लिटरली बोलते हैं ना, लायन के डेन से उन्होंने निवाला वापस छीन लिया. बट इट कुड स्टिल गो बैक इन द लायंस माउथ इफ ही मेक्स अ मिस्टेक. 55 seconds, 8 more moves to go actually, Sahaj bhai, not 7. So 8 more moves, and it's getting right down to the wire. He cannot make a mistake. Only moves khelni hai, and the move right now is rook g8.
Rook GG8 and Rook H6 is also possible technically.
Yeah,
Rook GG8 is what he needs to find. Don't play Knight D6. Knight D6 is a blunder for some reason.
भाई रुक मर रहा है ना, रुक d6.
अच्छा ये भी तो मर रहा है. राइट राइट राइट. मैं इस साइड पे यार ये कितना हैंगिंग पोजीशन है हर जगह से. कुछ दिख नहीं रहा मुझे.
भाई 15, ओ रू भाई 15 सेकेंड में बंदा रुक h6 खेला यार.
Rook H6. Okay, now he can take on H6 and give up D7, or he can play Rook E7 check and then take on H6 and gain an extra tempo.
I don't think he'll play rook e7 check, yeah?
You don't think, or you don't want him to play it?
No, I don't think he'll play that. I think he'll just take the rook. I think he'll just take the rook. By the way,
I
rook
think Rook
g7.
E7 makes more sense to
If,
me.
if rook g7 from white, trying to not exchange rooks, then you take on h3. And for the
Hmm.
first time in the game, I think it's okay, not for the first time, but it's after a long while, it's completely equal.
Hmm. Okay, so Rook H6. Abhimanyu on 2 minutes, 44 seconds पे Gukesh. More moves left to be played. Rook E7 check, I think, is the most logical. साहिल मेरे को लगता है Rook H6 is logical here.
There's also king g2 setting up rook at g7. Oh, he plays rook at g7
Oh wow. Is he
on the board.
denying? Is he denying the trade? Well, is he denying the does he want to go
But
into a draw? What's his plan?
but can't Gukesh chase the rook with rook g6 now?
Oh right, maybe he's offering a draw. But
But
Rukesh 3 मार दिया यहाँ पे. I mean, also he has 17 seconds on the clock, so he has to do some really
Gukesh,
fast calculation.
rook h3 is the better move. Oh, he takes that pawn. Gukesh just took that pawn. He's going for the kill now. He's grabbed one of those pawns, Saj. And we talked about this, right? कि c7 e5 pawn मरेंगे तो it's still equal. But अब अगर वो दोनों pawn मर गए गलती से, then Gukesh could be winning. But of course, that's a hypothetical situation right now.
हाँ, but this is a dead draw A4 के बाद. If you play A4 Knight D6, एक line आ रही है यहाँ पे. I'm not sure if he has looked
हाँ
at this, but A4 Knight D6 Rook D6 check, King E5 force हो गया, Rook D8,
हाँ.
Rook takes C7 force हो गया, Rook takes D5, लो हो गई draw. King D5 Rook C7, nothing you can do here.
It's already over then, I think.
If he
Pawn
has
pawn
seen
needs.
A4, that is.
Of course, he has seen F4, 100%.
He has 1 minute on the clock. You
100%.
never know.
No, I mean, does he want to go for the draw is my question. Because he might think, I still have some chances.
Here, I highly doubt it. You cannot play Rook D8 for some reason. Knight A7 भी आ रहा है.
Wait, why is Blue Bomb winning against Pragg?
Wait,
I'm
what?
sorry, what? What? Oh my
Oh,
God, Pragg is completely lost.
that's bad. That's bad. Should we stick to it or should we go there?
No, let's shift quickly because Gukesh में कुछ हो नहीं रहा है.
This was a position knight A7 खेला उसने C6. Huge mistake. Bishop E4 आता है. Knight C3 he plays and bishop takes C6. This is lost. Oh wow. Bishop takes C6. Knight takes C6 played. Oh, we are going into that knight endgame. Knight E4 आएगा. Knight A7, Knight C5 and Knight B5 and he has one extra pawn. And that famous quote, yeah, knight endgames are like king pawn endings, and king pawn ending is lost here. So by logic, knight endgame should also be lost.
भाई एक ही चाल में गेम हार गए यार. One move is all it took.
Insane. By the way, A4 played by Abhimanyu.
I think Pragg
Knight
get
D4.
chances. Wait, Pragg is on 3 now, right now. Okay, so still some chances, but yeah,
See,
it's gonna
Gukesh
get
is
difficult.
not going for it again. Gukesh plays knight D4. He's again not playing for a draw. भाई मैं बोल रहा हूँ आपको, he's continuing the game.
Okay, Rook D8. I think that's the move now. We have to play.
Yeah, then rook h8.
Rook
Wait a
H8,
second,
let's
41
say.
seconds ही है दोनों के पास.
Let's say I take on H8, you take on H8. Then what?
Then black can play. Bishop
Oh,
c5
Bishop
apparently
C5.
only move there. By the way, bishop c5 immediately खेला उसने.
And now Gukesh has only two moves. Rook D3 or Rook G3. Check. He has only two moves in the position. Or he's lost.
या गुकेश को then repeat करना पड़ेगा.
Gukesh, 10 seconds now. Oh, why? अरे 10 seconds में कौन push करता है? अरे यार, Gukesh, no. It's over because of the move Bishop D4 chat, apparently. I think that's what he missed.
What do
Apparently,
you mean?
Bishop
King
D
f2?
King F2, Knight F4, Bishop D4 is apparently winning for white. I think that's what he missed.
He plays king
I
f1.
still, yeah. But has Mishra seen it though?
Okay, says 20 seconds.
Come on, Gukesh. 7 seconds. 5, 4. And now Bishop
Plays.
D4, only move. Only move for white. Bishop D4 is the move.
But that's not hard. Like rook d6 is just a checkmate.
मिश्रा भाई देख लो यार.
I think he finds it. Okay, 29 seconds. The moment of truth.
Oh, I think it's game over, chat. I think it's game over. And Gukesh का वो जो realization होता है ना कई बार, his neck goes like this. I've seen it a few times when he realized what's happened. I think I can imagine the video already. Unfortunate, but I think Gukesh is gonna lose this game.
He
King
plays rook f3
E1.
check.
King
या किंग
E1.
g1 पे तो नाइट e2 है ना भाई. वो तो पीस नहीं ब्लंडर करना
Ah,
आपको. किंग e1 तो फोर्स्ड ही है. And now he gets 40 moves, like 50 minutes more. So there is no
yeah.
chance. You are right. This is
Yeah.
over.
I think he shouldn't have pushed. He shouldn't have pushed when he had seconds on the clock. As simple as that. एंड अंत में प्रॉब्लम ये है कि 95 चेक पे आई थिंक साज भाई लेट्स गो किंग डी2 फॉर एग्जांपल.
कहाँ पे? यहाँ
90.
पे.
हाँ ना किंग
हाँ.
डी2 95.
Bishop e5, yeah.
बिशप e5. king
Mm-hmm.
e5 and rook g5 and the knight is lost basically.
And then you're still left with a pawn on g4 and the pawn on c7. And let's not forget, we also reach 42 moves. So
Yeah, I think it's lost. It's lost. So Gukesh going down, Pragg going down. Can we go to Pragg's game? Does he have hope, Sahaj? If he can have Pragg's game only, um, any hopes there?
okay, so he's avoiding this knight a4, knight c5 wala plan. And because if you go king f2, I'm guessing you have king e5 and just go for this pawn. कि 40 moves हो गई हैं यहाँ पे भी.
Hmm. Actually, that's unfortunate for Pragg, right? King f2, king e5 is a draw. If this happened on the 40th move, maybe White would have played king f2. I don't know.
Hmm. Apparently king f1 winning है, king h2 winning है. But king f2, the most logical move, is not winning.
Kuch knight e4, knight c5 hoga, I'm guessing. I don't know.
Knight e4, knight d6, I'm guessing at some point also, like to stop the pawn at c7.
Hmm.
Could be.
By the way, Nihal Serene is apparently winning against Leon Mendonça. So if we go there, he found a
एक
nice move. Huh.
just taking a very quick look king d2 में क्योंकि गुकेश की last move है. एक second. Okay, he plays. Okay, you were talking about Nihal.
Yeah.
This is
Move
the
number
position.
40, I think he found the only move. Rook G to G5. Beautiful move. And rook takes, and he is now completely winning.
So if I play rook c2 check, question is can I take this?
You can't actually. Hi.
I can't, yeah.
King h3. Opposite color bishops, yeah. There is some hope.
मैं सोच रहा था कि if I can, okay, but it's a draw. But I was thinking कि king को ऐसे h5 पे ले जाके g4 g5 नहीं खेल सकता मैं. Ah, you'll probably stop my pawn on d6. So bishop f8 is probably good. Because if I play king f3, then bishop d6, king g4, and the king cannot go to h5 anymore to play g4 g5.
True, true, true.
And if you go king f3 again, then sorry, in this position, let's say if I play g4, then b4 g5, you allow this, yeah? It's not easy. But yeah, dark squares per you can put up a hold, I guess. It's been a sad day.
Let's go
So
to okay.
between Pragg
Which
and
games?
Gukesh, who do you think can hold this? So this is Pragg, this is Gukesh. Chat आपसे भी सवाल. Do you think anyone can hold this?
I think Pragg can hold this, maybe.
0-1-2 लिख दो chat पे. 0-1-2.
I think maybe Pragg. Maybe Pragg can hold this. Maybe. I still have hope.
Yeah, I'm seeing 0, 0. Wow. 1, okay. Most of the people are saying 0. Okay, we have a 2. We have an optimist as well. दोनों तो I think is unlikely. You think Pragg, yeah?
Yeah. But I think in either game, we'll require help from our opponent. Yeah. So it will not happen directly.
Hmm.
So you also have to see कि कौन सा opponent गलती कर सकता है.
By the way, Mark Andrea Maurizi is defeating Vincent Keimer today. And let's not forget, yesterday he defeated MVL with the black pieces. This is
भाई
the
साहब.
current. So basically, the game is over. So Vincent Keimer is going down, and with that, I think his chances to qualify also go down.
Wow.
इतना डिफिकल्ट टूर्नामेंट है यार ये.
भाई डिफिकल्ट दिन भी है भाई टूर्नामेंट तो.
Oh,
Divya
Puranik
is
winning
also
against Fedosif.
Divya is also losing by the way. Um,
Taking a look. So this was the position. ऐसे कुछ end game आया था. I remember some. We were discussing this position a bit earlier. So King G1, Rook D3 आता है. She plays F5, G5, very strong move. Rook C1, Rook A3, Rook C6, King G7, and King F2. Another mistake, and Rook A4. Ah, the problem is that you can go Rook B4, Rook A6, and then Rook F4 and F5. दो pawn मर गए तो this is lost. ये white का pawn F3 पे होता और H3 पे होता तो this would have been a good setup to sort of hold. But yeah,
hmm.
Divya seems to be going down here. राकेश भाई को बुला लो यार.
हाँ भाई राकेश भाई 7 बजे आने वाले थे कहाँ रह गए यार. Also Vantika is also losing.
मेरे को लग रहा है वो
Um,
गेम देख के सोच रहा है नहीं छोड़.
भाई
Saj
actually
bhai,
यार
does
it was
this
a
sorry, just reading something from the chat.
हाँ.
Saj bhai, does this show that Gukesh is slightly immature as a player and that he still has a lot to learn because this is so unnecessary. He has to understand when to push and when to hold. I mean, he's still young. I mean, I wouldn't say he's immature. I think he's young. And I think a lot of chess players make mistakes like that. Now, whether it's a mistake or not, I don't think any of us are qualified enough to comment on that because mistakes like that are the reason why he's a world champion. Because I mean, imagine that when he was pushing in a worse position against Dingler and that didn't go his way, would that be a mistake then? Because अब तो कोई इसको mistake कहता नहीं है ना. So it's only after the result happens that's when we can say this was right and this was wrong. But during the thing, you have to understand the emotions of the player. He's trying to play for a win every single game, and I think that's what matters. I think each time he tries to have a game, and each time he tries to play for a win, and I think that's what sets him apart from everybody else.
we have the mentality as players because when Gukesh pushes against Ding, people appreciating in today's simple. I mean, I think it's part of sports also to some extent. If people are so invested in the game, you will face criticism and you will see praise as well. I mean, look at cricket. The praise and the criticism is at least 100x of what we see in chess. Both of those things.
Mhm.
So yeah, I mean, at least I mean, toxic नहीं होना चाहिए, but I think play को criticize तो लोग कर ही सकते हैं. I think that's pretty fair.
Yeah,
Salia,
मैं
when you do
प्ले
GM.
क्रिटिसाइज नहीं है ना यहाँ पे देखो पहले वाला जो डिसीजन था G4
Hmm.
आई थिंक दैट वाज अ बैड मूव यस बट आई मीन like when it's about the mentality then I think it's different because you have to keep that mentality to try and play for a win because I mean, maybe you can find a balance where you know you can I mean maybe you can realize when to play for a draw and when to play for a win but if you always play for a win I think it sets you apart from everybody else.
True. But I think also, like his game, में things were not going his way. Also, maybe that's also some precedent. Yeah, today I think it's just not my day.
Hmm.
But yeah, Pranav winning. I think जितने games remaining हैं, उनमें से it's not looking good for India. Yeah, Pragg is losing. Gukesh is losing. Abhimanyu is winning. That's nice. Nihal is winning, but Leon is losing. Divya is losing. Pranav is now no longer as winning as he was. So yeah, not the best of days for Indian players.
Hmm. Arjun has
By
won
the
already.
way,
That's good news.
yeah, okay, nothing else happened.
चलो मूड सही करो सहज भाई गाना गा दो ये तो वो तो साहिल भाई गाते हैं साहिल भाई सुना दो यार कोई बढ़िया सा गाना.
अभी अभी मैं अपना स्टूडियो चालू
हम्म.
करता हूँ एक सिंगल रिकॉर्ड क्योंकि सिंगल ही है ना भाई तो क्या करें.
हम्म.
Worst day for Indian fans. Not the worst day. Why? Come on, Arjun won. Why? Number one standing पे Indian बैठा हुआ है. It can't be
वी
the
हैव
worst day.
सीन वी हैव सीन वे वर्स चैट आपको पता नहीं
हाँ.
10 साल पहले क्या हालत थी. वी आर लकी दीज डेज.
Gukesh and Pragg. I don't think Pragg became over ambitious. I don't think so. I think he just
प्रग
missed something.
Pragg was, I
Yeah.
mean, यहाँ पे it was a bad move c6. I'm guessing this happened because of time. And because of this one poor decision, I think he lost the game. He wasn't overpressing or anything. Just Blue Bomb played a good game, I think. Okay, this is the final position. King d6 on the board. He's inviting knight f5 check. But give me your pawn and take this pawn. And the position is then equal. But I think Blue Bomb is not going to go for it. He might go king f3. He might go king e3. Both of them look interesting.
By the way, I think if let's say you play king e3, let's say I play b4.
Ah, okay.
An idea is you take knight d5. Now only king e4 wins.
King e4 is logical. Knight before king f5 only move wins.
Yeah, exactly. So maybe this is the way, this is the only way for Pragg to at least not only exchange the A and B pawns, but also kind of force white into a string of only moves because um, opponent आ रहा है भाई जितना पतला रास्ता होगा चलने का उतना better. So and king e3 will be played, I think. I don't maybe king f3 also
Or king
possible
f3
though.
also can be played, na? King f3 is more sort of logical for me
Mm,
because you're not giving any checks. Um,
true.
what are the chances for winning the tournament for Indian players? Well, I mean, Arjun is already on 4 out of 5. So right now he's leading the event, but Parham ka match abhi bhi chal raha hai. If he draws, then they will be tied at 4 points, and if Parham wins, then he takes once again takes over the sole leader spot. And by the way, while we're discussing this, let's quickly take a look at his game because it looks horrible for Richard Rapport. Look at this bishop on g1. His last move was bishop g1.
So Param Maksud will go to 4.5. Wow.
It's not winning enough yet, no?
But look at his clock, bhai. He's like,
क्लॉक तो पर
I
हम इतना
think
फास्ट खेलता है
he
वैसे भी.
he has so much time. Like officially, I think I approve like carrying forward some time into the next game. भाई इतना time तो भाई हद ही है. 1 घंटा 6 मिनट बाप रे.
It's a good chance that he qualifies to the candidates, yeah. But so far he has played. Who has he played? He's played Firuza. He defeated first round Aryan Chopra. Second round Spanish, I think number one David Anton Gujaro. Third round he defeated Firuza with black. Then he drew against Abdus Satarov with white, and now he's in a much better position against Rapport. So he hasn't faced Gukesh, Arjun, or Pragg yet. तो वहाँ पे I think that's also someone you have to go through before you qualify. So वहाँ पे I think it will be interesting. Sehaj, but F3 and it's better. Yeah, that's his plan. But F3 से ना Rook B2 भी आ रहा है. And this entire seventh rank becomes weak. I can also play Rook B2 immediately, for example, and not allow F3. And that comment is like Bishop G1 पे अभी थोड़ा awkward लग रहा है. I know it will. The point is you want to activate it, but just Bishop G1 is a strange move to see.
Hmm.
By the way, going back quickly to the Gukesh game, because some moves have been played here, he got bishop takes e5 already. What we were talking about here, king e5 पे rook g5 check. Um, yeah, this is not much. By the way, Sahaj bhai, while we wait for the impending defeats of our players, please don't say it like that. What do you think is of most? What do you think of this farming method to qualify to candidates? Where you mean Hikaru की बात कर रहे हो आप? I don't. I mean, if it's within the rules, I don't see a problem with it. I think वो ग्रेटिंग नहीं गेन करने के लिए खेल रहा है. I think वो इनफ गेम्स हो वो खेलने के लिए. I think वो उसको कंप्लीट करने के लिए खेल रहा है. रेटिंग इज जस्ट अ बोनस. I think. For me, it's if it's within the rules, and why not? I mean, I wouldn't have anything against Hikaru, but it's more like a FIDE को थोड़ा rules change करने चाहिए. But I don't think it's anything against Hikaru.
नोतिरबेक और अर्जुन वाइट हैं तो कल क्या अर्जुन वर्सेस नोतिरबेक हो सकता है डिपेंड्स बिकॉज इफ परहम विंस देन वी नीड टू अपफ्लोट समबडी एंड अभी के लिए सिर्फ अर्जुन ही है सो चाहे कलर्स के डबल होने डबल भी नहीं आई थिंक अर्जुन हैड वाइट एंड ही हैड ब्लैक राइट So colors भी opposite ही हैं. So if Arjun has won and Param wins, then we have Param versus Arjun tomorrow. So वो तो भाई खतरनाक गेम होगी, because if Param wins, then सारे Indians पीछे रह जाएंगे.
Is it a fair method though? I mean, as I told you before, if it's legal, then it's fair to me. I mean, या तो आप cap कर दो, बोल दो कि it's under 2200 event, under 2100 event. अगर कोई भी खेल सकता है तो he's not stopping anyone to come and participate there, right? कोई भी खेल सकता है वो. I mean, people already know. ये हर रोज ये stream हो रहा है tournament as well. I don't see a problem with that. Maybe Sahil bhai, do you disagree with me here?
On what?
जो हिकारू का जो कैंडिडेट्स में जाने का तरीका.
अच्छा वही वाला टॉपिक चल रहा है क्या? नहीं नहीं, आई थिंक
Hmm.
he's fair game, yeah. I mean, he has to complete number of games. If we were in his shoes, that's exactly what we would do. I think that's a fair way to check it out. Would I do the same? If the answer is yes, then it's pretty much usually fair. You know, so everybody's fair is different. So I think he's doing what he has to do to reach the candidates. We would all do the same.
I mean, also like he's not 2800 because of these tournaments. Yeah, it's only happening now because he wants to qualify for candidates, and it's the one last title he wants to, have. Um, I think it's the one thing he hasn't achieved yet, right? So, by the way, Rook G5 played Rook D5 मरने वाला है यहाँ पे.
Yeah. Does Gukesh resign now? Because
No.
King, first of all, King E4 or King E6? It's not completely clear.
So let's say King E4 आता है. You go Rook D5, Rook takes C7. I'm guessing only move. Am I just winning
Rook
if I just take
takes.
this?
Yeah, Rook takes,
D5
King
and Rook
takes,
B6
Rook takes B7,
and Rook F4.
Rook
Okay,
B3.
B3 important. Rook G4 and then Rook B6 very important. And just so you know, chat, यहाँ पे अगर pawn B4 और A3 होता ना, तो this can actually be a theoretical draw. But yeah, looks difficult. He does play King E6. So we are going to see that endgame.
Hikaru is 2816 now. Why is moving towards Magnus? Magnus, I don't think has lost the number one rating spot in like um 10 years plus now. So if
More, yeah.
Hikaru does, creep up a little bit, maybe Magnus will be incentivized to play some classical chess.
What would you rather have, the world champ except Gukesh, Hikaru, Fabiano, or both have tried so many times you almost feel for them? I mean, the best player wins. Yeah, we don't have any preference here, but I mean, it's great that Gukesh is the youngest world champion, of course. But I mean, he won fair and square. He showed the best chess. He played the best chess, and that's why he's the world champion. Magnus has won since 2011. Yes, that is true. I think. And Hikaru ki peak is also 2816. No, is he at his peak now? So I remembered he was 2816 or 2814.
Yeah, he's not crossed 2820 for sure. That I remember. So
No,
if
no, no,
he
no. He
crosses
didn't.
two,
He didn't. He
yeah,
didn't.
so he might be at his peak. Gukesh does not think Mishra is a 2200 rated player. By I think he's just ambitious regardless of who's sitting in front of him. Try Magnus EQ now. Maybe a bit less against Magnus, but everybody else he's pretty ambitious against. Has Samay ever defeated you, Sahil bhai? Unfortunately, yes, by once out of I think 35 games. वो भी अब Chesscom दिखाता है भाई साफ. If I go to his profile, the next person he crossing peak below is Vishy. Vishy ki peak I think is 2816 or 2817 also, I think similar.
No,
Or is it
2820,
2820?
no? 2821, I remember. I could be wrong.
Really?
2821, I remember somehow. I could be wrong. I could
Hmm.
be wrong. देखो मैं चेक कर रहा हूँ. 2817, yeah, 2817 it was.
Yeah, I think वही था.
Maybe
And
live rating में हो सकता है, but I'm not sure.
true. Kasparov can leapfrog Hikaru by playing 40 games under. ये I think पहले भी discussion हुआ था भाई, even last time rating spot में, like all Gary Kasparov had to do is like play some games and he would have qualified ahead of the last rating spot. So yeah, but he's not going to do that. He is Gary and Vishy का मैच हो तो रहा है भाई, लेकिन अक्टूबर में So I think that's going to be fascinating to watch. And we asked Vishy sir about it. So he's already started preparing. Yeah. So that'll be a crazy match to watch.
Let's go. I will be so much fun. Sahil bhai, I'll just be right back in like 2 minutes, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah. Is it the stage where players need to push for a win every single game, only 6 rounds to go? I wouldn't say so. I think if you have a philosophy of winning with white and drawing with black, I think that would help you win. Eight is the goal. Eight se kam pe you are risking it. I think last time 8.5 with it won, and eight Hikaru came second. So eight is the score you need to reach. And looking at, let's say, round five, um, let's say you have 3 points. Let's assume, okay, that was our cutoff, right? 3 points where you have a chance. That means remaining what, 6 games? You need 5 points. That's really difficult, actually. 6 में से 5 करना in this field is, yeah, I think we are being very generous with that 3 points out of 5. So I'm gonna say कि यार I think 8 पॉइंट करने हैं तो if genuinely you want a chance, I think 3.5 होने चाहिए. 3 में you have to play the chess of your life to qualify. But Vidit did that last time, so it can be done again. Prediction: who will win this tournament? Arjun qualify. I think Arjun has good chances. Parham Maksudlu is a good player, but he's not as consistent as the others. He can do a string of victories, but I think Parham was 2750 almost, then dropped to 26, something, and now he's back to 2700. Like he keeps fluctuating. तो वो consistent play missing है परम की गेम में. So I think he will give us a chance. He will give us a chance. Will Magnus play World Cup? Yeah, that would be a dream to have Magnus in India yet again, but I think मुश्किल है कि Magnus India में आएगा. बहुत unlikely. Hikaru's highest rating is 2816, उसकी live is 2815.8. तो yeah, he just needs one more win. Yeah, state championship winner Hikaru. पहली बार कोई state champion 2800 प्लस पहुंचा होगा, I think. Bro, Vincent is losing. I know Vincent is losing. In fact, Vincent Kaimer को वही हरा रहे हैं भाई. वो क्या नाम है, मोरिजी. I think Morrissey has had a great year as well. उनका मैंने कहीं और किसी टूर्नामेंट मुझे याद है, बहुत बढ़िया खेले थे. Who, in your opinion, will dethrone Magnus from number one and when? I think it will happen next year. I genuinely believe that. Kaun karega is the bigger question. Because Magnus is like 2835 usually. So Hikaru already 2816. And Magnus will play Norway chess. तो वहां पे कुछ रेटिंग घट सकती है. अगले साल होगा, फॉर श्योर होगा. ओहो, वेलकम वेलकम राकेश भाई. भाई 7 बज गए लगता है.
यो यो, अरे नहीं, काफी फ्लो फ्लो चल रहा था और अच्छा चल रहा था गुकेश का भी. बट लास्ट थोड़े टाइम में क्या वापस लग गए यार.
भाई भाई ऊपर से गुकेश के भी लगा, प्रग के
Oh
भी.
ho
भाई यू आर.
ho! Let's
भाई
go,
मतलब जब
Rakesh bhai. Welcome.
यो चैट नमस्ते. बट जब से आई थिंक मैंने देखा अर्जुन जीता, अर्जुन का गेम खत्म हुआ, तब से बाकी दोनों भाइयों का थोड़ा गड़बड़ लग रहा है अभी तो.
भाई गड़बड़ इज एन अंडरस्टेटमेंट बिकॉज इट्स ऑब्जेक्टिवली नाउ विनिंग भाई. एंड ऐसी एंड गेम है कि मतलब विद 40 minutes ऑन द क्लॉक, इमेजिन अगर कोई टाइम नहीं मिलता एक्स्ट्रा, then maybe we could have
हम्म.
imagined a blunder, right? But in this time control to bhai, it is just gone.
I'm not even sure how you complicate this a position like this. Like ये सो यहाँ पे सोच क्यों रहा है white?
उसको
मेरे को ये नहीं
विश्वास नहीं
समझ.
हो रहा है भाई. वो सोचा किस रुख से मारूं. आई थिंक.
दोनों ही winning है actually,
हाँ.
objectively.
Which
Yeah,
one
this
you
is
will you
हेलो.
take with, by the way? Which look will you take with Rakesh and Saj?
डज इट इवन मैटर? मेरे को तो जी वाला अच्छा लग रहा है क्योंकि आई वांट टू कीप दैट पॉन प्रोटेक्टेड.
Hmm.
I mean मैं भी जी से ही मारूंगा I think because
Hmm.
रुक GD5, रुक C7, King D5, रुक B7. I think यार रुक F4 एक difficult चाल है. यहाँ पे B3 you have to find.
Hmm.
क्योंकि B3 के
बट
बाद look at this, रुक रुक G4 पे रुक B6 is the move. Sad लग रहा है थोड़ा देख के.
Yeah. And do you think Gukesh resigns after Rook B6, or do you think he plays on till the very end?
No, no, no. I think resign तो नहीं करेगा भाई.
Yeah, resign. I agree with you. No, no resignation. एंड प्रग का गेम मैं चेक करूँ. बाय द वे प्रग सीम्स टू आई मीन बार एटलीस्ट थोड़ा प्रेफर करा बट किंग F3 खेल दिया उसने एक्चुअली. ये पोजीशन है बोर्ड
Oh,
पे.
oh, not King E3 यार. King E3 में चांस था यार. King F4 F3 में तो क्या ही करेंगे.
अब क्वेश्चन मेरा ये है कि आप कौन सी पोजीशन बचाना चाहोगे ब्लैक से. लेट्स से आपके पास टाइम प्रेशर है, दोनों के पास टाइम प्रेशर है. वुड यू प्रेफर टू सेव अ नाइट एंड गेम पॉन डाउन और रुक एंड गेम जहाँ पे 2 पॉन है.
हाँ, भाई ये
ऑप्शन ही दे रहे हो तो पॉन अप का ऑप्शन दो ना फिर.
अच्छा चलो,
भाई ये तो
वाइट के पर्सपेक्टिव से पूछते हैं. व्हिच पोजीशन वुड यू रादर प्ले दिस. अगर आपको ये पोजीशन दूं मैं ब्लू बॉम्ब की, वुड यू रादर प्ले दिस एज वाइट or would you rather play this as white?
Blue bomb वाली blue bomb because they say knight end games are very close to king and pawn end games.
Yes.
So I have a higher chance of converting. और I think किसी जमाने में किसी महापुरुष ने कहा था कि all rook end games are drawn. So I'd rather
Hmm.
not go into there. टिको भाई आपको आपका क्या ओपिनियन है?
भाई मैं तो रुक वाला चूज करूंगा यार. वो समझ में आ रहा है कैसे जीतना है. नाइट में ना, लाइक,
Fair.
आई डोंट सी द फाइनल प्लान बेसिकली. मतलब थोड़ा अभी बैठना पड़ेगा. रुक पे समझ
Ah,
में आ रहा है भाई. मारा मारा मारा, चेक एक्सचेंज, रुक रुक B6, लाइक दैट्स वेरी सिंपल टू अंडरस्टैंड. तो
I am on the same
मुझे
boat as Sahil bhai here because अगर वो calculate कर लिया आपने, then it's so easy to win this position. You can see the final plan. By the way, Rook GD5 taken.
आह, अबे.
By the way, also Vincent Keimer has like मतलब lost. तो क्या ही नए नए लोग आ रहे हैं भाई ऊपर आजकल.
Dead lost, why? It's an understatement. He's playing like he just defeated MVL. Artemiev को हराया उसने, MVL को हराया और अब विंसेंट काइमर को भी हरा रहा है.
And like we just saw Vincent Keimer like break all records in Chennai. साथ में हम तीनों थे. So
Hmm.
हम्म.
क्या से क्या like that is this Grand Swiss format like or the playing field is amazing. Time control घटिया है बस.
सही में भाई. यू नो, जेन्युइनली, इफ फिडे केम टू मी एंड आस्क्ड कि भाई,
हम्म.
ओके तो तू एक विश मांग लो बच्चा, मैं कहूंगा भाई सुटोस की भाई देखो, कैम और टाइम कंट्रोल में से व्हाट कैन वी फिक्स. आई विल जनरली बी कंफ्यूज्ड कि भाई मुझे टाइम कंट्रोल वो 50 मिनट हटाने हैं कि मुझे कैम चाहिए. Like I'll generally think about it for 5 minutes and that's like impressive. Like I would generally think कैमरा मत दो, ये 50 मिनट हटा दो भाई.
मुझे लगा बोलेंगे सोचने के बाद मैं बोलूँगा कि 500K सब्सक्राइबर्स.
भाई वो तो एमएलजी नहीं दे सकते ना. फिडे के हो गए क्या भाई? भाई 100K, I'm just checking actually.
ये
पर
हाँ फिडे
तथास्तु
के
बोला ना आपने, बोला कोई भी विश. तो यार. Okay, going back to this game, King F3, Pragg in deep thought.
फिडे के नहीं है भाई, 283 के है. सो अनफॉर्चुनेटली आई डोंट थिंक सो.
तो उनके पास ही नहीं है वो कैसे देंगे मतलब कैमरा राइट्स तो है उनके पास देने के लिए.
हाँ
हाँ.
हाँ.
Good point, good point, good point.
But also like just curious अभी पोजीशन में इतनी रुचि नहीं है because players are going to think 50 मिनट मिल गए. But what do you think of Grand Swiss के players but having Norway chess का format Armageddon मतलब
भाई लव
how
इट.
would
हम
that
बात कर ही
work?
रहे थे. आई थिंक परफेक्ट फॉर्मेट होता भाई. आई थिंक इवन एटलीस्ट यू गेट टू सी रिजल्ट्स. बट नॉर्वे इसके लिए फिर टाइम कंट्रोल छोटा करना पड़ेगा फिर से. सो वी आर बैक टू द
Correct.
सेम प्रॉब्लम कि भाई एट दिस टाइम कंट्रोल अगर नॉर्वे चेस का फॉलो करेंगे तो आई थिंक दिस विल बी लाइक अ 10 hour स्ट्रीम फिर उसके बाद.
Yeah, yeah. वो भी and also it's like there are two spots up for grabs candidates के लिए. So you want to kind of also have it only in classical. So I
हाँ,
get that makes sense.
ट्रू. साज भाई, व्हाट डू यू थिंक? नॉर्वे चेस, ग्रैंड
Um,
स्विस.
I again like I mean probably I would not like to play such a long game each day because I think it's too much. But I think अगर candidates के लिए qualify करना है तो I think it's fair that you have the same time control. ये तो वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप का टाइम कंट्रोल चेंज करो, कैंडिडेट्स का टाइम कंट्रोल चेंज करो, देन आई मीन देन इट वुड मेक सेंस टू मी.
Hmm.
That's just my take. But I mean, as a commentator, I think it's much nicer to see Norway chess because जब game खत्म है draw भी होता है ना जब कोई dries up, then you have Armageddon. So उसमें you see some exciting chess. So it's always fun uh, at the end.
Yeah, yeah.
True. But
By
a
the way,
question to
हाँ,
Sahaj, sorry Digu, कि
हाँ.
क्या लगता है आपको कि प्रग या गुकेश में से कोई भी पोजीशन बचा पाएगा आज?
By the way, Gukesh plays Rook B3, but I think अगर किसी को मैं चांस दूंगा तो probably गुकेश को दूंगा मैं वो चांस.
हम्म,
Because again, rook ending में ज़्यादा chances है आपके पास. Just in the other game, I think knight ending, it's difficult to convert, but I think it's also very difficult to hold. Knights are very tricky pieces. So एक oversight, I think, I mean, objectively you're lost in both games, but यहाँ पे I
हम्म,
think maybe there is more chance.
got it. Yeah.
Hmm. Bhai, आज if you look at the remaining games, no draws. Rapport worse against Maqsoodlu, Bluebam
What?
defeating Pragg, Mishra defeating Gukesh, Puranik defeating Fedosiv, Nihal defeating Leon, Divya losing to Samshidin, Pranav defeating Esipenko, Morzi defeating Kaimer. Like, आज results बहुत है.
और अपने फेवर के अगेंस्ट.
हाँ, that's the sad part.
रिचर्ड रैपवर्ड का बिशप जीवन पे अभी भी जीवन पे ही पड़ा हुआ है.
ये
उसका कोई
जीवन है. I don't know. Anyways,
जीवन ही नहीं है.
अब गाना मांग रहे थे ना भाई साहब ये लोगों को.
सही में आज जीवन ही नहीं है यार वो बिशप का. But I thought at least if after Arjun's win, he will be in the joint lead. But apparently not, bhai. Maqsoodlu is on another level in this tournament.
By the way, this was a losing, according to the bar at least, this was a losing move by Rapport. So Rook C5 खेलने के बाद it's objectively winning for black. So
Rook
Parham is
c5. What if
not
I
stopping.
play
Uh-huh.
f4? ये g1 के बिशप को अगर गेम में लाया तो.
G1 को G1 देना, but Rook C3 is very strong here. And if you go F takes E5, only move by the way,
हम्म.
otherwise you're dead lost. Black goes Rook
Okay.
G3 check. अब ये किंग को कहाँ रखोगे आप? H3 तो मर रहा है.
किंग f2, नाइट f3 आके पीस ट्रैप है क्या?
Actually, is it?
Yeah. See?
I'm thinking about it. Actually, yes, you might be right. But it's not correct. This E6. Some crazy tactic here. Rook B8 check and E7.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
Some
yeah.
crazy tactic. But yeah, कुछ knight E4 check देके अब Rook H3 मार लो and this is winning for black.
भाई जिसका मतलब परहम विल गो टू 4.5.
What a run, yeah. Defeating Ali Reza and drawing to Abdul Sataro Wubi, he was pushing, I think, at least in the middle game phase. And then Rapport K against also winning with the black pieces. Insane performance by Parham. बहुत sad हो गया यार ये. Okay, checking some other games. By the way, Nihal having a good position against Leon. Do you want to take a look at that? Sahil bhai?
साइड में है क्या? गए गए कुछ
भाई
बोल नहीं रहे इतने टाइम से.
अच्छा
भाई ये क्या
कैमरा.
था भाई.
भाई मैं टिक्कू बन गया.
भाई
नहीं नहीं
जीएम बनने की
नहीं
निंजा टेक्निक.
नहीं. This was the position. He plays bishop f8 and now g4. So he's inviting rook f5 now. I think he's going to take with the. What does he take back with? The e pawn, yeah? Because you'll take fe6.
Makes sense. Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, that should be winning. Yeah, it is winning. So Nihal, I
एंड
think.
ये वही
Yeah.
गेम है जिसमें आई थिंक निहाल हैड ब्लंडर्ड एंड लियोन जीत के बहुत करीब थे. दिस दैट सेम गेम
Hmm.
आई थिंक
Hmm.
क्वीन ए5 के साथ विन था लियोन के पास.
Hmm. 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 Hmm.
Hmm,
Hmm. Hmm.
बाय
crazy.
द वे नोडरबेक इज आल्सो विनिंग यार. मतलब व्हाट अ ग्रेट परफॉर्मेंस बाय हिम एज वेल. मतलब होम सॉइल पे बहुत ही मुश्किल होता है ऐसे प्रेशर में परफॉर्म करना.
भाई शैंकलैंड और फिरोजा किंग पॉन एंड गेम खेल रहे हैं भाई. काफी टाइम बाद देखा मैंने.
रिस्पेक्ट.
Yo, nice. Actually, Firuzha has some chances, no? No, 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 no,
नो
no.
वे. No way, Sahaj.
Well, I'm hoping for some scenario where the king goes on this side and my king goes here and I promote one move faster. Then queen se kuch checks and I play with this pawn on h6. But okay, very unlikely.
But there could be
Bye,
a
bye,
race. Oh,
Stardust. See you soon. See you.
actually, look
Lots
at
of
this, Sajda.
people in
Variation
chat.
देखोगे? So king d3, king e5,
कहाँ पे?
king d3, king e5,
Yeah.
Can you play it
king
out
e,
for chat?
हाँ,
हाँ.
king e3 h5,
Okay.
b4 h4,
Okay.
a5 b5,
Okay.
king d3, king f4.
Acha, I see what
Now,
you're going for.
king d4, king f3. And chat, question for you, white to play. What should white do?
Vidit ka ulta is a hint.
Come on, chat. Let's go.
Actually,
सौरभ
no
जी बोल
king.
रहे किंग C5. Let's
Mhm.
Hmm.
see. Oh, your chess guide बोल रहे Divya is losing. So maybe after this amazing end game, we can
Yeah.
go to Divya's game. But yes, no correct answer yet. And Sahaj, I think we have it, right? We have the
Yeah.
Yeah,
correct
Yeah.
answer.
it's king d3 exactly because king
Yeah,
g2, king
yeah.
e2, king h2, king f2, and this king cannot escape. I'll
Why?
just king h1, king f1, h2, king f2. ये हार नहीं सकता black because h3, king f1 के बाद if you play d4, cd4 will just be a stalemate.
Yeah.
So yeah, but still a very cool idea indeed.
Wow.
Okay, jumping to Divya's game. Oh, she's not in a good position. This is where we left it. And now h4 she plays. Pawn takes. King f3 आया. h5 to stop white from getting the g4 square. King f4, f6. Not allowing king g5 as well. He's keeping all of the pawns basically on the board. And king f3, rook b4, rook a6, rook b2 is the current position. I'm hoping for some F and H pawns वाली endgame, but वो भी difficulty होती है बचानी. But that's the best shot here, yeah?
Hmm.
बिल्कुल, बिल्कुल. But
58 minutes यार opponent के पास. I think this is gonna be difficult actually. 58 minutes.
Hmm.
करेक्ट को we need less time. इसी में मतलब
Yeah.
कुछ चांस है मतलब सेव करने का.
सही में. This is gone.
आई फील 40 मिनट के बाद 40 मूव्स के बाद देते हो ना वो भी ज्यादा ही है 50 मिनट बट बस
हाँ.
यार 60 मूव्स के बाद वापस दे रहे हो दैट इज टू
हाँ.
मच.
True. True. True.
I did
भाई
kind of
लेकिन
help, I think, Pragg
हाँ.
against Boris Gelfand, जहाँ पे वो
हाँ.
60th move पे बोरिस ने मतलब ब्लंडर किया था एक. And so it did help him in that regard. But yeah, it's too long. So that's especially the 60th move one is too much.
By the way, मैं जल्दी डिनर करके आता हूँ. But let's switch to Prag's game because G6 खेला है. Maybe we can see how white wins there. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Bye.
Yeah,
श्योर
sure.
श्योर.
यो भाई अब क्या करें G6 के बाद किंग G4 आ रहा था तो H6 एवरीथिंग इज गार्डेड.
So yeah, I think how does white make progress as well. लेट्स ट्राई मतलब मैं अपन टीम प्रग के हिसाब से अगर सोचे कैसा होगा.
Yeah, I think knights are not good at making waiting. Knights cannot make waiting moves, right? So,
करेक्ट करेक्ट.
my point is that this knight is now stuck defending b5,
हम्म.
and this king is stuck with the pawn, but it's also stuck defending the e5 square where the king can gain some entry. So maybe I can put the king on f4 perhaps and hope for a zugzwang. Or I mean, I see you have knight d5 check there. उसके बाद आप वापस knight c3 आ सकते हो. So that's maybe your way to find something. But
But
maybe
it
the
can also
simplest.
be that yeah,
Mhm.
white can just go king g4 और h6 खेलोगे तो h4 h5 से ब्रेक कर लेगा वो.
Yeah, that's the simplest, I think. Because you still have one pawn remaining and you just push this pawn down and it's GG. By the way, he thought for 25 minutes before he played G6. Yeah. Imagine having to think 25 minutes in a position like this.
What pressure. And ऊपर से like just to quickly show chat says भाई if you go king d5 और king e5 attacking the knight, भाई टाइम ही नहीं है आपके पास, क्योंकि if you attack the knight with king d, हाँ king g4 king d5 या king e5 pawn to c7 and it's GG again.
That's the problem. That's the problem with the king. Good point there. So yeah, this h4 h5 break is what we need. I was also thinking something like king e3 king d3, like knight को ही हटा दो फिर knight b5 मार के maybe it becomes easier.
Mhm.
But now blue bomb
Mridul,
also has 40 minutes.
yeah, I think he will also have a think कि भाई प्रग ने 22 मिनट क्यों सोचा, ऐसे अपोनेंट को भी लगेगा, तो
Hmm.
शायद Matthias Blubom will also have a little bit of a think. While मृणाल भाई अपने मॉड पूछ रहे हैं, if Pragg loses, does he still stand a chance to qualify for the candidate through this tournament? इस टूर्नामेंट का फिर तो काफी मुश्किल है, एज यू कैन सी परहम है, अर्जुन है, मार्क, एंड्रिया मोरित्सी is also on 4 out of 5 and Pragg will be left a fair bit behind. So I don't think so Pragg के अच्छे chances है, but सहज भाई we know that Pragg has been in outstanding form in this year, तो वो FIDE सर्किट का स्पॉट से तो क्वालिफाई हो जाना चाहिए Pragg का.
Right. I mean, he has double the points of the person who's coming next, coming second. So I think definitely वहाँ पर तो chance है. By the way, Parham, someone is telling us in the chat, has made a mistake in his position. So Rook c5 आया f4, same
Yeah.
position that we were discussing. तो
Bhai,
g1
he
मिल
missed
गया.
rook c3. So we predicted the correct moves.
Ooh, okay, okay. So is it still
Human
easy
move
though?
खेला. I
Is it?
think is ये बिशप का ना एटलीस्ट वो सांस खुल गया, मतलब ऐसे है कि पैंडेमिक के वजह से मास्क पहनने की जरूरत नहीं है, तो एफ गोल्डन पर हटने के वरना मास्क चला गया है बिशप के सामने.
Actually, you see, this is the reference that I do understand. Uh,
हम्म.
साहिल भाई के references कभी आप सुनना भाई. But
हाँ, मैं
it
सुन रहा
takes me
था
like a
चैट
minute.
में.
Huh?
एग्जैक्टली एग्जैक्टली समझ सकता हूँ मैं.
Huh?
एंड भाई
It,
द्वीप भाई बोल रहे बिग फैन, थैंक यू एंड Fabi made it to the circuit. Yes, I also thought the same. Says why? Do you know the reason? Fabi has made it through a circuit, but 2024 say. So he's the
Hmm.
only one who's already qualified, and 2025 circuit say Pragg ka chance hai. So Pragg has a great chance.
Yeah, yeah, indeed. Because each year it's resets, yeah. How many points, how many tournaments you play, where you win, and stuff like that. By the way, F takes G5 and inaccuracy by Rapport as well. He should have taken F E5, but I'm guessing after F E5, Rook E5, he just didn't believe that position is holdable. And rightfully so, yeah. You're 2 points down. It feels horrible to defend this, but he goes FG5, slight inaccuracy, and now 94 aa raha hai position mein. Should I take this pawn?
Yeah.
What can you do even here? 94 rook b6 perhaps? ये draw है क्या?
D4, B6.
Knight d6? Knight d6 is what you mean?
मैं तो थोड़ा ग्रीडी सोच रहा था सहज कि व्हाट इफ आई
Hmm.
गो. नहीं नहीं नहीं, आई कांट. हाँ ठीक है, नाइट D6 लेट्स गो,
Knight
चलेगा.
d6 पे bishop f2 है मेरे पास and बच गई position. Bishop h4 मर रहा है. So you're supposed to find some pattern here. King f7, rook check, king e6, rook check, and then you play knight d6. I think the same idea. Where you play against these two pawns and then यहाँ पे बहुत अच्छा चांस है कि we get Sahil's favorite opening, oh sorry, favorite end game, which is rook
कौन
knight
सी
versus
वाली?
rook.
यार अजीब ही फेवरेट एंड गेम है यार टिकू का.
नहीं नहीं, he hates it.
मतलब so many end games to choose from. अच्छा, he hates it. Okay.
Yeah, 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 he hates it. रुक बिशप वर्सेस रुक भी कल अभी आया था ना दिव्या के गेम पे.
हाँ हाँ. मुरली वाला गेम.
यस 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 यस.
करेक्ट करेक्ट.
इंजन
तो यार
सिंह
देख,
बिशप ए7. वाओ.
again it's kind of like a study like finish, Sahaj.
Hmm. By the way, Hans also drawing his game against Demchenko. He had a great position, I think, out of the opening. It
भाई ये
looks like
हांस ना लोगों को $10,000 दे रहा है ये नाकामुरा को हराने के लिए। भाई खुद जीत ना पहले तू। खुद को खुद। और उसका अपोनेंट तो नाका जितना रेटेड भी नहीं था मतलब।
Good point. Good point. Hey, I don't think he has won a game. Oh, he did win one game against Rasmus
He won.
Wane.
Yeah, he did, he did.
It's 2.5 out of 4. 3.5. Matlab, so if Pragg loses, then Pragg will be lower than Hans most likely. Yeah, Pragg will be on the same points as Hans. उनका लग भी सकता है.
वो तो मजा आएगा फिर। बट लेट्स हैव अ क्विक चेक इन एट गुकेश's गेम भाई। चैट कम ऑन। क्या गुकेश बचा सकता है, क्या आपको लगता है? एनी चांस
बहुत
देयर सहज भाई? सम प्लीज गिव अस अ रे ऑफ होप।
I wish, but this looks so horrible. It looks really
पर क्यों
bad. Yeah.
2 पॉइंट ही तो डाउन है, मतलब अपने दोनों भाई, दोनों तबाही, पराग और गुकेश, दोनों के पास 2-2 पॉइंट क्यों कम है मतलब?
प्रग के पास तो एक ही पॉइंट है ना, वो तो नाइट
हाँ
एंडिंग है, तो
एक ही।
ज्यादा ज्यादा खराब लग रहा है क्योंकि वो नाइट एंडिंग है.
करेक्ट, करेक्ट।
रुक एंडिंग में एक पॉइंट कम होता तो इट्स स्टिल सेवेबल.
बट ठीक है, लेट्स प्ले इट आउट ना यहाँ पे। लेट्स प्ले इट आउट।
So
क्योंकि
he,
फाइ खेला
by the way,
मन्यू
he
ने,
goes rook
हाँ।
d3. Not the most accurate, but I think it hardly matters at this point. Anything is winning. He offers the b2 pawn, जो I think मारना ही पड़ेगा. एक pawn तो कम से कम.
हाँ मारो, बढ़िया। फ्री पॉन।
And I go king e3, I guess. Oh, that's a mistake because of rook c2. Okay, there are still some tricks. So king
नहीं, बट
c3
इफ
is
आई जस्ट
forced.
गो किंग C3, किंग C1
Rook b
जाओगे तो किंग इज कट। चैट। तो ऑलवेज किंग C3, rook B6. Now you want to give me a check from there and pick up the pawn.
yeah.
Ooh, this is a toughie actually. I think मैंने बोल रहा हूँ चैट, है चांस, गुकेश का चांस बन सकता है। यू नेवर नो।
चैट में कोई लिख रहा है साहिल हैज हायर चांसेस ऑफ बिकमिंग जीएम देन गुकेश सेविंग दिस, क्योंकि
यार।
साहिल भाई ने शुरुआत में व्हेन दैट स्टफ विद जी4 हैपेंड ना इन द गेम, तो साहिल भाई सेड द सेम थिंग कि माय चांसेस ऑफ बिकमिंग जीएम इज प्रीटी हाई देन हिम सेविंग दिस,
और
फिर
उसके बाद किया ना भाई, उसके बाद
किया तो
किया
था
ना
उसने.
कमबैक।
हाँ किया तो था. नहीं,
अरे
गुकी विल
मतलब
नॉट लूज
अगर
यार.
इफ इज, रुकी विल नॉट लूज।
No, I think still some chances. Like king, rook b2,
या
king b,
या
king c3, rook g2 for example.
मैं तो तेरे ही टीम में हुआ, मेरे को दिख ही नहीं रहा है व्हाइट का विन। कैसे जीतेगा
Apparently,
व्हाइट?
apparently king b4, king a5, king b6 जाके rook d8 खेलना है. king b7 भी मर ही रहा है खैर.
अरे यार, ऐसे ऐसे मत कर। किंग B4 B6।
Then you probably give some checks and try to take this pawn somehow. Yeah, so one check, rook d5 check, king e6 आता है तो rook d6 check में you win this. And if you go king e4, then still rook d6 and you win this because ये check के साथ नहीं मर रहा. By the way, he takes rook b2 on the board. Now the moment of truth. If Abhimanyu plays king e3, then it's a draw. Which I
भाई
thought was
आज।
logical. Because ना मैं
नो
सोच
नो
रहा
नो।
हूँ d6 rook d5 करके mate हो रही है. That's what I was hoping
बट
for.
बट रुक C2 के बाद ना, यू लाइक लूजिंग द पॉन इज वेरी क्रिटिकल।
Yeah, but the point is if you go rook d6, then I have rook c5 and it saves.
हाँ हाँ, एंड देन यू कांट सेव योर पॉन एनी मोर।
Oh, he doesn't do any of what we said. He goes king c1.
इज दैट, प्लीज टेल
Wait,
मी दैट्स अ ब्लंडर।
that's lost.
व्हाट
Arey, that
फॉर
is
हुम?
lost, Rakesh bhai. This is clearly lost because if you go rook
फॉर
g2
हुम?
now, simple rook c3 and rook d8.
अरे बाप रे, भाई लोग मेरे को लगा मैं खुशखबरी लेके आऊंगा यार, ऐसा लग नहीं रहा है मुझे।
This is lost. This is
टिकू ने
dead
डिनर
lost.
किया, गुकेश ने पॉन खाया, पर पोजीशन वैसी की वैसी।
भाई क्या हो गया यार आज आज मतलब आई थिंक हम वी वर स्ट्रॉन्गर ऑन
Ooh.
एवरी बोर्ड, क्या हुआ?
या करेक्ट, मतलब रुक C3 रुक D8 इज सच अ बिग थ्रेट कि ब्लैक का बेस्ट मूव यहाँ पे रुक H2, ताकि आप रुक C3 को रुक H8 जाके बचाओ, मतलब इतना लेवल का पैसिव डिफेंस करना पड़ेगा शायद।
हम्म।
बट या
अरे
सॉरी टिकू, आप बोल रहे थे कि वी हैड अ बेटर पोजीशन इन ऑलमोस्ट ऑल द बोर्ड्स, है?
वही तो भाई। बट ओके, इफ वी डू प्ले रुकेश टू, आई वाज जस्ट थिंकिंग रुकेश टू रुक क्या था भाई प्लान हमारा? हाँ, रुक C3, रुक H8।
रुक H8, तो D7 है ना सीधा, तो सॉरी C8, रुक D1 वापस आ रहा है ना।
नहीं नहीं नहीं, रुक H2 इंस्टेड ऑफ रुक F2।
हाँ ओके।
हाँ, तो रुक H2, रुक C3 जो राकेश भाई ने आइडिया बताया, रुक H8, नाउ स्टॉपिंग रुक D8। एंड नाउ आई वाज थिंकिंग कि भाई हाउ डू वी विन दिस, लाइक बिकॉज फॉर एग्जांपल रुक B3, किंग E6 इज अ ड्रॉ।
रुक B3 किंग E6 इज अ ड्रॉ। अच्छा, बिकॉज व्हाई?
Because the rook is stuck na, you can't defend the pawn on C7.
हाँ ओके ओके, गॉट इट, सो योर थ्रेट इज
So
किंग हियर, व्हाट इफ आई जस्ट गो रुक E3 चेक?
नहीं, then I lose, मतलब मैं तो सिर्फ ड्रॉ करने के तरीके निकाल रहा हूँ भाई। कैसे कैसे वो गलती कर सकता है, मतलब दैट्स द एम।
ओके ओके, हाँ हाँ, फेयर फेयर।
दैट्स फेयर।
अरे
चांस ही नहीं है
यार।
यार, सैड हो गया थोड़ा। बट या किंग C1, रुक H2 ओनली मूव इन द पोजिशन, रुक F2 भी है बट रुक H2 इज द बेस्ट डिफेंस। रुक B4 वगैरह गए तो रुक C3, रुक D8 इज GG immediately. Apparently Rapport made a blunder.
भाई ये भी खुशखबरी नहीं है ना, मतलब ओ व्हाट व्हाट। बाय द वे, आई हैव अ वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग अपडेट। आफ्टर दिस गेम वी शुड गो टू अली रेजा's गेम, वो जहाँ पे किंग एंड पॉन एंड गेम चल रहा है
हाँ, मैं वही
Please.
वहां
देखा था,
पे।
मैं वही देखा था, लिटरली वही देखा था मैं।
ओ माय गॉड।
King E6, King D3, King E5, King E3 and H5. ड्रॉ ही है ना ये तो अभी भी।
ड्रॉ तो है ना, बट हमारे सूत्रों के हिसाब से जो समरकांड में बैठे हैं कि फिर कुछ तो गड़बड़ हुई है और कोई तो जीता है, पता नहीं व्हाइट जीता है ब्लैक, बट कोई तो जीता है सूत्रों के मुताबिक।
Oh, interesting. Very interesting. So I trust that. Let's stay here, chat. यहाँ पे एटलीस्ट मजा तो आ रहा है देख के।
इसमें मतलब
अब
ना अपना कोई है ही नहीं।
साहज भाई ट्रस्ट क्यों कर रहे हैं अब तुम, वो सोचो चैट। भाई
नहीं 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 नहीं, भाई भाई का भरोसा है, दिस इज ट्रस्ट करना
अच्छा।
बनता है। बिल्कुल। नाउ व्हाट डज ही प्ले? डज ही प्ले A5? नो। डज ही प्ले किंग F3? व्हाट डू यू थिंक?
कोई कह रहा है सैम इज लुकिंग लाइक विराट कोहली। भाई विराट कोहली थोड़ी हारेगा, लेकिन हार सकता है टेस्ट मैच में भी, आई डोंट नो।
वाओ, क्रेजीनेस भाई, क्रेजीनेस। जो आई थिंक अपन ने डिस्कस किया था ना, वो स्टेलमेट वाला पोजीशन,
हम्म।
हाँ,
वो करना चाहिए था आई थिंक सैम को, बट सैम थोड़ा भटक गए। अली
सैम ने
रेजा
किया
को
नहीं।
एक, हाँ, थोड़ा अर्ली क्रिसमस गिफ्ट दे दिया है।
कोई पूछ रहा है सूत्रों के हिसाब से प्रग और गुकेश का क्या हुआ?
चल रहा है सूत्रों के हिसाब से चल रहा है, बिल्कुल। लड़ रहे दोनों। चेस रिजल्ट्स, हाँ हाँ भाई, इतने खराब सूत्र तो हमारे होंगे तो फिर कैसा चले। दिव्या इज बैक। आरुष बोल रहे हैं, चलो आरुष का सुन के लेट्स हैव अ लुक एट दिव्या's पोजीशन।
वेट व्हाट, इट्स कंप्लीटली ड्रॉन।
ओ
आरुष भाई ओपी, थैंक यू।
भाई, there is no
बड़ी
way he played rook B2 here. There is no chance.
भाई, एंड ही हैड 1 hour ऑन द क्लॉक।
There is no way he played rook B2. Bhai, what is the point of rook
एंड
B2 even?
दिस इज व्हाई फिडे हैज अ टाइम कंट्रोल भाई, लोग गलती करते हैं 1 घंटे में। भाई ये क्या था?
भाई G4 सीधा आ रहा है, रुक B1 पे होता कम से कम, रुक F1 चेक तो होती है आपके पास।
भाई दिस
भाई
डजंट मेक सेंस एट ऑल सहज।
I have no clue what was this.
उसको लगा रुक किंग है, किंग रुक है, सो रुक एस टू चेक सोच रहा होगा शायद। आई डोंट नो भाई क्या सीन है।
एक ही पॉइंट है कि मतलब ब्लंडर्स कैन हैपन, बस यही बताने के लिए शायद ब्लंडर हुआ है।
हम्म। तो विन क्या था?
हाँ
किंग g5 सीधा, and then you play b3, then and you continue, and then it would be winning.
No, I think the point is he just missed कि pawn to g4 आके pawn pinned है, और अब इनफैक्ट लाइक साइज वाइज वी कुड शो दैट g4, अभी आप किंग g5 खेलोगे तो आप हार भी सकते हो, मतलब to catch my checkmate.
That's crazy.
तो बस ये भाई थोड़ा सा टाइमिंग में मतलब जल्दबाजी की और खत्म, गेम इज ड्रॉन.
बाय द वे
जल्दबाजी भी
प्रक
5 घंटे बाद बोल रहे हो यार.
इट्स एन ऑब्वियस मूव बट
अच्छा नहीं,
वाइट
it
के पास.
wasn't. I told you this doesn't make sense. It was rook b3 check.
ये यार
मैंने बोला था
ये
rook b2 का पॉइंट ही क्या है, क्या चाल है ये? Makes no sense.
आरुष भाई वो ओपी वापस दे दो जो मैंने आपको दिया था चैट.
Why we need new brand competition with DLT? I don't know. But by the way, Pragg का ओपोनेंट के पास only move है. Uh, if you wanna check, it's an obvious one, but इकलौती चाल है अभी. Knight b5.
नए पॉन छोड़ा है तो पॉन तो मारना पड़ेगा ना.
तो नाइट बी
But
फाइव,
c6.
किंग, हाँ
हाँ.
किंग C6. अभी एक ही प्रॉब्लम है प्रग को कि वो A3 का पौना मारना बहुत मुश्किल होने वाला है.
इसीलिए शायद a4 नहीं खेलना चाहिए, बिकॉज इट बिकम्स अ क्लोजर टारगेट. अभी नाइट d4 चेक ओनली मूव है इधर.
Yeah, and if king C5 you have knight E6, knight F4, forcing the trade. तो Pragg has to avoid this.
बाप रे.
Pawn
नाइट
पे
c2
अटैक
भी
है,
विनिंग
नाइट
है
पे अटैक
भाई.
है.
नाइट c2 भी विनिंग है, नाइट e2 भी विनिंग है. सब विनिंग है इधर.
फिर तो मतलब बहुत ही खराब पोजीशन है टिको.
हाँ.
Done भाई. By the way, रैपपोर्ट की गेम में अगर जाके देखेंगे तो it's about to be over. So I think मकसूदलू जी लीड लेने वाले हैं.
It's kind of like that वर्ल्ड जूनियर इन इस्तांबुल टर्की, जहाँ पे मकसूदलू का ब्रेकअवे टूर्नामेंट और भाग जीतते ही जा रहा था वो टूर्नामेंट.
हम्म.
तो आई थिंक मकसूदलू रनिंग अवे विद इट.
कल
नो वन
अर्जुन
कैन
खेलेगा
स्टॉप
भाई
हिम.
अब. कल अर्जुन खेलेगा भाई. दैट्स द लास्ट होप.
भाई मैं ना ये
या.
एक बार ये पोजीशन लगा रहा हूँ, बिकॉज आपके जो सूत्र थे उनको
हम्म.
उनसे एक बार कंफर्म करना था कि यहाँ पे क्या हुआ.
भाई मेरे सूत्रों कभी गलत हो ही नहीं सकते, उनको सलाम देना आप. और
बट
देखना ही, देखते ही देखते
इंटरेस्टिंग,
देखो चाल आ गई है. चाल आ गई है देखो.
देखो भाई इंटरेस्टिंग बात ये है यहाँ पे कि शैंकलैंड के पास 49 मिनट्स है.
हाँ, इंटरेस्टिंग बात आपको ये भी याद होना चाहिए कि शैंकलैंड ने एक डेड ड्रॉन पोजीशन में ब्लंडर किया था अगेंस्ट रॉबर्ट होवनियन, और अमेरिका से गिफ्ट दिया था आर्मेनिया को ओलंपियाड में. तो
अरे
करते
उसमें
हैं शैंकलैंड बहुत बार ऐसी चीजें.
शैंकलैंड ने वो भी तो किया था अगेंस्ट अनीश.
याद बिशप किंग एट वाला
हाँ,
मिस
किंग
किया
एट
था,
वाला
करेक्ट.
एकदम, जो वो डेड ड्रॉन पोजीशन में रिजाइन कर दिया था उसने.
या
भाई
सो ही
बी
इज
ए फाइव
नोन
होने
फॉर.
वाला है. BA5 होने वाला है मुझे लग रहा है.
टिकू भाई जितने पैसे लगा दो सारे बी ए फाइव पे.
भाई BA5 होने वाला है.
So let's map it out. How
ओ
can
नहीं.
black
किंग d3.
white go wrong?
किंग D3.
Okay, king d3. बच गए पैसे आप. But let's see, king d3 सहज अपन ब्लैक से खेलते क्योंकि ब्लैक जीता, और टिकू को व्हाइट से खेलने थे क्योंकि व्हाइट ने ब्लंडर किया आगे.
ठीक है,
तो
ठीक है, ठीक
किंग
है.
f4.
हाँ.
हम्म.
वो किंग D4 खेला होगा भाई.
तो भी वो तेरा ड्राइंग आइडिया है ही ना कि स्टेलमेट करने का किंग.
किंग f3,
अब शायद वो काम नहीं कर रहा है.
b5 खेला, किंग जी, अच्छा क्योंकि पॉन h5 पे है ना, पॉन h5 पे है. सो इफ यू गो
तो
किंग g2, किंग e3, किंग h2, किंग f2, अब मैं h4 खेल के ऑपोजिशन ले सकता हूँ. यू नाउ यू हैव टू मूव.
ओ मैन.
बाय द वे
भाई
दिस
किए
इज
तो प्ले.
हैपनिंग. किंग f3.
भाई
भाई एंड फिरोजा के पास सिर्फ 1.5 मिनट.
1.5 मिनट और 1 पॉइंट भी, ऐसा कैसे हो गया?
निहाल इज बाय द वे कंप्लीटली विनिंग अगेंस्ट लियोन. काफी सारे गेम्स अब उनके एंड की तरफ आते हुए. बट या लेट्स स्टिक टू दिस. आई एम शॉक्ड that Shankland lost this game, भाई. कैसे हो सकता है?
Right, right. Viewers को distract करके रखो. That's the strategy. Don't show the.
बट
But
ड्राइंग
yeah,
मूव है क्या यहाँ
अरे
पे?
King E2.
डिस्ट्रैक्शन से याद आया कि टिकू भाई
क्या?
आपका वो मिल गया प्ले बटन 100K वाला.
नहीं नहीं, अभी कल में भरा है तो आएगा वो
क्या
पहले घर
बात है,
जाएगा
बढ़िया
मेरा.
बढ़िया.
मेरा क्वेश्चन है कि ये डिस्ट्रैक्शन से कैसे याद आया आपको?
टॉपिक चेंज करना भाई.
भाई क्या हो रहा है यार?
सैम
ये
प्लेड
सही
लाइक मी. बिल्कुल बिल्कुल. आई थिंक मृणाल आपके जैसे ही खेला. भाई गुकेश गेम प्रग गेम बोल रहा है चैट. कैन वी गो टू गुकेश और प्रग गेम बिकॉज चैट चिल्ला रही है फॉर दोज गेम्स.
Yep, this is the position. Nothing has happened. He hasn't taken on b5 yes. He has half an hour on the clock, so he can think. And
बट
Abhimanyu versus
सूत्रों के हिसाब से
Gukesh.
ही डिड नॉट थिंक. तो
By rook h to g5 is what's happened. This is the update. He does go for that rook h8 wala plan, but it is dead loss. g6, g7 तो आ ही रहा है, तो king f5 खेलना forced हो गया यहाँ पे, I guess. Then you give a check, put the rook on c5. इस ये rook c5 पे बैठ के यहाँ पर भी बचा रहा है, इधर भी बचा रहा है, and everything is just crumbling here. Okay, going back to an interesting game here, जहाँ पर b takes a5 मारा गया था.
व्हाट.
वाओ, आई एम
Wait,
शॉक्ड.
what? ये कैसे
व्हाट, नो
हुआ?
वे. दैट्स अ बिग ब्लंडर.
Wow, ba5, king d4 and king f3 and it's lost.
भाई दिस इज क्रेजी, विदाउट एनी वार्निंग ऐसे ब्लंडर हो जाते हैं, कुछ पता ही नहीं लगता यार.
I think Firuza is so lucky. Now, if let's say if we try the same technique, king d3, king g2, king e2, or king into h2, king f2, draw offer, सहज भाई, क्या बोलेंगे आप?
No, 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 no. I will play h4 भाई. नहीं, मैं ड्रॉ
ओ,
ऑफर से पहले रिजाइन कर देगा ना वो तो.
नहीं 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 हुआ है भाई, मतलब नहीं पहले ही हो गया था. बट वी आर जस्ट डिस्कसिंग व्हाट हैपेंस. बट h4, किंग
भाई मैं
f1 एंड
सोच रहा
किंग
हूँ कि
g3.
चैट में
नहीं
एक
नहीं.
मुकुंद कुलकर्णी करके भी है. डू यू नो हिम?
Nope.
Oh, I was just thinking maybe it's a coincidence. But yeah, you
आप
were saying?
सुनील ग्रोवर को जानते, आप अश्नीर ग्रोवर को जानते हो क्या भाई?
बट वो चैट में नहीं है ना भाई. फेयर फेयर इनफ, लाइक चैट में नहीं है वो.
ट्रू ट्रू.
यार बड़े टाइम के बाद बंद हुआ था यार, ये फिर से आपने याद दिला दिया लोगों को. बड़े टाइम बाद बंद हुआ था यार.
अरे मुकुंद is saying I met all three of you in Chennai GM. Nice, nice.
नाइस.
It was a fun event and hopefully World Cup में भी आप आएंगे सारे सब मिलने.
It's mate in 17 by the way for Sam. It's a big mistake. क्या किंग E2 खेलना था apparently यहाँ पे.
Is it still a draw BA5 के बाद?
Nah, that's the
नहीं नहीं
blunder.
नहीं.
BA5 is dead lost. It's
Wow, भाई
crazy
chess is
actually
tough
because
यार, chess is tough.
भाई कितना टाइम था शांकलन के पास, and Alireza was on time pressure. Maybe just
I'm not
was a
even sure what Shankland missed.
hmm. Maybe he missed that वो h4 वाला plan ना, after king f3 king d3 here. Maybe in this position he thought ये draw है कि लेकिन black h4 खेल सकता है यहाँ पे. And white is now under opposition and you lose.
By the way, if we switch to Divya's game, I think it's about to be over one way or the other.
भाई कौन सा हुए, क्वीन बन रही है यहाँ तो.
वही तो.
वही
भाई
ना.
किंग
Not in
g4 आई
our
थिंक
not in
चाहोगे.
our favor.
टेक्स टेक्स टेक्स. ये एक मूव से जीत रहा होगा ब्लैक यहाँ पे. मे बी टू
Hmm.
मूव एक्चुअली. किंग f5,
King D7 is just win.
किंग g6, किंग e8 या, और किंग e8 या किंग
Yeah, yeah.
g7 जस्ट चेक.
कुछ भी खेल सकते हो.
This is a nice motive by the way. King h8 ज़्यादा है तो after h6 you can always play king g6 and move the rook to b1 and this is checkmate.
Hmm.
But yeah, This is gonna be a loss for Divya. Any other
भाई
game that looks interesting to you guys?
टफ डे फॉर दिव्या एंड आल्सो इंडियंस ओवरऑल आज.
And Sam के लिए भी, I think.
भाई सैम का तो चलो अलग ही है बट
भाई प्रणव ने गेम दे दी यार. He was winning,
व्हाट.
blundered. Yeah.
This
भाई
was
क्या
the
चल रहा है
position.
आपका. पूजा गैम्बिट भी देखा मैंने, ईयर गैम्बिट भी देखा.
प्रणव की बात कर रहे हो?
मतलब नॉट ही इज
हाँ.
नॉट लूजिंग बट ही वाज कंप्लीटली विनिंग.
Yeah.
Sure.
मतलब वही ना, जस्ट मतलब जो गेम जीतना है उसमें हमारी ड्रॉ हो रही है, और जो गेम ड्रॉ होनी चाहिए वो हम हार रहे हैं. ऐसा ऐसा वाला दिन है आज.
Hmm. But still
तो वो
not
कल
easy
ये
for
भी था ना,
SC
यस्टरडे
Camp.
रेड मून एक्लिप्स, ग्रहण वहन था कल तो
वही तो.
Hmm.
नहीं चला अपने
लगते ही
लिए.
वीडी गेम दे दिया भाई, लगते ही.
कल रात का.
हम्म. राकेश भाई, यू आर लुकिंग लाइक रोहित शर्मा, कह रहे हैं चैट में.
ये भाई मेरा भी फेवरेट वड़ा पाव ही है वैसे खाने में.
Hey, let's go.
भाई
Um,
कैनवा थॉट्स इज सेइंग कैन वी हैव पूजा गैम्बिट फॉर प्रग. सहज भाई आपका वो है, मतलब कोई चांस है तो करे पूजा गैम्बिट, वरना
या
नहीं.
अभी
एक्चुअली
उसके
टिकू
लिए
भाई
किया
था.
था. दिस इज व्हाट्स बीन प्लेड एंड नाइट सीट 2 आ चुका है बोर्ड पे.
ओह.
साहिल भाई एक पूजा गैम्बिट हो जाए.
भाई मतलब लगता
अगरबत्ती
है
खत्म हो गई है.
भाई. भाई भगवान भी कहेगा भाई रीजनेबल डिमांड्स करो यार, जैसे मतलब लॉटरी टिकट. ये तो बड़ा मुश्किल है यार.
सही में यार, सही
दिस
में.
लुक्स डिफिकल्ट शायद, ये तो गया.
भाई चांस तो अगर ए पॉन मर गया, हाँ मतलब चांस तो तब भी है अगर वाइट का नाइट मर गया तो ब्लैक जीत भी सकता है. तो बट
बट
वो
ये
मरेगा.
ऐसे इंजन तो सिर्फ बोल रहा है कि 1.8 1.9, आई थिंक 2.7 है.
हम्म. This should be a theoretically winning position.
भाई एक
यू
आइडिया,
नो.
रुकेश गेम में जाए क्या?
हाँ
तो
हाँ. दिस इज
हाँ
द
तो.
पोजीशन किंग F5.
हाँ अगर किंग F5, अगर वाइट यहाँ G6 खेल दे तो चांस है भाई किंग G6 के बाद.
ओह यस. वेरी 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 नाइस पॉइंट. यस.
है ना?
हाँ.
डेफिनेट
एंड
चांसेस
शायद
देयर.
ना वो अभिमन्यु को इतनी आदत हो गई है ड्रॉ करने की, या
हम्म.
नहीं हारने की, शायद ही इज मिसिंग दैट किलर इंस्टिंक्ट.
हम्म.
उसने एक भाई एक बार तो गुकेश ने कमबैक किया है. सो डू यू थिंक गुकेश लॉस्ट कि उसको वो जीतने के लिए गया आफ्टर ही मेड द कमबैक सहज.
यस. 100% यस.
हम्म.
But I don't blame him for that. I think that's still very logical. The fact that he did that. By the way, rook d5 check खेला उसने pawn को बचाते हुए. Now king e6 and king g6 are possible. g6 पे rook c5 and you can just resign. And e6 गया तो मेरे को नहीं पता. This looks like some mess.
भाई आप ही
g6.
मैस बोल रहे हो तो आपको रखा क्यों है यहाँ पे कमेंट्री.
भाई एक
अब
एक बंदा
मैस है
कुछ
तो
कह
भाई
रहा.
मैस ही बोलेंगे ना उसको तो.
एक
विनिंग
बंदा कहता
प्लान
स्पीक,
दिखाओ.
स्पीक इन
लाइक
कन्नड़. चलो भाई कन्नड़ में विनिंग प्लान आज भाई.
कन्नड़. अरे नहीं भाई. मैं मेरे को एक शब्द नहीं आता उसका. डिड सैम प्ले लंदन से समय ये नहीं देखा था मैंने. बट मतलब g6 सोच रहा था मैं इधर. बट देयर इज रुक c7 किंग d5 g7 रुक g2 एंड रुक b7. दिस इज अ ड्रॉ. सो आफ्टर किंग e6 you are supposed to play rook 7 d6 or rook 5 d6, king e5 and now g6 क्या, or just rook d2 or something.
ओ G6 ड्रॉ.
g6 फिर से ड्रॉ है हाँ, क्योंकि रुक c7 मर रहा है. तो rook d2 perhaps challenging the other rook, and then इस rook को like g2 से and then you push the pawn. By the way, he plays rook d6, king e5. ये board पे हो चुका है. Now is the moment of truth. Does he play rook d2 or not?
Bhai, can we rush to Pragg's game for a second? White has an only move. Only one move. And this time it's a bit more difficult. King f3, the only move to win. भाई कोई चांस है क्या साज भाई? क्या मैं फालतू में
नहीं
एक्साइट हो गया?
नहीं कोई चांस नहीं है यार. I think if you think about it, like h5 is not working because of knight f6 check. Knight कहीं जा नहीं रहा है, right? There is no like useful squares for the knight. And pawn आपको touch करना नहीं है because it gets closer to the black king. So the only piece remaining is the king.
भाई चैट इस चिल्ला रही है A4 A4।
खेला क्या है for उसने?
नहीं वो
a4
लोग
is
वो
draw.
चाहते हैं कि why is A4 a draw? Like can we explain that to chat?
King b3 attacking both, and if you move the knight, then king a4 is just a free pawn. So I think a5 would make the most sense. King c2 a6, knight c7 a7, king d3, king f4. I'm guessing to play king e5. And और अब h5 खेलते हो, sorry, king f4 खेलते हो तो king d4 में there is no access points here anymore. And if you play h5, then I just take it. King
Correct.
takes and just king e4. King h6 and supposedly king d5, and you go for this pawn and इस knight से आप इस pawn को रोक रहे हो. Still not an easy task for Pragg
Yeah.
अगर गलती होती भी है तो. But yeah, crucial moment.
पर देखो ना भाई, वाइट पीस ब्लंडर के बाद भी ड्रॉ के लिए खेलना पड़ रहा है प्रग को। सो that's how bad his position is. But yeah, Tico, you're right. King f3 only move chat. So if you're a Pragg fan, pray करो कि King f3 छोड़ के कुछ भी खेले white चलेगा।
Yeah, and
Yeah.
Divya
By
has
the way,
lost. तो अब क्या
really,
साज भाई?
has Rapport lost his game? कुछ chat में सब लोग
दिव्या
बोल रहे
दिव्या
हैं.
दिव्या 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 आई थिंक हैज
या
Okay.
नॉट दिव्या करंटली। रैपो एक 10-15 मिनट के बाद में भी हार सकते हैं। फिलहाल तो we can stick to the right position.
Oh, king f3 played.
Oh man.
राकेश भाई आर रिवीलिंग टू मेनी सीक्रेट साज भाई। 4 दिन तक
Hmm.
सीक्रेट था भाई सब कुछ।
Hmm. अब कितना मेटिक्युलसली बोल रहे थे. अरे यार इस गेम पे थोड़ा फोकस करते हैं अभी, बिकॉज ये थोड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग लग रहा है कुछ हो सकता है यहाँ पे. ओए यार मेरे सूत्रों के मुताबिक.
अरे क्या भी, ओलंपियाड में भी अपन ऐसे ही करते थे ना, मतलब
हाँ
ओलंपियाड में तो आप लोग गेम देखते थे, मैं सीधा कैमरे दिखा देता था कि बंदा बाहर आ गया है।
बट ओलंपियाड में एक बंदा वहां था हमारा भाई, दैट वाज द डिफरेंस। यहाँ पे तो वो चिड़िया सिग्नल दे रही है मेरे ख्याल से।
ट्विटर ट्विटर बर्ड।
हाँ।
इट वाज ब्रॉडकास्ट एरर। ओके ओके फॉर दिव्यास गेम। या रुक B2 जो मूव था, सहज भाई वाज राइट।
भाई किंग F3 निकाल दिया यार।
गुकेश का बताओ भाई, कोई बोल रहा है गुकेश का है कुछ अपडेट? भाई
रुक
रुक
D2
D2
उसने
खेला
खेला.
यार उसने ही। आप प्लान बोल देते हो सहज भाई।
आप बताओ ना आपके सूत्रों के मुताबिक कुछ हुआ यहाँ पे अभी तक
I think
चेन्नई.
I don't know about Sutra, but Gukesh is a fighter. He will not
हम्म.
go down without a fight.
मतलब अभी तक नहीं आया चैट. अभी भी खेल रहा है वो.
5 मिनट बाद पूछना चैट, 5 मिनट बाद पूछना।
By the
सडनली ही
way,
विल बी गोइंग डाउन।
नहीं बोल सकता ना कि भाई 4 घंटे से फाइट ही कर रहा है बेचारा, फिर मैं ऐसे चेंज करूंगा। बट ऑन अ सीरियस नोट भाई, वो जो बचपन में वो पॉन गया था C7 पे,
हम्म.
एंड दिस इज द लाइक आई थिंक अभिमन्यु स्टार्टेड ऑफ विद दिस पॉन E4, फिर वो E5 गया, ED6 मारा, DC7 मारा। तो
दैट्स
वो
अ
वही
ग्रेट
पॉन, बचपन
पॉइंट.
का पॉन।
ये
या
देखो
इज द रीजन व्हाई ही
E4.
इज लूजिंग।
Focus on this pawn. I think he's right about this. Actually, D pawn था. D pawn था. The D pawn went
हाँ
to
हाँ।
it
Oops.
sat on C7. So D pawn basically. But yeah,
अभी वो
crazy.
C7 की पॉन पे नजर रखना चैट। बट
Hmm. Why does King E2 not work then? Because B5 was a waiting move. For white. It's एक वो रिजर्व टेम्पी था उस पोजीशन में जो BFI मारने के बाद नहीं है आपके पास. आप अपोजिशन हार रहे हो उधर. Probably that's why.
By the way, Nihal Sareen also about to win. Um,
Very crazy stat found by the Chesscom stats team, which is Gukesh's last classical loss to a sub 2700 player happened at the 2024 Prague Masters. मतलब बार्टेल मार्टियूस के साथ हारे थे गुकेश 2024 फरवरी में. And it has been 107 games after his last loss to a sub 2700 player. तो आदत नहीं है वैसे गुकेश को हारने की. So chat, it just shows it can happen to the best and to the world champion as well.
by the way, you know कि मिश्रा की स्ट्रीक है क्या 60 गेम्स की, नॉट लॉस्ट.
Correct, correct. Unbeaten streak.
वाओ.
ये स्ट्रीक मुझे राकेश भाई ने बताई थी
ओह
अपने
अच्छा.
अपने सूत्रों से पूछ के.
सही में आपकी कोई
वो
स्ट्रीक है क्या ऐसे? मतलब have you ever have been on a golden
Like,
sun run, मतलब beautiful time चल रहा था आपका कभी?
no, not more than 20 games I think. Not more than 20 games. मेरा लग जाता था किसी से and then
फिर
yeah.
लग जाते थे आपके.
फिर लग जाते थे.
ठीक है भाई, आपका कुछ था स्ट्रीक, मतलब एक दो गेम लगातार जीत लिए कभी कुछ
मेरा
ऐसा?
मेरा इतना कभी बना ही नहीं कि भाई मैं कैलकुलेट कर पाऊं.
ये
भाई ये
सही.
जब मैं जब जब डिंका मैंने पहली बार सुना था ना कि 100 गेम कुछ स्ट्रीक है,
हम्म,
भाई
हम्म.
मतलब जो शॉक लगा था कि भाई 100 गेम की भी स्ट्रीक हो सकती है. भाई हम तो टूर्नामेंट में ही एक दो लॉसेस आती है यार, एक टूर्नामेंट में. वाह.
एक्चुअली.
एक दो गेम्स लगातार जीते हो.
बाय द वे निहाल अबाउट टू विन भाई, लेट्स गो.
Let's go
कोई
there.
तो जीता.
निहाल ने ऑपोजिट बिशप्स का एकदम बहुत ही इंस्ट्रक्टिव एग्जाम्पल गेम खेला है आज.
Hmm. So the king probably goes to here and G6 and you push this, yeah? Yes, D5, E5, F5, G6 and push.
Can't I just play h6 and grab the pawn on b4? Is that winning?
Yeah, that's probably simpler also because this pawn is the right color. Yeah, that's probably simpler.
Can Mishra run into some time pressure?
Let's check. By the way, अभी तो गुकेश की चाल है. Still thinking. Pragg also in deep thought, by the way. Oh, some updates here. He played king b3 and knight e3 happened. So this is the
Mhm.
current position. Oh, the problem is knight g4. And you capture this. Pragg is lost then, dead lost.
मतलब क्या नाइट E7 खेला तो ये सवाल है मेरा.
Knight g4,
हाँ, h5.
नाइट हाँ
knight
H5 खेला.
e5 probably. Okay, I'll play it out. Knight g4 सही नहीं है इधर actually. h5 भी सही नहीं है, knight f5 खेलना चाहिए आपको. But h5, knight e5, I thought यहाँ पे king a3, king f4, king g5 and I take this. मतलब सही तरीके से if I take g6 और h5 then it's over. तो थोड़ा केयरफुल रहना होगा. Apparently 97 के बाद king e4 is the best. King f4, maybe you have g5 check and you can complicate matters. क्योंकि एक ही pawn रहेगा मेरे पास सब.
हम्म.
तो king e4 is winning.
Oh, but okay, कुछ है नहीं actually. Yeah.
अरे Parham is destroying. He's completely winning. Look at this position. Some
Actually,
updates
let's check
going.
it out. Yeah, let's check it out because he's the tournament leader, guys. And
Hmm.
though people are playing just for two reasons here, the top two finish करने के लिए. One of them is it's looking like Param is running away with it.
Hmm.
Hmm.
But difficult to say, yaar. I mean, last rounds mein, I mean, one loss, one bad opening can really turn things around. mean, yeah, for now he's looking very good, but I mean, last moment से कभी भी कुछ भी हो सकता है.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल.
मैं अभी वही सोच रहा हूँ, एक दो गेम्स जीते.
भाई खेले हुए इतना टाइम हो गया, एक्चुअली जीता भी नहीं होगा
अरे
शायद.
क्रेजी यार. Arjun should teach how to defeat mid 2600s. I think I would love it if he can do a master class on that. Okay, Pragg thinking. Gukesh also thinking, same position. Nodirbek versus Erdogmus में जा सकते हैं maybe. He's also one of the leaders. This is the current position. So bishop e3, rook d8. He takes the pawn and black goes rook e8, attacking this. Rakesh bhai, what do you think?
Hmm, I think it's tough for the Turkish youngster क्योंकि फिशर एंड गेम बोलते हैं ना इसको, रुक बिशप वर्सेस रुक नाइट. आई थिंक इट्स वेरी वेरी प्लेजेंट फॉर अब्दू. एंड नोडिरबैक भाई, ही इज अ बीस्ट. भाई बोर्ड हट गया है. सहज भाई भी गए आई थिंक. लगता है चैट पढ़ते
कुछ
पढ़ते थोड़े बिजी हो
कुछ
गए.
सूंघ रहे हैं साहज भाई.
चैट, व्हाट्स द फनीएस्ट रिएक्शन, व्हाट्स द फनीएस्ट कमेंट टू जो सहज कर रहे हैं अभी फिलहाल.
कैन वी
और हम
गो टू दैट सीन साहज भाई थोड़ी देर के लिए,
दो लोगों
एक
वाला.
मिनट के लिए. हाँ इस वाले में. So chat, you can see the results. Arjun won. That's the good news. Vidit drew. Nihal about to win. दो पास पॉन दौड़ रहे हैं.
या
राकेश भाई क्या लगता है कौन जीतेगा?
भाई, और एक एक खराब अपडेट इंडिया के लिए. दिन
हम्म.
बुरा ही होते जा रहा है. वंतिका लॉस्ट अगेन टू मुजीचुक.
Oh,
तो
Vantika's
वुमेन
one and a
सेक्शन
half
में.
out of 1.5. Oh, she lost three in a row.
या एंड वो जब से
Wow.
वो गड़बड़ किया ना वो बीबी सारा ने, क्लॉक दबा
Hmm.
के कुछ, नॉट
Hmm.
बीन हर टूर्नामेंट. वैशाली ऑफ कोर्स लीडिंग द इंडियन चार्ज ऑन टॉप बोर्ड. वहां पे वो अच्छी बात है. बट यार निहाल विनिंग इन द, वो भी भाई इंडियन इंडियन खेल रहे तभी जीत आ रही है, नहीं तो जीत भी नहीं आ रही है. ऐसा है.
अरे
Hmm.
यार.
By
So
the way,
welcome back
बोर्ड
Sajid
नहीं गया
back.
था, मेरा इंटरनेट गया था, I think.
तो भाई वो ये हो गया ना भाई.
Oh, Bishop C1. Wait, a mistake by Abdul Sadarov. क्या
ए
बात कर
भाई,
रहे
अब मिस्टेक अपने ओपोनेंट्स का हुआ तो बोलना. अब्दुल सदर को क्या खुशी मना रहे हो आप.
हो? रुको मैं
एंड नाइट
वापस
हैव
आता हूँ.
6 प्लेड बाय प्रग, बाय द वे.
Wait, knight g4? What's knight f6? Knight g8 खेलेगा क्या?
आई थिंक प्रग का वही प्लान है. कंप्लीट बैड नाइट.
समय भाई अब आ रहा
यस.
है.
चैट नजर रखिए टॉप लेफ्ट ऑफ द स्क्रीन पे, जिसमें प्रग हैज जस्ट प्लेड नाइट बैक टू f6 सेंटर में से.
समय भाई अब आ रहा है. ओके, गुड. या सो दिस इज द पोजीशन नाइट f6. ये आप ही ने तो सजेस्ट किया था ये. नाइट g4 एंड नाइट g8, राइट?
हम्म.
या दिस इज सो लॉस्ट. By the way, Gukesh also thinking for a very long time actually. He has 18 minutes left on the clock now. So knight
Rajesh, can
g4.
we knight g4, knight
Yeah.
g8, na? Only move.
And then I don't know, 95 looks good. 95 or maybe 97. You have to king e4, king e5, king e6, king f7.
भाई
And the knight
ट्रैप
is
ही हो
basically
जाएगा
trapped.
नाइट.
Crazy. आप कुछ कह रहे
Oh, by
थे?
the way, Nihal is winning. Nihal is winning. Nihal is winning. E7 check. एक
Going.
सुंदर pawn sack and Nihal Sareen is about to win.
Oh, beautiful. King g8, push the pawn, and it's the right color, so you don't have to play this. Wrong color hota to it's a dead drawn.
बाय द वे, सॉरी, अपन while we see Nihal convert. Oh,
It's
Nihal
over.
जीत गया,
It's over.
बढ़िया.
Let's go.
Bad news क्योंकि भाई इंडियन से ही
Yeah.
जीता है. But
Hmm.
yeah, coming back, if you go to board one, please. Parham ka. While
Mm-hmm.
Parham is applying, almost done है सहज भाई. Finishing touches now. Bishop
Oh,
f4
H.
मारोगे तो रुक g1 check.
By Queen, Queen, Queen.
Oh yeah, my bad.
I think Rook H7 पे King G4, Bishop F4 पे Rook
So
G1, yeah.
now रुक g1. Yeah, वो
Crazy,
थोड़ा
bhai.
easier.
What conversion?
Amazing. But you know, I was just checking some stats. He goes to 4.5 out of 5. And पिछले winners in the Grand Swiss ने कि उनके scores है 8 out of 11 Wang Hao, 8 out of 11 Firuza और last time के defending champion VD का 8.5 out of 11. तो भाई इसके तो हो गए आधे से ज्यादा और हम के.
हाँ.
And how many points did Vidit
तो
have after round 5? Yes, last time. And all these winners. Like 5 rounds
साढ़े
के बाद
चार तो
कितने
नहीं होंगे
points
ना,
थे
पहला राउंड हारा था वो.
करेक्ट
हाँ.
विदित लास्ट टाइम तो विदित के थे 3.5. तो चांस तो है भाई, चांस तो है. And also one big issue is he will be white and Arjun will be black. अगर इन दोनों
Hmm.
की मैच लगी तो. So
By the way, he
that's
takes Bishop
हल्का सा
F4
concern.
and Rook G1, and he's trying to do something here, but it is lost.
Yeah, no,
I
no.
think
I
he's trying
think
to
Richard
resign
will
now.
resign in the next 2 minute 44 seconds. I think so. It's just over.
Yeah, there it is. Maksudlu goes to 4.5. Bhai, so lead. The guy is not, he's unstoppable, yeah?
Incredible.
Completely spectacular performance. Only two guys on 4 points so far, Arjun and Maurizi. So yeah, that's game one, game over. By मजा ही आ गया देख के तो. And we are knight G4 and knight G8 played in the Pragg game. So now Blue Bomb probably wondering whether this maneuver works.
Yeah. भाई गुकेश ने चला ही नहीं भाई, 15 मिनट है बस.
Oh, by the way, can White just completely ignore ये knight and attack पे जा सकता है?
Which game? King E4 he played, by the way.
हाँ, तो king takes pawn of course. King e5, h5, knight f6, knight h6 के बाद ना मेरे को थोड़ा डर लग रहा है knight f5 वगैरह के. So
तो King
what is
E6.
h? हाँ, ignore भाई, royal ignore, king e6, g4, king f7. And वो एक saying है
Wow.
ना, knights are bad against side pawns या a and h pawns.
Hmm.
So that might king g6.
Knight
नाइट
G8.
जेड ओनली में भी ये पॉन खाने मत आओ, मेरे को लगता है धक्कल दो सीधा h5.
King B4, H6. Knight takes, king here, pawn here, king here, and he's just one move short, yeah? Well, two moves
king
short
h4
technically.
Yes. Yeah.
King G5 पे होना चाहिए था.
and
But yeah.
that might be a win.
Funnily enough, King H2 here is winning as well for white.
है
हाँ.
king, oh, king
King H2 is winning for
f6.
white. Then King H3 ना.
oh man, भाई king h2 बोल के रुला क्या हराएगा, क्या मतलब है सब.
मतलब हाँ. इतना तो चलेगा भी नहीं. By the way, King E4, King A3 played.
Oh, by the way, Abhinyu Puranik has played a brilliancy.
Taking a look.
He's
yeah,
about
let's
to
check
win.
that out.
Ooh.
Manu op. भाई फेडोसेव को हरा. फेडोसेव का कुछ तो गड़बड़ हुआ ना. he didn't play EWC, he didn't come to Chennai. he said कुछ तो हेल्थ इशू या हेल्थ स्केयर है. so I just hope he's okay भाई, क्योंकि बहुत ही तगड़ा प्लेयर है ये.
तो मतलब
Hmm.
वो EWC नहीं खेला तो आपने कुछ नहीं कहा, बट वो चेन्नई नहीं खेला तो कुछ नहीं कहा, बट पुरानिक से हारा.
नहीं, I'm saying something is wrong with him, मतलब overall not for. नहीं वो
No, no, no,
तभी
no,
तो
I get
कहा
it.
ना. कहा ना, मतलब जस्ट होप
Hmm.
कि सब
आउट ऑफ
सही है।
प्रैक्टिस होगा,
Actually,
because he
yes,
didn't play.
he's not had the best tournament. Actually, out of 5 rounds, he's played 3 blacks, and all 3 of those matches he's lost against David Anton, and then Robert Hovhannisyan, and now Puranik as well.
एंड अभिमन्यु भाई, अब दोनों ही अभिमन्यु जीत रहे हैं यार। अपने को
अरे
चाहिए था
यार,
एक ही अभिमन्यु जीते, जो इंडियन फ्लैग के साथ है। बट कैन वी कम बैक जस्ट अ कपल ऑफ मूव्स से, बहुत अच्छा पॉइंट दिखाना चाहूंगा चैट को। ये वाले गेम में, नहीं नहीं नहीं, अभिमन्यु के गेम में,
yeah, go ahead.
लाइक सटलिटीज एंड डिफरेंस, थोड़े 2-3 मूव पीछे प्लीज। हाँ, यहाँ पे जस्ट गो बैक 1 मूव। इफ यू गो F7, इट्स अ ड्रॉ, क्योंकि क्वीन टेक्स C2, चेक चेक आके क्वीन C2 के बाद ड्रॉ है ना ये।
Queen
एंड आई कैन
C1
गो,
check ना?
एंड हाँ, टेक्स किंग B2, एंड आई गो रुक C8 ना भाई इसमें।
क्या रुक C8? सॉरी, मैं रुक E7 सोच रहा था यार.
हाँ, एंड बिकॉज ऑफ H3 का पॉन भाई ब्लैक का, ऐसा लगता है हमेशा व्हाइट का पॉन होता है, बट ब्लैक का, इसके लिए इट्स अ ड्रॉ।
हम्म.
सो अभिमन्यु प्लेज अ वेरी नाइस मूव, वो पहले पॉन पुश नहीं करता है। लुक एट द नाइस सटल डिफरेंस, रुक D8 चेक देते हैं पहले, किंग ऊपर, और अभी F7 खेलते हैं, ताकि रुक C8 ब्लॉक कर दिया उन्होंने प्रोफिलैक्सिस
Hmm.
यूज करते हुए। एंड नाउ यू
Very
कांट गो
nice.
क्वीन C2 चेक वगैरह, सेम एक्सरसाइज,
Hmm.
बिकॉज वी जो सहज रुक F1 खेलना चाहते थे। रुक C8 खेलोगे तो मार दूंगा। रुक
Hmm.
F1 यदि खेला आपने तो F8 क्वीन, रुक टेक्स क्वीन, रुक टेक्स रुक, H2 एंड रुक H8। अभिमन्यु ने जो एक आधा मूव बचाया था तभी, he
Hmm.
encashes that and he has won. So
Let's
well
go.
done Abhimanyu.
Why not easy
Nice
to beat Feroz
breakdown.
Eve?
It was a nice breakdown. By the way, this is also cool, yeah, because if you played F8 queen in this position, then H1 queen is a draw, no?
Ooh,
Not sure.
Is it not? I can't see it.
If अच्छा हाँ, कुछ है नहीं एक्चुअली, बिकॉज क्वीन
कोई
कंट्रोल्स
चेक नहीं है ना
A8
आपके
या
पास यहाँ पर? कोई
हाँ,
चेक
क्वीन
नहीं है.
कंट्रोल्स A8।
तो another subtlety here, you को रुके check first and then you promote, ताकि
nice.
क्वीन बचा ना पाए. But yeah.
And वो भी है किंग B7, F8 क्वीन। ऑफ कोर्स अभी मैं क्वीन करूंगा तो क्वीन B8 चेक दे दोगे। रुक B1 चेक भी डाल सकता है व्हाइट, क्वीन बनाने के पहले, सॉरी क्वीन बनाने के पहले
हाँ
ब्लैक कैन
हाँ.
थ्रो इन रुक बी। नहीं 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 भाई, ब्लैक ब्लैक।
अच्छा, ब्लैक रुक B1 हुआ ना भाई वो.
हाँ हाँ, रुक B1,
रुक
गलती
B8.
गलती।
King A3, I think, yeah.
या किंग A3 इज विनिंग। तो
Hmm.
chat, just overall never think game is over, there is always a chance.
Hmm.
चांस से याद आया, आई थिंक लेट्स जंप टू प्रग्स गेम, बिकॉज एग्जैक्ट वही हो रहा है भाई, H5 ऑन द बोर्ड।
ये
By the way,
चांद से क्यों याद
Gukesh
आया
has
आपको?
played, Gukesh has played rook H1, we'll go to that after this H5 thing.
हाँ,
So Sahaj bhai, does knight F6 work is the main question। नहीं तो
Probably
आपको वो
yes, but it's
क्रेजी
more
लाइन में जाना
complicated.
पड़ेगा।
I like the option of King E6, King F7, and it keeps things super simple for me. Just
बट
brute
ऐसा
force
अगर मैं,
calculation.
ऐसा लगता है कैलकुलेशन में कुछ अगर मैंने गड़बड़ कर दिया ना तो
I mean, आप हार नहीं
सीन
सकते ना. You cannot lose because ये खेलने के बाद भी आप G6, G5, G4 मार दो. I mean, you cannot lose that.
है भाई। 6 घंटा खेल के दिस, ऐसा ड्रॉ इज इक्विवेलेंट टू अ लॉस मेरे को तो।
Oh,
नॉर्मली
true.
तो चलो 3-4 रैपिड ब्लिट्स में फर्क नहीं पड़ता ना। दिस इज लाइक
Hmm.
अ डबल क्लासिकल आई थिंक, डेढ़ क्लासिकल फॉर्मेट। अरे टिकू भाई का कैमरा शायद।
बैटरी गई भाई, एक सेकेंड। हाँ,
Hello, chat.
The results on the board chat, Arjun has won, Vidit का ड्रॉ हुआ, निहाल beat his compatriot लियोन मेंडोजा, प्रणव trying to convert नीचे बॉटम लेफ्ट में, उसके बाजू में हरि कृष्णा का हो गया है ड्रॉ, दिव्या lost to Shamsuddin Wakido, वैशाली leading the Indian women's charge पहले बोर्ड पे ड्रॉ के साथ अभी भी है जॉइंट लीड में, बट अ वेरी सैड टूर्नामेंट फॉर वंदिका जो हार चुकी है फिर से एना मजुचुक के साथ। बट हमारी नजरें हैं पहले टॉप लेफ्ट और टॉप सेंटर में, जहां पे प्रगनंदा और गुकेश गेम बचाने के चक्कर में सहज भाई।
Nice breakdown, but बच तो नहीं रही है position कहीं पे भी, because I think we have a clear win with King E6 for Blue Brown. Literally no complications, nothing of the sorts.
Played.
At the
Let's
Pragg
go. King
board,
E6 on the board, भाई. Ninth sack. भाई white.
brilliancy.
खत्म.
Can any player opt out of the tournament? Yes. Mid-tournament you can, yes. सिर्फ official events में I think it's not like candidates वगैरह में I don't know if you can, but in any open event you can.
राकेश भाई सूत्र क्या कह रहे हैं आपके?
मैं तो बताओ यार.
भाई सूत्र बोल रहे ब्रिलियंट मूव के बाद तो मुश्किल है प्रग का।
या
और सूत्र
HG4
तो
King
व्हाट्सएप पे
F7.
मैसेजेस भेजे जा रहे हैं, मैं भी चेक कर रहा हूँ व्हाट्सएप लगातार कि कुछ है तो। बट आप भी चेक कीजिए अगर आपके सूत्र ने कुछ भेजा होगा। अबाउट गुकेश, नो 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 चैट, नो अपडेट्स। आप लगे रहिए, टिके रहिए टिको भाई की तरह, बिकॉज वी माइट सी कम बैक और टू मे बी बाय गुकेश, और मे बी इट्स टू लेट सहज।
अब मैं क्या ही बोलूं यहाँ पे. या ये पोजीशन तो डेफिनेटली इट्स टू लेट. दिस इज
एक
गॉन.
बंदा कहता है, एक ये बंदा कैमरा की बैटरी ही चार्ज करता रह जाएगा, कोई मेरा गेम बजा डाले.
ही इज राइट, बाय द वे ही इज राइट।
नाइस. देयर इज नो कमिंग बैक हियर. भाई यही तो नहीं आपका सूत्र?
भाई
Do you
देखो,
resign this as Pragg or do you play?
आई थिंक प्रग विल रिजाइन।
Like right now?
Maybe 2-3
हाँ
minutes
अगले
he'll play, yeah.
पैंतीस
Because
चालीस
white
सेकेंड
might,
में तो।
yeah,
नो
he
नो,
might come back and try to
आई
win
नो
the
प्रग।
G4 pawn, na.
नहीं नहीं, आई
White
नो
might try
प्रग
to
यार।
come back. हाँ.
Hmm.
नहीं, मैं प्रग को बचपन से जानता हूँ, वो रिजाइन करेगा ऐसे पुलिस।
Hmm. राकेश भाई को ट्रस्ट कर सकते हो आप. आई थिंक इट्स because he knows him so well,
No, but
because
thing
he's
is,
seen
if you
him
try to
since he
win
was a
the
child, like you cannot underestimate that. Like,
साथ में ही
what are
पले
you
बड़े हुए हैं
saying?
ना, सही बात है.
नहीं 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 भाई, होता है ना, पर्सनालिटी पता होती है लोगों की आपको.
भाई बाय द वे, साथ में पढ़े, साथ में बड़े हुए हैं, उससे याद आया कि व्हाई इजंट प्रग्स बेस्टी अरविंद प्लेइंग इन दिस टूर्नामेंट? कुछ है अपडेट उस पे?
I think
बिकॉज भाई अरविंद के
Uzbekistan
लिए तो,
chess side effects.
हाँ हाँ, शायद वो कंट्री उनके लिए इतनी खास नहीं थी, बट कम ऑन, लाइक ही इज गेटिंग अ चांस टू क्वालिफाई इनटू द कैंडिडेट्स। आई थिंक ही शुड हैव प्लेड, मतलब।
It would have been amazing actually.
Hmm.
या सडनली अब उससे सिर्फ वर्ल्ड कप के थ्रू क्वालिफाई हो सकता है अरविंद, ऐसा है। और मेरे को तो
Hmm.
चाहिए मैक्स प्रग ये आए, मतलब मैक्स इंडियंस आए, सॉरी।
I think 2700 से नीचे गिरना नहीं चाहते थे. He was worried he'll fall below and the invites might stop. So थोड़ा वापस आते हैं, गेम को रीवैल्यूएट करते हैं, क्या गलतियां करी. सेम गलतियां करेंगे यहाँ पे तो यू कैन लूज अ बंच ऑफ रेटिंग. या यहाँ पे तो कोई रिलीफ नहीं मिलने वाला. हर राउंड यू कुड बी ऑन 0 points एंड स्टिल फेस अ 2600 ग्रैंड मास्टर. सो इतना टफ टूर्नामेंट है.
करेक्ट।
खत्म. ही रिजाइंस. वाह राकेश भाई, भाई बचपन से जानते हैं भाई.
Yeah, but sadly, bhai, I want him to win, yaar. Come on, Pragg, you can do it. But I think Pragg will be the most relaxed because he is qualifying through the FIDE circuit anyway. गुकेश को तो कैंडिडेट्स की जरूरत ही नहीं है, बट अर्जुन जिस
या
बंदे को एक्चुअली जीतना चाहिए वो तो जीत रहा है। बट
Hmm.
व्हाट अ बिग बिग डिसाइसिव डे, मतलब पहले के 5-6 बोर्ड्स पे सारे ही रिजल्ट्स टिकू भाई।
बिल्कुल, आज बहुत डिसाइसिव रिजल्ट्स हैं एंड द सैड पार्ट इज हमारे फेवर में नहीं है भाई. आई थिंक दैट्स द ट्रॉमेटिक पार्ट. कहीं ना कहीं पे आई थिंक अर्जुन इज द वन स्टार फॉर टुडे. आई थिंक टॉप पे है अभी 4 पॉइंट पे. एंड कल आई आई होप कल मकसूदलू से अच्छा जाए भाई, वरना दिस कुड बी लाइक अ सैड टूर्नामेंट राकेश भाई. एंड कुछ फ्लाइट्स हमारी कैंसिल हो सकती हैं यार. दैट विल बी इवन सैडर.
भाई फ्लाइट्स तो बुकड ही नहीं है ना फॉर दिस दिस रीजन, तो कैंसिल होने का तो सवाल ही पैदा नहीं। But yeah, I think और ऊपर से ना परम will be white against Arjun tomorrow. And उसके बाद ही रेस्ट डे है. Nobody likes to lose before a rest day. तो आई थिंक
हाँ.
पर हम थोड़ा पीस गैम्बिट भी खेल सकते हैं शायद.
True.
एंड सहज भाई एनी चांस 1% 1% भी देंगे आप गुकी को फॉर सर्वाइवल इन दिस पोजीशन?
Sadly not यार. G7 rook f8 and एक pawn तो promote हो रहा है, and then Mishra ji becomes, I think he gets an extra rook and then it's over. पर वहां तक खेलेगा नहीं,
या
आई थिंक गुकेश. देखो प्रमोट थोड़े ना करने देगा, राइट? आई थिंक it will get over before. Is this the worst classical game Gukesh played? Of course not. I mean, of course not. The quality, I think, was not bad. I think he just overpressed. This is something he has to manage, I think, in future. But yeah, it wasn't a bad quality game. It was just because he wanted to play for a win.
By the way, just maybe
भाई बाय द वे
as this is anyway we are suffering, एक बार आदित्य मित्तल की गेम भी देख सकते हैं. I think it's about to end in about approximately a minute. Uh,
Draw ये
yeah. हाँ, I think so.
कैसे? Rook d1?
नहीं, it's black to play भाई.
I know, but Rook e1 से नीचे तो आया. Rook d1 क्या था इधर? हाँ, Rook a8. Look at this. Rook d1, Rook a8. ताकि आप इसको, if you take this, then I take on e5 and d7 पे Rook d8 आ सकता है. So you'll go back to e1 and then I'll go
नाइस.
back to a2. I won't give you this pawn.
नाइस होल्ड बाय आदि.
Okay, king e5, d7 played. Yeah, rook d2. And yep, saves the day. देखो rook e1 check खेल रहा हूँ in case the king goes on this file.
I think इसके बाद we only have two Indians playing. One is Pranav. I think that's going to be a long game. So I think we end the stream once Gukesh's game is over. But साज एंड राकेश भाई, कोई अगर प्रतिशत देने हो गुकेश के गेम बचाने के चांसेस को 100 में से कितने दोगे?
2%.
1.5.
Hmm.
I'm not even,
Still,
I
still,
think.
बहुत ही
still
मुश्किल
some
है.
chance.
Okay,
Can we
going
go there,
back.
सहज भाई? या
Yeah, this is over, I think.
7.5 minutes. ये हो गया क्या? 60 मूव, मतलब और आधा घंटा मिलेगा इनको.
15 मिनट मिलेंगे, but
B5, okay, B5 on the board. By the way, if Abhimanyu Mishra wins this, he will in fact become the youngest player ever to beat a classical world champion, like the reigning classical world champion.
oh wow.
Really?
बहुत. या इसके पहले रिकॉर्ड था आई थिंक कैम्स्की, जिन्होंने गैरी कैस्परो को 17 की उम्र में हराया था. तो वी आर
And how
सीइंग
old is Mishra?
समथिंग हिस्टोरिक. चैट मिश्रा इज 16 years old ओनली. तो
Oh,
भाई ही इज द नेक्स्ट प्रोडिजी मतलब.
wow.
Wow.
एंड भाई ऐसा मतलब ये भी है ना कि एंड में तो इंडियन ही है ना, इंडियन ओरिजिन का ही है तो.
G7. G7 check के बाद any candidate moves for black? Maybe
6
some
घंटे हो गए,
checks?
अब G7 को भी चेक बोलने लगे हो मतलब ऐसा
नहीं
है.
नहीं, G7 के बाद any chances बोला मैंने, any chances.
Rook G4
रुक G4, रुक F8.
and resigns. और क्या बोलूं भाई?
Oh, that is some crazy, like, मतलब 1% chance if white is a noob. Rook G4, Rook F8, Rook C7, G8 queen, rook b4 check, king a2 and rook a7 checkmate.
मतलब
Okie
वो
Ah,
ए
dokie.
nice.
वो A1 पे भी जा सकता है, A3 पे भी जा सकता है, बट A2 पे नहीं जाना. A2 is
करेक्ट,
losing.
a2 पे मतलब बहुत ही, या
Oh, by the way, he gives rook b4 check.
देखा
Um,
भाई, देखा.
He's
कुछ
hoping for
गड़बड़ है
king
दया.
A3, some rook b1. उस पे भी तो
नहीं
लॉस्ट
अभी
किया है.
यहीं पे, इफ यू प्ले किंग ए टू, रुकिए चेकमेट, रुकिए स्विच.
वाह. Pragg lost. Yes, Pragg has unfortunately finished and he has lost his match against Matthias Bluebaum.
सही में द्वीप कोई भी गार्डन में नहीं नहीं घूमेगा. जो रोहित शर्मा बोलते हैं वो बराबर है उसके बाद.
अबे यार.
King
I
c3,
think
I
that's it,
guess.
yeah. That's it, I think.
खत्म है अभी तो.
Hmm. And no other game is left. Okay, Pranav is winning, but yeah, it will be a long game. And I think that's the only one, yeah?
So, question for Rakesh bhai and Sahaj and chat. So now you know the situation, ठीक है? So Pragg थोड़ा पीछे रह गए यहाँ पे, but he will likely qualify through FIDE circuit. Gukesh तो world
हम्म.
champion ही है. How many Indians do you think make the candidates?
For me, two, I think.
भाई टफ. लास्ट टाइम वी हैड 3, तो
Hmm.
1 तो कंफर्म्ड है. लाइक Pragg is confirmed. Gukesh cannot legally play the candidates, तो वो भी आउट है. तो बचे कौन? अर्जुन, अरविंद, विदित, हरिकृष्णा. Am I
Nihal.
missing anyone else? Nihal.
Nihal is
Nihal
in
can make a,
3.5.
a World
Actually,
Cup format. Uska this tournament, you never know.
Nihal is ahead of Arjun and Gukesh now.
अर्जुन के तो 4 पॉइंट है.
Sorry, Gukesh and
Pragg
Pragg,
and
sorry. Yeah, yeah.
Gukesh का तो
Yeah.
मतलब I
yeah,
know
yeah.
it's lost, but
भाई it's tough, you know, in this format ना एक लॉस बहुत मतलब आपको पीछे डाल देगा. आई थिंक कल आप ही बोल रहे थे कि 13 players are on 3 points and imagine you stayed at 3. So there are so many people who went ahead. So losing
भाई
in this event is very tough.
इमेजिन नहीं करना है भाई, अभी देखना पड़ेगा रियल टाइम में हमें. एक्चुअली. अरे यार.
As we have the standings on the screen. Hi, yaar.
भाई even right now the tournament ended, we would not finish in top 2 भाई. यार.
ओ हाँ, ये टाई ब्रेक भी अच्छा चाहिए मतलब.
हाँ, टाई ब्रेक इज
That
सुपर
would,
इंपॉर्टेंट. सो कल मकसूदी से खेलने से टाई ब्रेक तो अच्छा पड़ेगा, दैट इज गुड न्यूज. बट उसको हराना है भाई. इफ वी डिफीट मकसूदलू देन आई थिंक अर्जुन इज फेवरेट. या
yeah, I think Arjun definitely qualifies. And वो अकेला बंदा जिसका एक पेंडिंग है. मतलब लास्ट टाइम प्रग, गुकेश, विदित का हो गया कैंडिडेट्स के. क्या अर्जुन इज हैज नॉट येट प्लेड द कैंडिडेट्स. सो आई होप ही plays it out. एंड या दो तो है, दो, टू वुड बी माय आंसर एज वेल. बट वर्ल्ड कप शुड बी अ बोनस भाई. दो प्लेयर पहले ही हो जाओ, ठीक हो. एंड वर्ल्ड कप में मे बी एन इंडियन गोज ऑल द वे एंड गिव्स अस अनदर स्पॉट. दैट वुड
यार
बी द
वर्ल्ड
ड्रीम
कप
सिनेरियो आई
में
वुड
भी
से.
तो गुकेश ही खेल रहा है, अर्जुन भी खेल रहा है.
हाँ तो वही, बट विदित या निहाल आ जाए सेमीफाइनल तक एंड गुकेश
हम्म.
जीत जाए तो थर्ड फोर्थ प्लेस को चांस मिले, जो जैसे पिछले साल हुआ प्रग को, उसकी वजह से ही मिला था ना. क्योंकि
हम्म.
मैग्नस जीत गया तो. No, something on those lines. So, दो player minimum team would be the dream, I would say.
बाय द वे, रुक F8 एंड इट्स ओवर. या
Wait, King D5,
नहीं
is
नहीं,
that a
वो
ओह,
resign?
oh he
रिजाइन,
resigned. या he resigned.
रिजाइन करते हैं तभी रखते हैं किंग ना, D5
हाँ.
और E4
हाँ.
पे. तो वो वाला है.
Yeah.
या I think that's the end. So that would likely be the end of day number 5. There it is by Abhimanyu Mishra with a stunning victory against the world champion. Something nobody expected, yeah, to happen.
Absolutely, but I think Gukesh overpressed and he waited for the right moment, Abhimanyu, and then I think he played perfect chess. I think since that point. So yeah, kudos to him. What a performance!
राकेश भाई,
Absolutely. I think
how
even
happy?
Abhimanyu hints
हाँ
happy.
हाँ,
Happy
how
for him.
happy और sad are you भाई आज के गेम्स के बाद?
Not. I'm actually relieved in a way. Ki now I know my travel plans for the next couple of weeks.
Unless
In a
something
way.
changes tomorrow. Unless something changes drastically tomorrow.
हाँ तो ये रोज यही गेम खेलते बैठता हूँ मैं खुद के साथ. बट on a serious note, it's sad कि इंडियंस का के लिए खराब दिन था. बट वो भी है कि अभी still more than 50% of the tournament is left. So जैसे
Hmm.
विदित का भी लास्ट ग्रैंड स्विस में हुआ, चैट डोंट लूज होप. He lost the first game, he made an incredible comeback, and the rest was history. So just hoping for the same. वुमेन सेक्शन में वैशाली स्टिल लीडिंग द चार्ज, तो वो बहुत सही चीज है. So yeah, let's hope Arjun also does it from here, and we should have some good games in the future rounds.
Yeah. So chat, I think tomorrow will be an important round because it'll be round number 6. I think it's super important because it's the last round before the rest day, as Rakesh bhai mentioned. So सारे players, different mindset के साथ आएंगे. कुछ preconceived mindset होंगे कि भाई draw करना है, ये करना है, and उनके opponent के लिए भी शायद वो mindset ना हो. So बड़ा मजा आएगा. Hopefully Arjun wins against Maksulu, which is likely pairing. So thanks a lot Saj bhai, thanks a lot Rakesh bhai. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow as well, and thank you chat. बहुत epic दिन कल होने वाला है. Who knows, Arjun could take a huge claim at the candidate spot by defeating Maksulu. या फिर क्या पता हमारे सबके दिल टूट जाए. See you tomorrow chat. Take care and good night.